back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Ever felt like you were about to fall? One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Did I come back when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 Nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure copy shots?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament by 0-0 Nation. The best team in the world 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are at the Aeos Cup Play-Ins for the North America region. I said play-ons and we're doing this thing. Welcome everybody. We got a mistake right at the top of the show, which means it's only up from here. Hi everybody, I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy. Yee to the ha, and I'm joined by three amazing casters, Zoinks, Wonder Chef, and Doobsnacks. Doobsnacks, how are you, my man?
Doing great. Pretty excited to watch these play-ons. Of course, these games will play on, and we'll be here to cast them. It's going to be good.
That's right. Zoinks, how are you, my man?
I'm feeling awesome. I wish you gave me the heads up about the play-ons. I would have adjusted the graphics behind me. But I'm all set for this tournament. It's going to be so much fun. I love that we get to all in focus on NA.
Yeah, and Chef, talk to me about these play-ons.
Hey, I'm back. I'm excited for the play-ons. I'm also excited for what's being drawn on in the background over there for Zoinks. I'm very, very excited for that, but I think there's spoilers there.
Yeah, there are some spoilers there, but we're going to get right into it. So these are the Aeos Cup Play-Ins, not to be confused with the Aeos Cup Play-Ons that were just recently canceled for this event. So the teams right now are competing for their opportunity to fly out to London for the Aeos Cup, an extremely important tournament here in the Championship Series. Zoinks, why don't you tell us a little bit about their road to Aeos?
Sure. Yeah, so my beautiful wife and I got the chance to draw this before we started the tournament about. This is a map of how this is going to go. So here we have the road to Aeos Cup. It begins by competing in the Aeos Cup Play-Ins, which did happen yesterday. Throughout the day, we have 8 teams now. You have to be careful to avoid the bad draft bog and the invasion forest on this perilous journey. But the next step is getting first place in the top 8. That is what we are seeing today on broadcast, what these teams are competing for. And if you do, and you pass underneath Mount Flip Ray, you will arrive at the travel award to London and the championship points treasure. So these teams do compete for championship points in this event. First place will get 300. Of course, that will be very helpful for you in the final parts of the season and the regional final. But the big award that everyone is pushing for is that travel award to play in London at the Aeos Cup in February.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is going to be a really exciting tournament here. We're going to take a look at our bracket right now, and then we're going to talk a little bit about North America because it's all NA for us today. This is our top 8 bracket here. And, Chef, why don't you break this down a little bit?
Yeah, we've got some great teams, Orange Juicers and Standing on Business. Of course, Orange Juicers, everybody should be familiar with. Standing on Business, a new team. We've got a lot of new teams, a lot of old teams. Same thing with the second side of winners, T3, a group of players that we love, going up against Luminosity. And then down at the bottom, it's TI Gang, Sanguine, and Nebula Rush Hour.
Yeah, and now that we are covering North America with its own dedicated broadcast right here, we're going to be able to see more games on broadcast than we have before, which is really exciting. Now, I want to bring it back to the crew here. And Doobsnacks, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about what happened with North America last year and maybe what could happen this year.
Yeah, so my big question is, the question for me is, how will North America actually adjust to the international stage? I think we were kind of led astray last year as we're watching North America because they always compete incredibly well internally, right? We were all saying how strong and how good the tournament looks for North America, but it's always, how does that translate on the world stage? This year we're going to have more opportunities to see NA teams battle on the world stage and gear up for the World Championships. We know LG is ready, and we just need to see if the rest of NA is matching not only LG in kind of the incestuous NA metagame that seems to develop, but also how will that translate to the world stage? That's my big question. And honestly, just because I think it would be a great story, I would love to see LG win every single event and start stealing world spots from all over the planet. Because, what a, Infinity Stone collecting type event would that be if LG started with LAIC and takes that all the way to the World Championships? I think that'd be a fun storyline, so let's watch for that one too.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a crazy time for North America. Obviously, we won Worlds twice in a row at the start of this game. And then last year, Japan looked phenomenal, and NA was a bit of a disaster. Without question, it was a huge amount of roster mania, and then we also had teams trying to rebuild, trying to pick up the pieces very quickly. We saw some really cool teams forged from that roster mania, but nothing that could quite compete on the world stage. However, yeah, Luminosity is back. Juicers are still here. Nemesis not coming to this tournament because there's so much competition in NA. Chef, tell me a little bit about what happened in the offseason.
Yeah, this has been an amazing offseason. Of course, it kind of goes without saying, Luminosity, they've reformed their team just slightly. Some of the players from the World Championship roster are back. Some of the players that are playing on other amazing teams like Nemesis are now on LG. We saw them at LAIC, don't need to talk about them as much, but we've had so many grassroots events. I mean, Draku's been running so much stuff with the Luminosity server. Of course, shout outs to him who just casted EU, the Battle Hub stuff, the Unity Clash stuff. There's just so many different things happening, and NA is looking extremely strong. There are tons of these teams. T3 is one of them that we're going to be seeing very, very soon. TI Gang, which is part of kind of formerly Le Gang, formerly Ni Hao. They've been playing in a lot of these events. Sanguine, Nebula, just tons of these different teams that have been showing up to tons and tons of offline tournaments. And NA is looking really scary. That's why we see teams, I think, like Nemesis not make the top 8. A few other notable names that just barely didn't quite make it because if you haven't been following along, everybody in NA is really good right now. A ton of teams right outside of that top 8.
Yeah, and that's really the exciting thing about North America, and it's something that Doob Snacks talked about previously, is they really seem to play insanely hard against each other. I mean, the years that Luminosity won the World Championships, they were having the most trouble against other North American teams until they got to Worlds. Zoinks, you and I got to watch a ton of qualifiers yesterday. What were some of the things that stuck out to you?
Yeah, I think it was kind of upset city. It also stems, like we talked about how the competition is so intense in this region. It also stems from just the number of teams signed up. Like the final checked-in roster for this Aeos Cup Play-Ins was almost 100 teams. That is substantially more than most of the regions competing in this year's UNITE Championship Series. So exciting to see how much energy has been focused on this region already. But in terms of a few things that went down, I mean, T3 on an absolutely incredible run to make it. I think they had probably one of the most difficult brackets to make it through in that open qualifier. You know, it's always tough in the first tournament of the year with kind of a little bit of randomized seeding. Who knows where you're going to end up? But for them to start in the winner's bracket, I think they're a team to watch, and their bracket doesn't get easier. They're going to be playing Luminosity in the first round. That's going to be a very intense matchup. But I think it was a big surprise to see Sanguine drop into the losers bracket. Wonder Chef already mentioned Nemesis not making it into this top 8. Still a solid placement. Like I mentioned, the championship points are still going to be rewarded to these teams for things like top 12, top 16, all the way down to top 32 or 64. So still some success. But yeah, we got a lot of great teams making it through. A lot of teams that having rocky starts. So with the changes to how championship points work this year, being awarded to the entire roster instead of per player, I think it is going to be interesting to see if this tournament is a chance for teams to kind of do a bit of a tryout process. You don't have many chances to adjust your roster throughout the year, so these first couple tournaments are going to be, you know, seeing if what you got will work and then trying to make it work all season.
Yeah, isn't that interesting that the off season was shorter this year,
right?
And even still, you kind of have less time to put a team together than ever before because of how championships points work and how you can switch players out. Chef, there is one team I think you should talk about here, and that is Brave Birders. No, I'm sorry, Rush Hour. I know you're a huge fan. I'm a huge fan too of Colin Tang. Did you get to watch much of them yesterday?
I watched a little bit of them yesterday, but I've been watching them in, again, a bunch of the grassroots events over the past several months, and they're still looking good. Obviously, they're here in the top 8, which is a huge boon for making it through, whatever, 100-plus teams that Zoinks just said. I forgot the exact number. But they are a team, for anybody who doesn't know, that has been basically the same exact roster for almost every single year of UCS. I believe they switched somebody out in, like, Season 1, but they've been extremely consistent. They've made it to North American regionals basically, or almost every single year. Every year that it was, of course, in the LAN category, I guess. And they're great. It's really cool to see a team stick together like this when we do have so many roster switches in every single season and even partway through seasons. And it's always really fun to watch Colin Tang. Still playing, by the way, still playing the Bird, which is appropriate, even though they changed their name.
It is appropriate. I'm so happy that Talonflame is kind of having a little bit. I feel like speedsters, especially in these qualifiers, are having a little bit of a reconnaissance, which is pretty exciting. I want to talk a little bit about the Juicers here. Orange Juicers almost having the identical roster from last year. They were kind of I wouldn't say lucky, but just like a really fortunate pairing coming out of all of that roster mania. We had the Juicers get put together, and they were on just a hot streak. You know, they won the NA Regionals. They did pretty well at Worlds. Having to run into Fusion multiple times in a row was definitely going to make it tough for them to move forward. But the Juicers, Kratos, Zugrug, OG now, Roland, and Flareon's, watching them yesterday in the qualifiers, I got to tell you, I'm always a Flareon's fan. Flareon's is looking so good. He's one of the younger, you know, players. I think a candidate for Rookie of the Year last year in the UCS season, and it feels like he's really coming to his own, into his own on the Juicers. I'm curious though what that's going to look like when they possibly run into Luminosity later, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, right? Because Luminosity has gotten a little bit more just stage experience, right? They've competed already in this system for this season, so they've got a hair of a head start. But if I'm the Juicers, obviously Flareon's is great, but my mind is on Roland because I cannot get out of my mind Roland's World Championship performance last year. He seemed to be the only player awake, kind of not sleeping at the wheel on that team, on that Mr. Mime, giving them a chance. Finally, Flareon's woke up, and then those two together were churning and really giving the Juicers opportunities in games where, honestly, they're kind of getting the break speed off. So if I'm the Juicers, I'm trying to harness some of that magic from the other two players, make sure everybody's ready to go to step in, because like we've said, NA is competitive into itself. But those two are going to have to show out like they did at Worlds to keep this train rolling. Because like I said, LG has just a hair of a head start. And it's tough to neglect the motivation and the what's it called when you...
the momentum?
Thank you! That's the M word I was looking for. The momentum that LG has picked up from LEIC translating to here. And I'll tell you what, just a little insider baseball here. I was talking to LG after they won LEIC. And they were kind of chatting. Do we leave for Japan early, skip the March Cup to try and get some more scrims in with Japan? And Overlord looks and goes, no, we're winning everything. We are taking everything from this region. And honestly, the Juicers are going to be standing in their way, and they're a heck of a competition that they're going to have to overcome to make that dream happen.
Before we possibly see that, please, Zoinks, go.
No, I just wanted to mention one more thing about Orange Juicers. I talked about how like the bracket being seeded in interesting ways for this play-in is Orange Juicers, I think by far had the hardest route to make it into top 8 on the winner's side in terms of their competition. They had to play teams like Prime, Umbra Vulpium, and Brouhaha, which honestly are a bit of a who's who from the grassroots scene of this offseason. So being able to kind of take down all these, not exactly newer form teams, but teams that have been on recent hot streaks, and in their bracket they didn't have to play any of these teams, but also weighted against them were teams like Team YouTube, the Flamin' Hot Dodrios, No Man. Like, that was a very stacked bracket. So emerging from that side of the bracket into the winner's side, I think is already an accolade that they should be pretty proud of. And if we're talking about momentum, I think that's going to carry them pretty far into this tournament.
Well, we're going to carry this momentum right along into our first game. Zoinks, Chef, we will see you both in just a moment here. Doobs next, you and I are talking T3 Luminosity in just a moment, which is going to be a really exciting matchup. Goodbye, gentlemen. Goodbye. I love you. Draw something new on that board. All right, I gave him a task that he's not going to be able to
just some homework. He's not going to achieve that. Honestly, the board looks good. Let's give him credit.
Amazing.
The board looks good.
Yes, the board's incredible. T3 Luminosity, and we talked about the possibility of Juicers Luminosity, but all of these matches are crazy good. Again, NA plays so well into NA. Can anyone take down Luminosity? You talked about the momentum here. From LAIC, they looked like the world champs again.
Without a doubt, and it's going to be tough, especially because it felt like LG was playing at LAIC like Fennel was playing at Worlds, which was unique, throwing different looks, The teams were having a difficulty cutting them off from their picks, and if they did, how they were going to adjust after that fact. They were throwing a lot of different looks. They were playing in a refreshing style, right? We're so used to seeing reactive Mew Unites, but we were seeing proactive Mew Unites to reposition players into big engagements before Ray even spawns on the map, right? We'd see Ray fights start at 2 minutes, 10 seconds. They were playing in unique ways. They were taking advantage of what the other teams were presenting to them and reacting very well. So if everybody is kind of playing this canned, predetermined, dialed-in type style, I think LG is an opportunity to expose them.
Well, here we go. Our first draft here in North America. The Aeos Cup Play-Ons are no more. These are the Play-Ins. First band coming out is going to be Miraidon. And then we see, of course, Psyduck on the other side. I was shocked to see so many Psyducks actually sneak through in our EU broadcast earlier today.
I agree. Psyduck is crazy strong, and Darkrai is too. However, EU not a big fan of getting that Pokemon in the match or on the ban phase. So we'll see how North America adjusts to that.
All right, we're going to take a look here at our first pick on the side of T3. There are a few things they could steal away. Umbreon being an extremely powerful pick for any team. We know that Slash can play that maybe like no other. But we're going to see what they want to grab here in this first slot. And it looks like they are giving some priority to Umbreon.
Umbreon's a great place to start. It's a safe pick. It can be your top path attacker. It can be your true defender. Going straight into the playmaker's hands, though. Trainer going to get their Leafeon. A Pokemon that they really popularized, Spraggles.
Yeah, I mean, Trainer's Leafeon is insane. This is a very scary thing to be looking at. And then we have Zacian, which a lot of teams are picking up here. We're seeing more and more Metal Claw, I feel like, as teams are noticing that this thing just rips apart some of your opponents, has that nice block into some projectiles, and it's Zacian, being able to use, your amazing passive right there to reset your move cooldowns, have a more powerful move that you're going to throw at your opponents here. As we look for our next locks, Otter on the support Mew. This is not a surprise.
No, not at all. The way they dominate LAIC, it should be very expected at this point. Slash also prioritizing Snorlax more than most people, and you're seeing that come to fruition here yet again.
Something I'm so happy to be seeing here is that Assault Vest on Slash. I hope he doesn't take it off. I love that this item just got buffed, and I really do feel like, depending on what you see on the other side of the map, you can get a ton of value out of this. Final pick over to Luminosity, and we're starting off the day with a Lucario.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of ways to slow down Overlord once they get moving, on that E-Speed set, right? And it's going to be facilitated, and it's the quintessential example. If Curios is going to be causing so much static in your face, so is Trainer, that Overlord gets to flank, and they get to pop E-Speed and run through the back half of your team. And really, Tie-Dye's going to have a lot of pressure put on them, because this Hoopa's going to be responsible for resetting Pure and Sobi ad nauseum. But with Overlord being able to get to the back pretty easily, that might be harder. Tougher said than done? Easier said than done. Bang, got there.
You made it, buddy. The Slash Can, of course, drops that Assault Vest because anything I say on broadcast will not happen. The Play-Ons won't happen. The Assault Vest won't happen, but this is going to be an exciting matchup. Absol, by the way, I think a surprise star of this tournament. I really do feel like speedsters, especially once you see kind of the all-rounders get, nerfed a little bit, a few more attackers jump in there. Speedsters all of a sudden are back on the menu. Absol getting an insane amount of play already in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we're taking a look at what we just saw in EU. G5 was using it incredibly efficiently against Nouns. And maybe, you just need one person to kind of break through the dam to be like, okay, yeah, this thing's back, right? You don't want to be the first person to kind of risk your team's tournament life on. But now that there's some proof in the pudding, it's a little bit safer to go into that well.
Yeah, of course, if you are the first person to do it and it looks great, you're a genius. It's like your Pokemon. They're like, I can't believe it. You brought Absol into the meta. And if it goes wrong, everyone's like, well, of course it went wrong. How could you ever play it? As we head into our first game here in our Aeos Cup Play-Ins top 8. T3, your purple team. Luminosity, your orange team. And it's so good to be casting another game with you, Dupes Next.
Right back at you, Cowboy, and we'll see if T3 can step up to what Luminosity is bringing. Bang.
All right, and it rhymed right off the bat. You can't go wrong with this broadcast, everybody. Overlord in this top path on Lucario, looking like year one up here, trying to get there secure, not able to get it from Zealot. Zealot, by the way, Slash considers Zealot one of the best out there. That's why they have to KO him right away.
Yeah, the K opener going to Luminosity quickly, and it's unsurprising the flank that you get with Leafy on the speed at which they can hit that path, so it really shouldn't have been a surprise. Otter using that light screen there, able to put a lot of pressure on this Hoopa, and now they're leaving with all of their wild Pokemon. Trainer may have overextended, it's going to be on Otter to save them, and they do.
Yeah, Otter on this support Mew is such an exciting player, right? I mean, he's obviously an incredible attacker player, but man, he just makes so many exciting plays here. What a fight to start this out. Extreme Speed moving in with Lucario, trying to pick up a KO, but Lucario goes down instead.
Yeah, I mean, 4 players in, trying to make a play is Overlord, of course. Gets Anon really low, but nice coverage by Tie-Dye, able to pick up the KO there.
Look at Zealot here, only level 3 right now. I mean, unbelievable. As we head down to the bottom path here, Curios, normally the attacker player on this Zacian in the bottom path, already level 6.
Yeah, now they're bullying, though, so the experience might go the other way. Slash is coming in for the save. They're going to see if they can get the separation. No, Curios going to have to dart on. We see the Mystical Fires coming from Sobi, a phenomenal Sylveon player in their own right, and not quite enough to get Curios down.
Here up into the top path, 3 members now of T3, but they are in a lot of trouble as Overlord is extreme speeding through them. Once again, that's still a Torchic.
I mean, the Blaziken having a problem evolving to the ugliest Pokemon in the world, Combusken, is certainly causing more problems than just visual damage on your screen. Overlord stepping up, got KO'd earlier, but didn't leave anything up to chance there.
Here we go, Absol looking to pick up a KO right here. Very nice plays, the pursuits getting the damage. Psycho Cut helping to get a little extra damage onto that Mew. They pick up a KO as we have 3 members now of Luminosity in this bottom path. Everyone's getting ready for a fight at one of these Regis, and it looks like both teams positioned pretty well for this bottom Regi. Of course, we have Hoopa on the side of T3, so they are able to move the team around, which they are doing.
3v3 downstairs. They rotated Sobi up top, probably to try and help out that Blaziken get evolved. We're going straight into the back line. We're popping some Unite moves, and that is an Umbreon that is absolutely folded like laundry. They're smothering this goal zone. This thing is going to be bad mathed out. Just +1 there, but I think they're content closing it out right now.
Yeah, who needs math when you're Luminosity and you're just dominating your opponents in every fight here? Look at that, level 9 on Lucario. Needs to pull back. Why would I even say needs to pull back? Jeez.
That was a huge heavy slam, dude. Slash came in, separated off from Otter, able to leverage the KO. Another great heavy slam in. Overheat is charged for no value. Nice little block to get him off the pad. And Anon can't even get in with this Absol. Here comes Overlord. Aura Cannon goes through. They're finding more targets. And they're gutting them before they can reset, Cowboy. And this is an absolute nightmare if you're T3.
Wow, Luminosity looking absolutely insane here. Level 10 on Lucario, level 9 on Zacian. We have Leafeon at level 10 as this Regieleki is walking. They are taking everything on the map, and that includes the wild Pokemon on the team of T3 because they are farming this squad.
Slashcan is in that bush unsussed, but they certainly know somebody's there now. Heavy Slam pops the EV passive there, and they're going to go for an engage. Absol Unite deals with Curios, but they're moving forward. Emerald 2-step back the other way. Nice block to separate, and now the Regieleki hits, which means that's more points going in, which means this lead is getting even more gross. Zealot getting chased down by Trainer, and this is easy money if you're Trainer.
Wow, I mean, look at this here. It just will not stop. 257, 211. Overlord living on their opponent's tier 2. Sobi, they've got the pay-to-win Hollowware there on Sylveon. Let's see if they can finally pick up a KO. And look at Slash once again, just holding the line for the squad.
Overlord able to reset in that bush right there feels like criminal behavior, but all the attention was on Slash and what they were trying to provide.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Slash. I mean, you called out the heavy slam earlier. These heavy slam blocks are fantastic. Obviously, Slash doesn't go down there, but even if they do, you're trading a level 8 at the time Snorlax for a level 11 Lucario. That is a great trade. You would much rather have the defender or supporter in a situation like that go down. 10 seconds now until this bottom Regi. Positioning perfect for Luminosity. No one on T3 really even looking to contest this here because they know they can't win a fight.
No, they can't. And you got to think, Hoopa just getting level 9 right now, which means they can go rings unbound, but the Hoopa's actually rotating downstairs to maybe insulate this goal zone, but the defense is happening up top. Another block with X speed coming through, bullying everybody out. Now Pure is going to get heavy slammed up. Let's see where this rotation happens. Otter and Trainer are on the scene, dusted before the Absol Unite even pops.
Jeez, and look at this here. The fight continues. Overlord now to this top path, getting ready to set up and move in. Here comes the Extreme Speed looking to pick up a KO. Zealot having to use their Fire Punch just to get away from this fight. Running back to the Tier 2, while Luminosity safely once again able to take this Regieleki. We see the Metal Claw. We see, you know, the Razor Leaf. We just see all the damage coming out from Luminosity, ripping that off the map basically the second it hits.
They are living in the central area of this T3 squad. There's so much pressure. They can't even see straight. Rings are unbound, finally. You got to use it now. We're trying to get the stuns in, but the block is creating good separation. Heavy slam into the back line. We're moving through. The Anon's got to have to take over with this Blaziken if they can do it, but no. Everybody on T3 is getting absolutely eviscerated. If you put everybody in that kitchen, you are getting taken to task here, Spraggles. And I mean, that was almost Fisher-Price.
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, talk about Hell's Kitchen. Luminosity was Gordon Ramsay, and they're sending them all home right here. Incredible stuff. T3 is on the ropes right now. They might as well be knocked out. I think they're knocked out standing up here with another 3 minutes to go as Luminosity is just running this game 1.
Yeah, no fear at all. I mean, now they're just attacking them on their own birds, able to pop an Absol Unite there just to secure some of the Swablu and Altaria. Putting some pressure on Slashcan, still can't get the KO there. Sobi's putting on pressure. Electro Ball hits too, but now we're looking to fight. Here comes Curios, easy knockout. Heavy Slam, easy knockout. Portal reset, I wouldn't even come back through that thing because that is a death trap.
Yeah, and here we go. 5 seconds now until this bottom Reggie. We've got 45 seconds until Rayquaza. We're going to see how quickly they want to rip this off the map, and it looks like they're going to go for it real faster so they can continue to put pressure on their opponents. We have a Regieleki top, but it's so dang close to Ray. There might not be enough time to rip it here.
Yeah, Slashcan giving some good vision. At least everybody on their team knows where they're at. Picking off Slashcan might be of value, but look, the positioning here. Going straight for it. Anon has no chance. They're dusted. Pure's getting dove on. Overlord's in the back line using the E-Speed. Portal is down, and that's just for the save. Heavy slam pressure to try and keep them from resetting is unsuccessful, but you can see where LG's eyes are at.
And take a look at this here from LG. I mean, they're, like you said, in the central area of T3. Incredible vision right here. Trainer looking to see what they can do. We have Blaziken sneaking around for a possible score, but you know LG's looking for this fight as soon as they can find it.
Pure low HP, they actually have to reset. That Hundo Burger doesn't matter because, oh, now we're going rings on Brown, pulling everybody through. The Rayquaza Rip is they're going to go for the Secure, and it's taken by Trainer. And now they're going to start falling like dominoes with the shields. Curious looks for another one. Can't quite get their Unite move. It's actually 2 players down for Luminosity. Overlord is on the chase here, getting chased, I should say. Bouncing back to Sobi.
Yeah, running back here, and actually what a great fight there from T3. Even though they did lose that Rayquaza, they were able to take a lot away from Luminosity. 2 members now respawning here. Slash in some trouble. If they can pick up this KO, they may be able to mount some sort of offense and move towards some of these goal zones. Absol goes down. No, excuse me. Sylveon goes down on the other side. Luminosity now mounting their defensive positions.
Yeah, Otter's still holding onto the shield, that's who I'm looking for. They're going to want to get them to the goal zone to just buffer just a little bit because they've got a decent opportunity to defend. They are trying to find Otter. You can see where the pot shots are going. Otter's going to make it in with a surf, boosted auto, bang, 90 points goes in. Now they just got to play some defense.
Yeah, now they're peeling back. We see 4 members of T3 around this Tier 1 goal zone here as they are chasing this Mew. Moving on in here, big time Absol Unite move, but Slash pushing them all back.
Nice X speed again, block right there to sort that out. We're trying to get into that portal. They're dusted before they can. Anon is trying to put some last second damage in, so is Sobi, but they're fighting in the face of 4 here. Putting the pressure on back the other way is Overlord getting into the back line, putting that pressure there and trying to meet them on the portal. They catch a reset, but with 2 players down, that is not enough points to score.
That's right. It looks like it is over for T3, which maybe you knew at about the 8-minute mark of this match. A great fight from them after Rayquaza goes over to the side of Luminosity, but Luminosity playing some amazing Unite here to start the day. Once again, they looked kind of like the world champs at LAIC, and they're looking fantastic in Game 1.
That was a clinic. I think the only thing that Luminosity is going to talk about is how they recovered from them securing the Ray, right? They called that Ray flip. But how did they recover from that? It was objectively poorly, right? T3, they gave them an opportunity to try and win. Cobbled themselves together pretty good here. Maybe we could take a look at some of the damage numbers, because some of them might be pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I assume Overlords is going to be absolutely insane as we're taking a look at our score line here. Obviously, they were ahead the whole time. There's 107K out of Overlord. It really did feel like every time Tie-Dye on the side of T3 was putting down that hyperspace hole, it felt like it was a target for Overlord. He would just E-speed and take everyone down as they were trying to get back to base.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention, it was an easy target for heavy slams as well, and Slash rings pretty true with those. We just saw how detrimental if that catch would have been on the heavy slam that we saw right before Ray. If that would have kept that reset from happening, this game would have been over even sooner.
And now T3 obviously had a great run in this tournament so far, and even if they do lose to Luminosity here, they will still head down to our losers bracket. It wouldn't be over for them, but man, I mean, what a stark contrast between these two teams at the start of our broadcast.
Absolutely. And maybe this is that momentum I've been talking about, Spraggles, or whatever the M word that I couldn't quite figure out, right? Momentum is there for sure. They are playing to win. All the rust is knocked off. There's no nerves, right? They just did it all on stage and won. So this seems like light work, or at least feels like it should be.
And here we go. Here's that Rayquaza secure here. Now, obviously, we talked about it. This is just kind of a flip here from Luminosity, but, you know, they had T3 in such a difficult position. They weren't even really able to fight over it, but T3 having a great fight right after Ray.
Absolutely. They were able to collapse on Trainer and then Curios immediately after. The problem is still with the shield and the skill level of Otter on Mew, he was just being a menace, and they couldn't quite catch up to him to close down the pressure that he was putting on and stressing the resources that T3 had. Gave him enough time to get Trainer and Curios back in the mix, and then the defense became pretty easy.
You know, I have to wonder, Dude Snacks, what you would do if you were able to ban out or steal away this Mew from Otter. He is a not completely singular, but almost a singular threat as a support Mew player, coming from the role of an attacker where he was one of the best Mews in the world, and now flexing that into a highly effective supporter Mew has been really exciting. I know he has other tools in his toolkit. I'm just wondering what he brings out if you're able to steal that away from him, and if that's one of the sort of picks that you're going to need to try to play against Luminosity, maybe to shake up their strategy a little.
Yeah, well, we do know that T3 specifically has a phenomenal Mew player in Sobi, so I would love to see Sobi pick up the Mew. Force LG to switch up a plan. Unfortunately, at LAIC, what we saw is whenever they forced LG to switch up a plan, yeah, you just made them switch a plan, but you didn't have an answer as to what they were going to bring next. And then we even saw, Helping Hand Blissey out of Otter at that point in time. We've also seen Otter play, Lightbulb Espeon, right? So, are you really cutting them off of what they're trying to do? Because they're not really vying for any of these key supports. And the last thing is, if you're taking Mew, you can prio over to Otter Hoopa, which is the most like Mew that a supporter can get of true supporters. And he's like, yeah, I'll just take that one because it does crazy stuff too. So there's a theory there, but you have to have more to it than just, take away Mew.
Yeah, I mean, of course, when you're looking at a squad like Luminosity and kind of what we talk about, I feel like when a crew like this hits that next level, that next gear, that next stage that no one is really playing at, you can't take much away from them, right? We saw this with Fennel at Worlds last year, the team that won the World Championships from Japan. It really felt like whatever they were playing, they had a phenomenal game plan with it. So I feel like, yeah, you do take a piece away from Luminosity, they find another way to checkmate you, right? They have so many looks, so many different team comps ready to go, and with a team playing this well, I think they could even flex into something they're not super proficient with, something they haven't played a ton, and they could still do very, very well. The question is, can anything happen on this draft screen to change the situation for T3?
Well, we're about to find out. Luminosity going to be in that second slot, so they're going to be responsible for probably things like banning away Psyduck, and there it is. First thing queued up. And I actually like this adjustment from T3, getting rid of Leafeon as well.
Yeah, I mean, Trainer's Leafeon's insane. They get rid of 2 speedsters here. We see no Leafeon, no Darkrai. Also a ban from Mimikyu on the side of Luminosity. So we're going to see what they're trying to force T3 into. They grabbed that Umbreon first pick last time, but I'm not sure if they're going to run with it again. It's extremely powerful, but of course they had a tough game 1, and they do. They steal Zacian right away.
There's Miraidon here. I would love to see LG take Miraidon. They're great on it. Lock up Mew as well. I mean, Slash can really take any defender at this point. And there we go. Miraidon. I would, Mew, it might even be Umbreon, because Slash's Umbreon is insane. And if you force them to take Mew, you might get Hoop on the back. But Otter says, don't switch up what works.
Yeah, I think getting that Mew early, I think, is a great strategy. That way it just can't be taken away. They still have, sort of this exciting support Mew that's really difficult to deal with. Next 2 picks over to T3 right here. Taking Zacian, Curios just moves on to the next former EX Pokemon into Miraidon. We now have what looks like Blissey and Trevenant.
Yeah, Trevenant, a reasonable call to get some displacement. Might be able to catch Otter, right? And reposition. The adjustment here is that you just gave Slash Umbreon, which, if NAIC last year taught us anything, Slash might be the best Umbreon moving. And now you get Trainer on Zoroark, which could easily bounce over to Overlord. Like, we're just building a problem.
Yeah, this could be quite tough. We're going to have to see what the final pick is here for Luminosity, and if T3 wants to do anything really to counter this Zoroark. We're going to see, Trainer, I feel like, has been pretty proficient on a Zoroark without a Comfey. Overlord, I would say he's relatively good on this Pokemon. I don't know. I haven't seen him play with it recently, but I feel like he's pretty good on Zoroark.
That is wild work to be saying that out loud, but we're going to lock it at Dodrio. And this is just going to be poor Sobi. Poor Sobi, poor Anon. They are going to get picked on all day long. That's going to put so much pressure on Pure, Tie-Dye, and Zealot to really get them some spacing. Anon specifically, because it wants to engage on its own terms, right? Anon wants to get in there on its own terms. And Trainer and Overlord specifically play to not allow that to happen. And then you'll have Curios, maybe I'd imagine with 2 speedsters, you're going Charge Beam here to get some rip through on Pure to really bring these HP pools down. If I'm just looking at the draft screen, I like where LG got. I like what LG got.
Yeah, I do too. I actually like a lot of what happened here with T3. I think that was a really sharp play to steal away this Zacian. And Blissey, I do think, is, for my money, the best supporter in the game. So I think they've got a lot of great options on their side, especially with a lot of teams running sort of this Safeguard Helping Hand more and more. It just recently got buffs. You could see both Blisseys here, and I think both would do really well. The question is, how are they going to shut down that bird? And are they going to be able to not take too much damage from sort of the long-range attackers on the side of Luminosity, so that when members of Luminosity actually do decide to dive in, they can live through these fights? That's the real question here, is how low will they get before Dodrio and Zoroark come in to clean things up?
Yeah, my problem here is Luminosity has shown over LAIC in that first game right there that they're not fighting together, right? They're fighting scattered across the map. So when that happens, it makes it even more difficult for the Pokemon you need to run cover for on T3 to run cover, because you're getting split attention everywhere.
Well, here we go. Game number 2 between T3, your purple team, and Luminosity, your orange team. Luminosity here looking like the former world champs that they are. We are in our winners bracket right now here. These are our semifinals. Zealot getting mean right off the bat, almost picking off Otter right away.
Great pressure, and that's a good way to show that you've still got signs of life here. Putting pressure forward, E-Ball comes through, boosted auto, eaten by Tie-Dye, and that's just good work. Now Slash is going to scamper. Eject button to prevent the berry. Might get a K opener here for T3. They're putting a lot of pressure on Slash, and they are knocking on the door of getting knocked out. And look at this, Slash is still standing as a little Eevee facing down the Phantom. This is wild work, dude. They thought they had that KO for sure.
Yeah, that took him a long time, of course. And here comes Zoroark down to this bottom path to try to clean this up. They're going to trade 1 for 2 right now as they pick up both of them.
Brother, you can't understate what Slash just did there. The amount of time wasted really kept both Phantom and Sobi to get back to pad, to get that HP, enough time for Overlord to come down, clean up the trash, and get points in, and now they've got themselves a lead. All at the low cost of 1 Eevee. Are you kidding me?
Ooh, this could actually be pretty bad here for Trainer if he doesn't pick up a KO, but he does. Able to clean up his Pikachu. Slash is back right now. Trainer, level 7, already looking phenomenal on Zoroark, as he always does. And now Overlord spending time in the enemy central area once again. Luminosity up on the scoreboard at 0 to 52. And look at the pressure they are putting on here. It's just unbelievable. I don't know how T3 can deal with this. And you know what? They actually are not dealing with it very well.
No, not at all. And I apologize to Trainer. I said Overlord, just so used to seeing Overlord on that Pokemon. And these two players, I guess I haven't quite adjusted them being on the same team. I mean, just amazing work everywhere. We're going straight in here. Overlord's got a ton of HP. Curio's going to sort out. Zealot up top. That's another 2 players down. 68 to nothing. But man, does it feel worse than that.
Yeah, it does. It feels a lot worse, and it just feels like they're absolutely running this right now. This feels like a solo queue game where this Zoroark is just taking over the low, level enemies on the other side. Can't do much about it. Overlord now stacking in the top path, leaving this top goal at 1. Zoroark almost 9, just gets to level 9 right here. We have a Unite move online already, and T3 is so far away.
I will never get tired of seeing the illusion cleanse on anything. I don't know if you saw that. Sobi's E-Ball cleansed easily by Trainer just with an illusion. And now they're going right back in, because why not? Here comes Charge Beam Miraidon. They're ready to go. So much damage. That's a good pivot, though. Overheat, eject into adjust, but that just means that you're knocked out, son. And now the Thunder's chasing down Anon, who's like, for the love of God, where's my team?
Yeah, I don't know if Anon remembers, they all got KO'd right next to him. I mean, there's not much they could do here. Luminosity on an absolute tear, 0 to 180, and this game is looking like anything but a 180. There's a full 360 right back at it as Luminosity is looking fantastic in game number 2. Trying to catch that Dodrio right there, but it does make it out because of some beautiful plays from Mew.
I mean, you can say that ad nauseum. That's going to be on repeat all day long, right? Look at Slash running into the overheat, and is such a presence. Is 1v3 bullying just by existing in the sphere. LG pulls up behind, and they're working on Regieleki. Tie-Dye's going to try and make a play. It's too late, and now they're going to get caught out. They couldn't even throw an Egg Bomb into the mix to try and make some magic happen. Holy...
Yeah. Here we go. I mean, absolute domination from Luminosity. It feels like we could take a soundboard from game 1 and just put it here for game number 2. Here comes Trainer once again with a double KO. Overlord jumping in for KOs. I mean, it's just, the same thing as last game, but somehow even worse for T3.
Slash grabbing a bunch of shields after popping their Moonlight Prance. Prancing in the moonlight, and it looks like a disaster for T3. Oh my God. This is insane, dude. This is crazy. And that was my question. Luminosity's ready for the world is the rest of NA, and man, does it look like a stark difference right now.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if anything can slow Luminosity down. Right now, 0 to 265. Not a single point on the board for T3. We have supporters and defenders on the side of Luminosity. They're higher level than carries on the side of T3. This is one of those matches that's extremely difficult to come back from. The only way you could come back is if you use your Unite moves, get a huge catch on Luminosity, or Luminosity gets overconfident and makes a big mistake, but they haven't made any yet.
No, not yet. Slash going straight at him. Overheat charged up, shot the wrong way. Doesn't matter. Wasn't going to deal any damage to Slash anyways, even if it did hit. Look at this flank by Trainer. They have no idea where he is. We've also got Mew circling around. Slash can't getting vision. Regirock getting shredded. It's at half. Slash still staying in the pocket. They finally go down. Overheat is charged. It's too early. Electro Ball does secure alongside with Zealot. They're going for it now. Curio's caught. They get knocked out. Now the dominoes are starting to fall. Spraggles, this is what you wanted. Bliss assistance in the deep zone. Reposition. Nice. Pure's moving through. through, doing some work, giving some teams life. But Overlord's still standing, so is Otter. If they can protect this goal zone, you'd have to think that's a win for LG. They're moving forward. They're looking for more KOs, and now more players are here. They're still scrapping, Spraggles. Fight forever. Fight forever.
I think T3's hoping that they don't fight forever. They're like, we just got an objective. We actually got something here. Can they please go down? As Luminosity is pushing them back right here, pushing them away from their goal zone, not letting them score more than the 35. We do have signs of life here, however, for T3. It sounded like a flat line, but we got that little beep, beep, beep in that fight there. A beautiful moment for them. They get a secure, they pick up a KO, and I think if you're T3, you can ride the high of that fight all the way towards this Rayquaza, and they're going to need to. Level-wise, they need to get online, and they need to get away from Luminosity. Luminosity making that pretty hard because they're chasing them back to their base.
Yeah, Trainer almost get caught on some deep waters there. Of course, Otter always in tow to make sure that doesn't quite happen. Slash going to run straight at Zealot, going to cut them off, forcing out an eject button, which is a good expenditure here late in the game. We're moving through. That's a nice KO on Otter. Charge Beam comes through to get spacing, but Zealot's not willing to give up. They go straight in. Overlord got stunned for a second, so did Trainer, but they couldn't capitalize.
Beautiful stuff here from T3. Once again, you know, they're actually looking all right here in the later stages of this match. A devastating start, but another objective goes to T3. Level-wise, they are catching up right here, and maybe they did catch Luminosity a little overconfident. Luminosity also just had an amazing start to this match, so we're going to have to see how the rest of this plays out. 10 seconds now until this bottom Reggie. Trainer could take the Reggie. They also could just walk some points in. They are up. It's now 55 to 280 as we see T3 get ready to take down this tier 1.
Charge Beam coming through, tons of damage in, but that allows the collapse on Kyrios, who is down. Mew Unite is popped. This is very late in the game. Regirock is low, secured by Trainer. Now they need to try and leverage this because they've used a lot of resources to make this fight happen. We're going to find out if that was the right choice or not. They are able to dispatch of Pure here. We've got the Thunderstorm coming out. A couple KOs down. Kyrios finally back. E-Ball sorts out Mew on the backside. Slash is looking to fight. 3 players down, and now everything in the kitchen sink has been used. Bliss Assistance right in time. No! Day late, dollar short, eviscerated is the Blaziken. And now they're going to start taking everything in the middle, not let Zealot get any coins back in their pockets, Spraggles.
Beautiful stuff here from Luminosity. That was a gorgeous Unite move from Slash. One of the best, if not the best, Umbreon players in the world. Bliss Assistance immediately canceled out. All of the shields taken. And unfortunately for T3, that's going to put them behind here. Now needing to run away from the members of Luminosity as they are picking up the KOs once again into the central area of T3. Luminosity spent their entire game there, and that's where they want to finish it.
Trainer going straight in for him. Anon charges up, and they eat an Electro Ball from Mew, saying, I can do it just as good as you can, Pikachu. Sobe's gone. 4 players down. Pure running away, but that wood's about to get split. They pop out the Forest Curse, but unfortunately, I think they're just ringing their own death knell here. The rest of Luminosity's pivoting. They're starting to rip. Zealot can't even get in, and that Rayquaza is going to be gone in an instant here.
Yeah, they're taking at Rayquaza. It is getting very, very low. Trevenant coming in to try to secure it. Cannot do it. Overlord the Dodrio with the big-time secure. They're running the points in, and there you go. Luminosity with another dominant performance here. T3 actually made some great plays there near the end. I got to hand it to Sobe with that beautiful Pika Unite, 2 E-balls, making sure they could pick up some KOs. But it was too little, too late, as Luminosity is going to be moving forward in this tournament to our winners finals here.
Whoa, that is... The kids call it a clinic, Spraggles, and it's not one I'd particularly like to attend if I'm sitting on T3. Right on Unite coming out just for some flair here as there are 4 players down. Pure's not even going to leave home base. Just kidding, here they come, because the Caster Curse is real no matter what stage of the game we're in.
Yeah. No matter what we say, the opposite will happen here. The only thing that won't is T3 winning this one. There's nothing they can do at this point. We are just having a little bit of fun on this home base, doing some more damage, stacking up some big-time numbers here for the side of Luminosity. Again, T3 has had a great run through this tournament, but boy, they just ran into a real tough squad, and they're going to be heading down to our losers quarterfinals.
What a set.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think they just put North America on notice, my friend. If they hadn't yet, they certainly did right now on broadcast, because T3 is a very, very, very solid NA squad, and it didn't look particularly close.
No, I mean, these were just amazing matches for Luminosity right there. We were taking a look at some of those big numbers. Let's see some of the moments from this match. This is that Overheat trying to catch Trainer here, but of course Trainer had that Unite move, baiting them into the tall grass so they could use the Unite. Here we have T3 looking to make something happen here in the top path. Luminosity looking for a big time secure, and this is just the start of the match here before the 5-minute mark where everything was just pure domination.
Yeah, I mean, great goal zone push here. You're trying to fight. They are trying their best. Overlord finally shows up just a bit late for that extra pressure. Regieleki hits. KO streaks all over the place. Goal zone is gone. But we're about to see one of the few signs of life T3 had.
Yeah, this was a really nice moment for them. Able to get this secure right here. They also pick up a KO, and then they move in and continue to fight. Unfortunately for them, Luminosity able to provide some pretty good goal zone defense here as well as they start to push them out and pick up KOs of their own.
Yeah, they get some quality ones worth mentioning. Now, this was that long, protracted fight, and this is another moment where I like to say Luminosity is not operating on normal conditions here, right? They have forced T3 to make this the fight as well, even though it was very clear that T3 did not want to. They put them on the backside, knowing that they didn't want T3 to get any opportunity to cobble together an endgame plan. It works miraculously, right? At first, you're like, okay, Luminosity's using a lot of Unites, but they were so much bigger, so much stronger that eventually they started forcing them out of T3. You mentioned Sobi's Thunderstorm that did amazing work. However, that's what they wanted. They wanted to take a weird fight, a protracted fight where not everybody was ready. There was no plan in place. You're not hiding in bushes. They all knew where everybody was, and they said, we're at the advantage here. Go, go, go. And that's exactly what they did. After that, when the dust settled, Miraidon comes back with its Unite move. It makes it pretty easy.
Yeah, and, you know, fighting so long that you kind of force out that Blissey Unite and then you just take it away. Devastating. I think I mean, in hindsight, of course, it's always easy. It's always easy, you know, from us up here in the cheap seats. But when you're right next to Umbreon, I don't think you can make that play at all from Blissey. I think you've got to go down and possibly save that for another moment where, you know, Umbreon is not right next to you. Regardless, there wasn't a lot they could do into Luminosity. They're just playing so phenomenally well. Again, they are moving forward here in our tournament. They won LAIC, an international competition, to start this season, and now they are looking to get that, you know, free paid trip all the way to London very soon.
Yeah, they are just collecting free paid trips at this point. That's their goal anyways. Another one on the line this weekend here that will be decided today. But we're going to take a pause for the cause. We've got more Unite action coming at you with the North America Aeos Cup Play-Ins.
Let's do it. Play on, baby! Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. The Aeos Cup Play-Ins will play on. I am Spraggles on, joined by Doob Snacks on. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Doing great, doing great. I like the remix we've done to our names to make sure things are staying on brand. Something production told us before we started is, hey guys, make this the worst show of the season so we can only improve from here, and I think we're off to a great start.
I want to point out that is something that we said we would do. Production, I don't think we're actually super on board.
The joke started with production, and then I said bet, and they're like, well, don't actually do that.
Don't
and I
do
said,
that.
Bet. We're running it.
We've got an exciting game for you. We just saw T3. Well, we are not stopping with T3 as we head down to our losers bracket. They're going to be going up against Sanguine. Now, we watched a winners bracket game. Those games, obviously, there's a lot on the line. You want to make it to grand finals through winners if you can. You have a huge advantage moving into those grand finals. But these games are where everything is on the line. It's lose and go home.
It is lose or go home, or in this case, lose and don't go to London, which is really what these teams are all vying for, of course, in these Aeos Cup play-ins. First place spot gets a paid trip to go participate at the Aeos Cup at EUIC in London, England. One of my favorite events of the season, just because of the energy that it brings and some of the historic matches we've had there.
Well, Aeos Cup, I mean, last year we had Fusion and Kabi-chans in those grand finals. So we had a LATAM team and an invited Japanese team coming to those grand finals. This year, we should have Japan. We should have teams from all over the world, including mainland China, where the game just dropped. So, I mean, I cannot wait to see what happens at Aeos.
Me too. But to find out what happens at Aeos, we got to get through today. And what's today? The Aeos Cup Play-Ons, brought to you by Spraggles-Ons and Doob Snacks-Ons.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting matchup. Again, this is the point where these teams, everything is on the line. They will not move forward in this tournament. T3's got a tough road ahead of them. Not only do they need to take down Sanguine, who's had a really strong run through this tournament, they also would possibly have to face off once again against Luminosity to win this thing. And, I mean, I don't know. After a loss like that, you do have to wonder how the squad is feeling.
Maybe you're just telling yourself, well, it only gets easier from here, right? Maybe that's what you tell yourself. I have no idea. Maybe that's what I would be telling myself. But listen, T3 did not play bad, especially let's take a look at that second game, the back half of that second game.
Yes.
They're finding signs of life. They had finally figured out how to get some opportunities. They had adjusted at least well enough to give themselves a chance. And now if they can carry that mentality, not of the loss, but of, okay, this is the positives. This is how we adjusted. This is how we made moments happen. We were really feeling down and out. I think they can leverage that against what is, unfortunately for them, just another great team in Sanguine.
Yeah, I mean, one nice thing is they may be trying our strategy of just like, right, we get on broadcast, first thing we do, we make it as bad as possible. That way, it's only up from there. They could have been in our production meeting. We don't know. I was letting a lot of people into that thing.
Yeah, really? It was just a lot of... I just had my phone
Discord
on
invite,
speaker.
Discord invite.
Just everyone. Honestly, it's because we need a lot of support as individuals, you and I specifically. So our team needs to be at least 12 deep per person.
Yeah.
And that's not an easy feat to accommodate.
Yeah, we have a Discord entourage that follows us to a lot of these things. And I wouldn't even say they're fans of ours. In fact,
No,
I think
not
they're
at
kind
all.
of adversarial to you and I.
It's wild.
But they do hop into a lot of these meetings, and, you know, it's fun. It's fun to deal with them. If you can't deal with the haters, how are you going to deal with the lovers?
We call them humbling. At least that's what I call them. It's like they
always
make
humbling.
sure we don't get our heads get too big to walk in and out of doorways. You know what I mean? Back to Sanguine, though. Some names that you'll recognize. JL, the Machisler, is on this team, I believe. I saw Breezy on that list. So tons of players that have been around the scene, taking another bite at the apple here, seeing what kind of magic can strike here on this Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, especially at the start of a season, right? It feels like you have a lot of squads still trying to figure out, like, how committed are some of these players? How well does this gel? Sometimes you just put 5 players together, and they may not have been, looked at as one of the top, like 5 players in the region, but that squad just works so well together. They've got energy, they've got connection, so you're trying to figure that out. And of course, they went through a really tough bracket to make it here.
They really did. When you're looking at players also like Ducky, Birdkeeper Hugh, who for a while there was only locking in things like Dodrio and Talonflame, they are quality players that we've seen rise up in these occasions. You know, for example, I believe Hugh was on GT last year for a moment, you know, helping them find some success. So there's a lot of solid players with good experience here between both of these teams. So I expect a really good match.
I do too. You know, Sanguine here, they were taken down by Stand-In on Business, which is a team that, you know, is one of those dark horses of the competition, making it all the way to our winners side with some relatively lesser knowns on the roster. It felt like Sanguine really had a shot here, but they head down to the loser side. They have to take down Izzy Party to make it here today, and we're going to see what they can do against T3. Again, is T3 like it's only up from here, or are they completely just devastated after those losses? We're going to find out pretty soon.
We are. I want to talk a little bit about, is it Sanguine or is it Sanguine? Am I insane?
I mean,
is it like Linguini? Is it like Sanguini? Is that what we're going to go with?
I think it's potato is what's happening right here. Okay. I think you can go either way. I might be doing the fancy saying. I do often drink my coffee with a pinky out, so perhaps I'm doing it fancy. And how are you saying it?
I've been saying sanguine. So I pretty
actually,
much
you know what?
I
think I'm wrong. I think I'm just saying it wrong. I think you're saying it right.
Well, it's wild because I say sanguine and you look at how it's spelt and it's like, did he just remove half the letters?
I think it feels like you're saying it correctly, and I'm having fun with the word. You know, I feel like language, we can play with it a little bit. I've always thought of myself as the Dr. Seuss of Pokemon Unite, so maybe that's what I'm doing with it a little bit.
We're doing something out here. Holy, talk about just a thing that maybe we should have figured out before jumping on broadcast, but not us, Cowboy. Not us, not this time.
Hold on.
You Googling
Sanguine.
it?
Dang it, it's Sanguine. It's definitely Sanguine. Google hit me with it right away.
We'll split the difference. We'll go with Sanguini, like Linguini, and I'm sure that'll be fine. I'm sure everybody will love that.
Welcome back. It's Sanguini versus T3 at our Aeos Cup Play-Ins. We just have one more player getting ready to head into the lobby here, and we will have our draft started. You know, when the start of the season came up and they said we were going to be watching all of these NA games, I was really excited. And this was even before we knew how crazy Luminosity was going to be this season. We knew this would be a huge rebuilding year for NA. In fact, it feels like a make or break year for the region. So I'm just so excited that there's so much intense competition already.
There really is. So, again, though, I want to stress, North America always plays itself incredibly hard. I don't know if there's just some level of personal animus that is fostered over the years, so whenever these teams play, they're like, I don't care who I lose to outside of our region, I need to beat you. However, the game since year one to now has become more cross-pollinating between all of the different countries, even now the East and the West. So having a broader scope look on your team's performance is going to be important, because historically NA has almost cannibalized its own meta to the point where they all play in one way, and it's really not that great to be shoehorned into that. But here we go. Sanguini versus T3.
Beautiful stuff here as we head into our draft. T3 right now coming off some devastating losses to Luminosity, but Sanguine obviously is not LG. We're just going to have to see what kind of looks they want to throw at T3, and if T3 can bounce back a little bit from such a devastating start to our day here. The bans, Hoopa Blissey, Psyduck, Darkrai. You know, Darkrai not getting a lot of respect over on the EU broadcast earlier, but it looks like NA is aware that this thing is Dobrocken. Very busted.
It's very, very good. Sanguine actually taking the approach that I thought we'd see more at LAIC, which is going with the double supporter ban, kind of take away those those S-tier supporters. However, when you let all of the high-octane weaponry into the game, you start getting back-to-back picks like Miraidon, Mimikyu.
Yeah, Mimikyu is a really interesting one, right? I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that is a dominant force, but I think a lot of teams don't seem to capitalize on it as the games are going on. It's also a Pokemon that's being played very differently between the East and West, right? The East are really into Trick Room Mimikyu, whereas the West are still all about Shadow Sneak, it feels like.
We actually saw Pure hover Slowbro for just the smallest moment, switching to the tree. A phenomenal tree player, unsurprising there. Now, the Comfy is going to be interesting, and something that Sanguine is going to have to calculate for as they're locking in their last couple picks at Delphox. I haven't seen a Delphox in a moment, Spraggles. I'm pretty excited.
I'm also very excited. I think I was watching Sanguine yesterday play this Fox. I feel like I saw a couple Delphox yesterday in the qualifiers leading up to this tournament that I was watching. We had a lot of great members of the community, Sneaky Seal, Steel Agent Kyle, Husky, streaming a lot of these games. It was very exciting to watch. And I feel like Delphox, it really never had a great moment in the tournament run, especially Mystical Fire Flame Charge, which is what I was actually seeing a decent amount of yesterday.
Well, I want to see it really come alive here in this composition. However, Zealot bringing the Dodrio, as we know, is kind of a Delphox's curse, right? It's going to be tracked down and it's going to be pressured a lot. Now, how will Sanguine adjust?
That's right. Here we go, Dodrio. It really does gobble up some of these attackers. It could be the story of Sanguine and the Delphox's curse right here as we head into game number 1 between these two teams in a minute. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the losers bracket for our Aeos Cup Play-Ins. The play-ons are no more. The play-ins are happening right now. And if a team loses here, they are out of this tournament. They will not get that all expenses paid trip to London. Maybe not all expenses paid. I don't think they cover everything.
Yeah, maybe we'll check the info on that one before we're just spouting that off.
Nope.
But they're getting something to go somewhere, we're assured. Let's get into this game here in a moment. Based on the draft screen, Spraggles, where's your head at?
I mean, I think you called it. What a great late pick there on the Dodrio. And I'm not sure if we're seeing Fire Spin. Fire Spin can be very annoying for the bird. So we'll see if this Delphox wants to switch it up here. We might be seeing Flame Charge. Sanguine, your purple team. T3, your orange team here in our losers bracket quarterfinals. Again, the winner of this moves on. The winner goes home. I think a lot of them are already home, but they're just at their home and they're sad now.
They go super home. If they're not actual home, they're going home again.
Way more home than ever before.
Nice pressure up top. Quickly, what they're going to have to do is try and stymie Zealot from this Dodrio coming online too quickly. Ducky putting a ton of pressure across the map here, just putting the screws to Sobi, who's like, I need to fight for my life to get this knockout this time. I remember what happened with the Eevee against LG.
Yeah, and here we go. I mean, it's just so difficult to take some of these defenders down, living on the other side of the map. We have Ceruledge, a Pokemon that feels like it burst onto the scene, very powerful, but it got a fair amount of nerfs, and we've seen some teams still pick it up. I wonder how dominant it's going to be in, a competitive matchup. Able to get that steal. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, Birdkeeper Hugh, though, going to have to be careful up top. That Mimikyu's carrying a collar of the flower variety. As downstairs, dispatched quickly are the Swablu and Altera. We are scrapping it out, and just like I thought, Hugh got into deep waters and just couldn't contend with what T3 had waiting for him.
And you can see the holiday season is alive and well. Dodrio, 3 different hats, each one looking like a gift. Unfortunately, not for Sanguine, as Dodrio is just going to run amok here soon. They can head into that central area if they want, or just continue to score and put pressure on this goal zone. With the Comfey and the way that Dodrio scores, it's almost impossible to stop a score like that.
It really is, especially with what they have in Path right now. The ugliest Pokemon in the world, Combuskin, finally gets sorted out. Thank goodness, so I don't have to stare at that. Neon's going to A-press a little bit, but really, they are getting the screws put to them as well. Nice cutoff attempt by Hugh, going to put damage on Zealot, and that's a great pickup by them. Good recovery by T3 to get the knockout back the other way, but you can't understate how important that knockout initially was.
Yeah, that was really nice there. Obviously, Ceruledge trying to do anything they can, but one of these players is going to have that Comfey collar, and that's really difficult to stop as we see the Charge Beam coming through, trying to stop Blaziken from evolving, but not able to make it happen here. Really nice counterpunching here from Sanguine.
Now we've got a real problem because that Blaziken, the Machizzler, is online, and Zealot is working up top and can't really leverage the advantage that they have gotten. They're actually behind on that level lead despite having that big pressure up top. Here comes Mimikyu, Grass not there, traps Machizzler, and now they're knocked out. Poor Neon showing up a day late and just really short because they have to A-press 3 players in front of them.
Now we got 10 seconds until Rayquaza hits the map. Anon deciding to move on in with this Mimikyu. They hit the Shadow Sneak. They're looking to pick up a KO on this Eldegoss. They do get it, and now they can rip apart this objective. 3 members of Sanguine in the bottom path, but here comes the bird.
Regi's really low. We got Drive-By going straight into the back line. Overheat is charged up, taken by Q, no questions asked. The tree is down. The pressure is on. 4 in the face of 3. They're going to see what they can do. Zealot is waiting with their sprint gauge charged up. They're going straight to the back line. Ceruledge Unite didn't hit anybody, but it's going to allow them to chase Sobi, get the knockout there. Anon is upstairs trying to look to see if anybody's there. No one.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Nice score for the side of Sanguine. 161, 176. Here comes the Mimikyu and Comfey looking to make a fight happen. Big time Shadow Claw. Ceruledge moving in there. The Fire Blast from the Delphox. Trevenant hits so many of them with the big time Wood Hammers. Umbreon into the skies there, pushing back. That's a double KO for Ceruledge as they're looking for Dodrio now.
Yeah, they're trying to trap this Dodrio, being a little bit unsuccessful. Hugh's going to try and get on the chase, or at least keep the vision, so they don't lose too much equity to Zealot. Finally, Ducky steps up. Good opportunity, popping the Dodrio Unite into the Flowery Fields forever. And we're going to look how long that's going to sustain this 3-headed bird that is trying to deliver more Christmas gifts on the doorstep, and there's one. Finally, Ducky peels back. They decide to settle things out.
Yeah, we have Dodrio now moving out. It felt like they were looking for that Unite move for so long. They were hanging on level 8 for way too long. If they had it in any of those fights, things would have gone pretty well. Beautiful play there. Blaze kick right into the wall, but Dodrio making their way out with the Comfey. It's hard to take down 2 Pokemon at once, and that is what you're dealing with when you have a speedster all-rounder with that Comfey collar.
Yeah, they're going to need a concerted effort to pin down this Dodrio and get the double knockout, right? We like to call Comfey the BOGO deal, because if you get the main Pokemon that's carrying it, you typically get the Comfey for free, but you need to get that first Pokemon down.
Now let's take a look here at how Anon wants to play this here. We have Trevenant moving forward, using that Horn Leech, breaking the passive there of Umbreon. 10 seconds now until we have a fight at this bottom objective. I don't know if that's the target you want to Shadow Sneak, really, but you do want to move in at some point. Scores happening in the top path.
Charging up the charge beam there is Miraidon. Sobi is there. Going straight to the back line. Ceruledge Unite is popped. Hugh is looking for a target. They get eviscerated by Anon, and now we're using the Pranced Moonlight. Miraidon Unite is crash landing. Ducky's looking for some more pressure here. Mimikyu Unite is there on top of more players. They're trying to get a knockout, and finally able to take the Reggie is the Sanguine, but they are getting absolutely dominated in this team fight, Spraggles.
Yeah, I mean, Sanguine having some moments here. T3 having some moments as well. We're going to see what this Blaziken can do. Looking to hit Dodrio there, but just playing just outside of the range of Overheat. You know, I really got to say, I love the plays there from the Mimikyu. Very patient, waiting. They let Ceruledge move in with the Unite move, waiting for the perfect moment to hit that Shadow Sneak, hit them with the Fear, and take them down with their own Unite move. I feel like T3 is playing very well, but Sanguine very much still in this also. 198, 220, and it does feel like either of these teams could take this match.
Another Unite move by Hugh, able to convert on a KO on Mimikyu because it's not carrying the Comfey. They need to watch for Zealot. Slowed down a little bit by the Focus Blast. Going straight into Hugh again. We're splitting the attacks up. We're putting pressure on Pure. All of a sudden, the fireworks are out on the Regieleki, taken by Sanguine. Another objective their way. Can they take a team fight to follow up? Are they going to follow this Reggie in?
Yeah, we're going to have to see if they want to push this in, get some more points. It would put Sanguine ahead of T3 right here. If they're able to score at all, they also could put pressure on this bottom goal zone. It does feel like around these objectives, T3 fights extremely well, but Sanguine has secured a lot of this as the match is going on.
Thunder chasing out Hugh. We have the Miraidon Unite, tons of damage. Follow-up with Zealot, gets the KO. And now Ducky's in a bad spot. They're putting tons of pressure on Pure, trying to Woodhammer reposition. Ducky gets sorted by Mimikyu. That's what that Shadow Claw Mimikyu can do, Spraggles.
Yeah, and now we see members of Sanguine pushing back towards their goal zones, just looking for some of this experience on the map so that they can get big and powerful for Rayquaza here in 45 seconds. We do have an objective spawning in 10 seconds in the bottom path. 3 members of Sanguine moving down. Only 2 members of T3 here right now. One of them being Zealot, that Dodrio already almost at level 14.
Zealot almost getting trapped there. Couldn't quite convert on the convergence. Zealot still putting pressure. Anon looking for a way in. They're actually bullying very well with the Thunders going straight in. Popping off. Anon is going in. Popping off is what they're trying to do. The fireworks are out. 15 seconds till Ray. Finally, we're pivoting back to Registeel. We're looking for targets. Sobi lines one up with the charge beam.
I don't know what just happened there with Ducky. Maybe I completely missed it, but that looks like a horribly botched Umbreon Unite, and maybe they thought they were moving in on them. But unfortunately, they're not going to have this for Rayquaza. We could see T3 put some pressure on because of that. They are also ahead on the scoreboard, so we're going to have to see how they want to play this. But they're going to have no Umbreon Unite on the side of Sanguine. As far as Delphox is concerned, you can get that Unite move back pretty fast.
Yeah, look, putting pressure on Rayquaza is not a bad look by T3. Force them to try and fight you. They have caught, and they are done. Neon is not there. Anon looking for the next target. They're jumping, actually, onto the Acelgor here. The charge beam is charged up. Machisel sussed out. They have to leave. And now Rayquaza is getting ripped on a little bit. Zealot's just putting damage on it to see who they can leash in. The Thunder is chasing down Ducky. Anon going with the flank. They're still carrying the Comfrey. Dodrio Unite pops up too. Back the other one with the try-by. Ducky follow-up. Trevor Unite is popping right on. Unite is trying to crash land on planet Earth. Pure is looking for the Wood Hammer follow-up. No. Finally, it's Anon shredding the rest of Sanguine. Cotton Cloud crashes too late. Neon has no heroics inside them. The real heroes are T3.
Beautiful stuff from T3. I don't know if it was the Umbreon Unite move, but I can tell you right there that Sanguine must be feeling pretty much like their namesake as they head here into this next game. A real tough run for them at the end.
Yeah, their namesake being, of course, Sanguine, without a doubt. 220 to 198, T3 taking this one, which was, until that final fight there, Spraggles, a pretty balanced match.
Yeah, for sure. It was a really tough game. I mean, they're gonna need all their energy heading here to game number 2. I really felt like they had it at multiple moments, but it felt like maybe some chaos right before Ray, and then they were just far behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We're taking a look at the scoreline here, which was razor thin margin.
Yeah.
If I'm taking a look, if I'm Sanguine, I'm just thinking, okay, where did this go wrong? How do we adjust? And honestly, they weren't too far off.
Yeah, they weren't too far off. I mean, at the end there was pretty tough. As you take a look at the numbers, though, T3 is really putting in some work for these damage numbers. On the other side, not even close to as much here, right? 52, only 29,000 damage coming out here from Blaziken. You know, pretty low for a Pokemon that you're hoping to carry your squad in a big way.
Absolutely. We're just kind of seeing this nice little skirmish in the middle. Hugh goes in, gets caught quickly, but was at least able to converge on Zealot in that moment, which felt like Hugh was able to turn it on from that point forward.
Yeah, here we go. The secure there from Sanguine as they push forward towards this tier 2. It really did feel like these fights were going, both ways. Big time Unite move from Umbreon right there as they continue to push. 6 minutes on the clock, and it was back and forth throughout most of this match here. Here was that really patient play there from Mimikyu that I liked on that Ceruledge Unite move moment. Great stuff from T3.
Yeah, I mean, Adon's Mimikyu was doing a lot for this team, right? Shredding the tank's HP pools down, getting into the back line, and just good use of the Unite move as well to help the rest of T3 be able to step up and take some quality team fights.
And you can see right here, I mean, it really did feel like they had these objectives on lockdown. Sanguine just in such a great position, but this fight here goes, really wrong. We have Ducky, they have Wish, they peel back here, they use the Umbreon Unite, but at that point, T3 is already leaving, so you don't get any value from it. Now they're chipping at Rayquaza, looking for the moment they can move in. You called this beautifully with this, massive Unite move onto 2 from Dodrio, and then they just move in and pick up the other KOs.
Yeah, if you actually watch that Dodrio Unite, as soon as the line is locked in, you actually see the Shadow Sneak coming in from the other direction. So as soon as they were chipped up, Anon was on the scene, ready to rip through those two players, and that's exactly how it worked out. So, I mean, credit to this last team fight by T3. They saw their opportunity, they took it, they didn't leave anything up to chance. And honestly, they'd been winning the team fights all game long around objectives. It's just that, finally, they took the objective with them after the team fight win.
Yeah, that's true. T3 looking so much better than they did against Luminosity. Sanguine in trouble right now. Obviously, they're going to have to come back here in game number 2 or it's all over for them. But it did feel like that game was close. This doesn't feel like one of those moments where you go, I don't know how we can beat this team, as we saw maybe earlier on broadcast, right? It looked like it was going to be really, really tough to take down LG. But T3, there's an opportunity for Sanguine here. They could definitely move this to a game 3. They could definitely move on in this tournament, but it felt like that last fight for them, you know, specifically was just a few fumbles, unfortunately.
Yeah, do you know why it looked like a much more manageable game than against LG? It's because these two teams are playing the same type of Pokemon Unite, and LG was not playing the same game as them. And when both teams are willing to play nice in the sandbox and agree to the terms of engagement and how things are supposed to go down, of course things are going to look more balanced when everybody is as skilled as they are. The problem is LG was what? They were stressing the map. They were always having a central invade. They were always having counter pressure happens. They were never really showing up 5v5. They were just eking out equity all over the map, which kind of snowballed in a way that T3 wasn't ready for. Yes, this match looks closer because they're all playing the same way, and they've agreed onto how the game should be played within these 10 minutes.
A gentleman's game of Pokemon Unite for Sanguine and T3, as we have Blissey and Psyduck banned out here. Moving on to our next ban, Miraidon. I mean, this is a Pokemon that we're just seeing do so well throughout UCS here. The EX Pokemon are here, and they are making a big impact, especially Zacian and Miraidon, as our first pick heads over to Sanguine, and it looks like they are taking Umbreon right away.
Not a bad choice, because Umbreon is really, really good. Now, where's T3 going to go? They took the Mimikyu again, and now they're grabbing a Hoopa for tie-dye.
Yeah, here we go. That Mimikyu looked amazing in the hands of Anon there, as we have Sanguine grab the Trevenant and the Cerulege. Cerulege, again, one of those Pokemon, it feels like right on the bubble of possibly being meta, but it doesn't feel like as dominant as it was.
No, that's true. Hugh had a decent showing on this Cerulege, but you need more out of it, right? I think they could say that about a lot of their characters in that last game. They just need more out of them. However, a late Zacian over to T3 on Zealot, and pure locking in Snorlax. I'll tell you what, Snorlax has been, I thought it needed more representation at Worlds. I thought it was in a great spot then, and it's in even a better spot now.
Yeah, it's looking really fantastic as we look for our next two locks here. I gotta say, if we do see A9, I'm loving Alolan Ninetales lately. And it's not just because they have that beautiful new pay-to-win Hollowware, which you do win with for everybody at home. You absolutely do. I got a trial of it, and I ended up winning a game. And Doob Snacks, that never happens for me.
Yeah, winning games is really tough for you because of, well, the skill differential.
That skill difference, which I really hope they remove from the game soon. That's so annoying for me.
Brutal. It is brutal.
So tough.
Now, be locking in Pikachu last. We know how strong Pikachu is, and we've seen a lot of Garchomp. Not just in NA, but like worldwide. Garchomp popularity has been on the rise. What are your thoughts here with this gutter pick?
Yeah, I mean, Garchomp is one of those Pokemon that felt like it was actually doing really well last season, but it didn't seem like players were gravitating towards it for whatever reason. And now that some of the other all-rounders are a little less amazing, and they've kind of gotten the, you know, top of their OP-ness shaved off a little bit, Garchomp's looking pretty dang good. A huge catch from a Dragon combo into a Unite move is pretty game-changing.
It really is. I think it was Zoinks mentioning before, it's you almost get a pseudo get out of jail free card, because as soon as the Garchomp goes in with like that Dragon Rush, its Unite move gives it the sustain in case something goes sideways. You usually think about it, okay, that's its finisher, right? It's in the mix of a bunch of players. It can certainly do that, but the sustain that it gains off of it, as Zoinks had mentioned, allows you to not feel too awful going for big time engagements, especially in the mid game.
Yeah, and you've got, you know, that unstoppable, which is just amazing. You really can get out of a bad situation or start a big brawl, and they can't take you down fast enough. So you're going to be able to get almost all of that damage from your Unite move, which is pretty huge. As we head here to game number 2. Sanguine, your purple team. T3, your orange team. 1 win for T3, and they move forward here in our losers bracket. Sanguine would be going home.
Yeah, I'm focusing in on this Alolan Ninetales here, Spraggles. I think it's going to be the story of this game, too. Depending on how well they can leverage this Pokemon, it has been a menace when it has been relevant, and I think this is going to be a great game for it.
Yeah, it really could be here as we see just Zealot doing a lot of work here in the top path, trying to make something happen at this tier 1 as we have to move forward. Machisel in some trouble. Anon now trying to finish up their central area, and they are able to do it. Neon not stopping them.
Not stopping them, but wasting time, which as we know is an important commodity. However, T3 getting the first 2K openers of the game into their hands certainly feels pretty good. Mers Weeb fan here, already an A9, which spells good news for Sanguine on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and here we have Anon ready to go in the top path. Cerulege actually deciding to move down to the bottom path. So we're going to have pressure from the teams in different ways, top and bottom. Beautiful Sacred Sword trying to get as much of that as they can as they get ready to push towards this tier 1. On the bottom goal zone, same thing happening as 3 members of Sanguine are pushing.
Yeah, I mean, a good move by Sanguine to just give up that goal zone up top and trying to face some magic or make some magic happen downstairs, which they are successful. Poor Gibble, though, needs to be a Gabite and then a Garchomp. Machisel having a problem. They're going to get knocked out quickly.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from T3, moving through that central area, now coming down to this bottom path here. Mimikyu looking to make a play, looking to see if they can catch a Alolan Ninetales, sleeping a little bit right here. The Shadow Claws coming in, trying to get that KO, but they're going to have to back out big time. Blizzard, huge Wood Hammer, and a double KO for Sanguine.
Tisk, 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 Pure. They peeled out. They did not think Anon was going to stay in there. And if that Heavy Slam was on point or they're actually stepping up into the mix, I think they would have had a better exchange in that particular fight. Meanwhile, we've got things scrapping in the middle. Zealot is caught between 4 players, able to take somebody with them, caught in the mean look, and the Wood Hammer's going to seal that deal up. Sanguine down 3 players in the snap of your fingers.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from T3. I mean, quite a fight there. And yes, for everyone at home, that was the first Doob Snacks Tisk, Tisk, Tisk on stream. Make sure you mark it off of your play cards.
Yeah, get ready. The challenge is for me to say it 72 times.
That's right.
I'm just
if he does, you all get the free Alolan Ninetales new hologram.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Number 2, mark it. Here we go. We're scrapping here. It's 15 seconds till the first basement Reggie's going to hit the map. And honestly, Zealot has been stepping up very well with this Zacian.
Yeah, Zealot has just been playing really, really well. I feel like Zealot, such an amazing player. Again, we were talking about it a little earlier about how Slash, former world champion on Luminosity, now talked about Zealot being one of the best in the game.
Well, they're certainly going to need to show it for this T3 squad, right? They picked them up for a reason, and Zealot is trying to deliver on those promises, or those expectations, I should say. Flipping the script on Ducky. Hornleech attempt is unsuccessful. They need to close a goal zone. Meanwhile, Sanguine takes the Regieleki upstairs, and they're going to want to try and close this goal zone out at maximum efficiency, Spraggles.
Once again, it does feel like these two teams are very evenly matched here, Dupe Stacks. We have about 3.5 minutes down here in game number 2, and it feels like the fights are, definitely going both ways. Machisel now online with his Garchomp actually just got caught by the Shadow Sneak. It looks like Mimikyu is going to go down as we have a fight here in the middle.
Well, we've got the block up by Pure. Can't quite isolate anybody. Ducky's going to be able to Horn Leech out. They're going to try and pick up this Garchomp. They do before the reset. Not that the Garchomp would have taken that portal because it wasn't their team's, but you know what I'm working at here. They're putting tons of damage in. We're fighting well. Neon's getting low, forced out to use the Moonlight Prance. Heavy Slam back the other way, and can they converge that on a KO? No, it's actually Pure that goes down first.
Here we go, moving towards this goal zone. Big Unite move from Pikachu, but it looks like they're going to have to peel back right here. Hoopa possibly looking for an opportunity to head home, get some HP, and get ready for the next fight. As we move down to the bottom path, we see Alolan Ninetales putting some points on the board. 178, 166. They might end up going down for this, but they did want to get ahead on the scoreboard.
Yeah, the scoreboard lead is there. Well done. I mean, using that Unite move there, it's not a big loss, right? They're going to be able to get a couple more instances back for the final throws of this one. So I like, trying to make chicken salad out of chicken scratch.
And here we go. Cleaning up the central area. Pikachu heading down to the bottom path as we have 4 members of T3 getting ready for a possible fight down here for this Reggie. Cerulege coming down, but already Anon is just working through the squad here. That's a triple KO. Looking for another here, possibly going for our first Penta on broadcast, as it looks like members of Sanguine are pulling back.
I love that. Engage onto Machisel the Garchomp. As soon as they use their Dragon Rush, bang, Mimikyu Unite, trap them under the sheets, and really lead to a nightmare of a KO. KO streak of 3, well earned by Anon, and T3 is going to use that as motivation.
Unfortunate news I just heard from the developers here, Timmy. The tisk for the free Hollowware was for the play-ons, which were canceled. These are the play-ins. So you can still keep track of Doobsnack's tisk, but unfortunately you will not get the free Hollowware as we have tier T3 moving towards this T1.
Now Zealot getting a KO streak of 2, getting into the mix. Can't leave all the heavy lift into Anon here. They're willing to press forward. Nice 14 score by Hoopa that goes unchecked, which means they have an opportunity for a big overdunk here. Listen to it. Now, Spraggles, I will point out that I think at this point you've said tisk more than I have on this broadcast.
Well, you know, in classic me fashion, if I find a bit, I'm running it into the ground. I want people to know us for it, okay? We didn't get, you know, people talking about stairs because we did it one time.
Right, no, that's true. We ruined stairs for everyone, including ourselves, for 2 years after that. So that was really well thought out and planned by us. T3 peeling back to their side of the map. Doing decent on levels here, but Sanguine isn't far behind, Cowboy.
Yeah, this is really close. Once again, it feels like these two teams have a real opportunity at this game both ways. 192, 180. The fights are back and forth. Level-wise, it's extremely close. A small break in that top path keeps Sanguine ahead.
Quick little break, 2 over by T3 in the top path. Really seeing a lot of value in that for themselves to make sure that there's no reasonable approach for Sanguine or a T1 base that they can pivot back to, because of course T3 doesn't have one.
And here we go. Look at the aggressive positioning there from Alolan Ninetales. Mimikyu moving in, finding the Trevenant, getting caught a little bit by Blizzard and having to pull back here. 10 seconds now until this bottom Reggie, and a fight could possibly break out.
We actually saw Anon engage on Ducky, the tree here, unable to get them down and catching a reset through the portal. Ducky looking to get hit by a Shadow Sneak again as we're fighting the backside. Zealot goes for the cutoff and able to KO Hugh with the help of Sobi.
Here we go. We have a Shadow Sneak from the Mimikyu deciding to actually move in. They are looking to take down the Trevenant. The Blizzard does not fully stop them as Anon continues to push. Big Shadow Sneak. Can they find another? Oh. They ended up hitting the wild Pokemon, but no, it's Zealot who picks up the KO. Almost a level 15 Zacian as they move for an easy secure on Regice. 15 seconds until Rayquaza, and it feels like T3 is in control.
They're in control, but down on the scoreboard, so they'll have to be mindful of that. We already see the Machisel taking a forward position top right. Keep your eyes on it.
Yeah, Garchomp top right. We see T3 ready to fight around this objective, a level 15 Zacian. They definitely want to take this fight if they can get a nice catch onto a member of Sanguine. Obviously, they're a little behind, but this is going to come down to a big fight. Machisel getting caught right here by 2 massive Sacred Swords.
Nice collapse by Tie-Dye, try to give support. Machisel at half HP. Heavy Slam back on the backside. They're trying to trap Ducky a little bit. Meanwhile, Zealot is just hitting into Rayquaza, going straight for the support core of Sanguine. Sanguine peeing back a little bit, popping the Snow Globe. Nice little block, reset caught. Anon's in the back line, they're going for it. The Thunderstorm is out, 2 players down, make it 3. And now they're flipping the script. Trevenant is out, but that is not enough. We are trying to get them down. Machisel, the whole team is wiped. See you later, the weenies that are Sanguini. Team 3 are going to take this Rayquaza, scramble to score, and put in those burgers.
Beautiful stuff here, and the burgers are raining in. What a comeback for T3 after the start of the day. Looking pretty rough for them. Moving forward, 300 more points possibly going in here for the side of T3 as they are scoring on this home goal zone. Sanguini, unfortunately, not moving forward in this tournament. With 53 seconds left, they're going to have to make a massive push right here, take down multiple members of T3. But you know what? They've actually caught 2, and they could start to push.
Yeah, they need to now. They need to score 4 times here, Spraggles. They need to get 4 scores in. They've got 3 players standing. A9 is going to be the first one back. Another player down is going to make a difference, but we're still putting in 44 points. However, this changed the math a little bit. They need 4 scores and then some. Let's see what they are going to do.
All right, 4 scores and 7 Pokemon KOs they need to take to be able to get this right here. It's the Abraham Lincoln play, as we call it here on broadcast. Again, mark it on your play sheets as we have them fighting over this Tier 2 T3, not letting them into their T3 as they are going to take this game.
Yeah, Abe Lincoln strats didn't work. I guess Sanguine executed or tried to execute on the Abe Lincoln, but T3 pulled up with the John Wilkes Booth, put that down quickly.
That's right. Not only do you get some incredible Pokemon Unite action, you always get a little history lesson here on the UCS.
Yeah, we're definitely the qualified individuals to bring you those history lessons, my friends. Okay. Nice bounce back by T3. Let's just talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about the bounce back from T3. Let's not talk about the fact that I can't pronounce Sanguine as we move here. T3, again, had a rough start to the day, but I'm really happy to see them fight back. You know they're a great team, and you want to see them move forward in this tournament. I want to see them move forward here at NA because I love seeing, a team that has not yet reached that pinnacle make it all the way to the top. So it's really exciting to see T3 playing like this. Sanguine, on the other hand, had a lot of great players, but unfortunately their tournament run does end here.
The A9, something to take note of, did look solid this game, so teams should have that on their radar without a doubt. Machizel had a couple moments for certain as well, but I'll tell you what, I am not convinced of this Cerulege, my friend.
No, I'm with you, and I think it's the reason we're seeing more and more things like Garchomp as we take a look at some of the big moments here. This is a replay from that last game. Anon if there was ever a player to ban out Mimikyu for, it is definitely Anon. So scary.
Without a doubt, that Mimikyu was solid, and it definitely carried here. Shout out to Zealot, though, always stepping in and covering the tracks of the Mimikyu, right? It almost seemed like they were moving very, very well together. That was the catch on the Dragon Rush with the Mimikyu Unite for that KO streak of 3. And if that Shadow Sneak hit, Anon was going for more.
Yeah, they were looking for that big Penta KO. Have not seen one here on the NA broadcast yet. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we saw one from LG. It was just hard to remember because they got so many KOs. As we have another beautiful moment here from Anon moving forward here, looking to pick this up. Zealot coming in to get the KO. Zealot feels like dominating this match, but also quietly somehow level 15.
Yeah, we seem to see that out of top path players often. It's just, they've just kind of been hanging out doing their own thing, and then all of a sudden they show up in the last 4 minutes, and it's like, oh boy, okay, that's what they've been doing all game. Getting huge, and then they can really make an impact.
And here we go, Rayquaza just going down to T3. They're going to move forward here in our tournament, Doob Snacks. We're going to have to see who they're going to run into, whether that's Standing on Business or Nebula, as they're going to play their losers game soon. And then in our top bracket, we've got Orange Juicers Luminosity in our winners finals. We talked about that being a possible matchup, and that's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, I think if you were to kind of poll the audience here of the top two NA teams, you'd drum up LG and Orange Juicers. So this is exactly the match you want to see in the winners finals, right? That is what would be expected. This is a great litmus test to start our season. And then we'll see however one of these teams reacts when they're sent down to the loser's side.
Yeah, it would be really interesting to find out if anyone can really stop Luminosity at all. Well, we're going to take a quick break. Chef and Zoinks will be back with more games. Do not go anywhere. The history lessons will continue here on the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Aeos Cup Play-Ins for the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. We're kicking off the season for every single region here, and I am so joined here by Wonder Chef. Chef, we've had a couple of great games on broadcast already. We got a couple more great ones coming up so far, but how does it feel to be back in the caster booth, my friend? I missed you.
I'm pumped. I'm so happy to be back. I've been enjoying the season so much. It's already an amazing season. I know during the off camera little spot that we had just now while we were watching the match that just happened, we were also watching Brazil. We were watching LATAM. We were talking about all the different like ACL events. Like there's just so much Unite happening, and already every region's looking amazing, including North America, which I think is a really good look this season for them.
Yeah, it is awesome. And you mentioned Brazil. That broadcast did conclude with 2Z Esports winning that one in a very close set against DreamMax, who went all the way through the losers bracket, reset it, and then it was down to the final game. 2Z Esports will be representing Brazil at the Aeos Cup, which is awesome. Well, we are here today to decide who will be getting that spot for North America. Let's take a look at the bracket to see kind of how we've got here and where we're at so far. So the Orange Juicers making their way through the winner side of the bracket, actually sitting...
What's the word I'm looking for?
throughout this year. But they were able to take down Standing on Business, who is prepared to play Nebula in our next game here on Broadcast, Wonder Chef.
Yeah, so these two teams, I would say, are certainly teams that I know a lot less about. Standing on Business, I will say, I legitimately know nothing about, so making it into the winner's side is huge in top 8 here. Nebula, on the other hand, has a ton of different players that I'm familiar with. However, I do believe that this is the first time, or relatively new, I should say, that they are playing together, and they've already made a big splash. If you can look back even further in the bracket here, I mean, obviously you can see they defeated Rush Hour, which is Brave Birders, one of my favorite teams, but even before that, they defeated Nemesis, which was looked at to be potentially top 3 in this tournament. Eliminated them 2-1 earlier, like right before this bracket. They defeated Ignorance, another amazing team. Fellas United.
Oh my gosh.
There's just more and more. I know they lost Luminosity, which at the moment it kind of seems like everybody is. They defeated CT, so just tons and tons of huge names defeated already under their belt.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think earlier on I said Orange Juicers might have had the hardest bracket. I think Nebula making a case of why they are in that position. But here we go, Wonder Chef. Starting off our draft between Standing on Business versus Nebula, we're kicking things off with a Blissey ban.
Ooh, interesting.
Okay.
Oh, I don't even know what's going on. Okay, that's a little bit more of a normal ban, I would say. Okay, the second two make a lot more sense. That does mean Darkrai's unbanned, though, and we did see a lot of that in EU. Let's see if we do see the first pick Darkrai, or if this is another region where they're kind of deciding, okay, maybe Darkrai's not it, but nope, we're getting that thing immediately.
Yeah, that is locked in first pick. Very exciting. And with no Blissey available on the other side, Nebula's going to have to make some interesting choices about how they want to take down this sleep demon in Darkrai. Obviously, Blissey with its natural cure is a good approach that a lot of teams have taken, but the Miraidon passive also creating that electric terrain which prevents sleep, the sleep condition, could be a nice response as well, but they're going to pass up on those Pokemon, or at least Blissey being bad, pass up on the Miraidon, instead go with the Mew Blaziken core.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we didn't see the Miraidon get past. Yeah, if it gets passed back, I feel like you take that pretty much immediately, and that is exactly what they did. So I gotta say already, Standing on Business, they're looking to be here all business with that draft, and I mean, I don't even know what you do to counter Miraidon plus Darkrai.
Yeah,
so,
that is going to be a very interesting combination. Darkrai in that speedster role, and you know, speedsters tend to be kind of those dive Pokemon, but Darkrai in its speedster role actually tends to play a little more attacker-centric in its style of play. Miraidon can fill in the other spot, but so can that Leafeon, a devastating speedster. Wild to see the days where Leafeon is getting final picked in some of these drafts. With double defender to work with, that is a very terrifying comp.
Yes, I'm really liking that one a lot. And then also, of course, there's no ability to slow beam because you stole the slow beam away. So that's just going to be so hard to counter all of these speedsters. On the other side, though, Nebula, I love the Urshifu pick. We were talking about that earlier. I think Urshifu's in a really strong spot right now.
Yeah.
Being picked so much in a lot of the other regions, especially like ACL. And it's great at kind of countering these like 1v1s that you need to fight.
Yeah, we haven't seen it too much in this region, or at least in the games on broadcast in North America. I feel like Urshifu has been strangely absent. Chef, one thing I am interested with this pick is kind of where we go in terms of the moveset. They are Muscle Band, Razor Claw, Attack Weight, which honestly can kind of fit either build. Normally when you're going with the Dark Bear or the single strike Urshifu, we often see a weakness policy kind of added into that moveset just so that you could absorb a little damage and dish a little more damage while charging up that punch, but not going to be the case. We're going to go with Attack Weight, Razor Claw, and the Muscle Band. So tough early game for those two all-rounders. Kubfu and Torchic, while they are adorable, and I love them so much, might not have a lot of firepower in the early game to contend. So it's going to be getting over that stage of the match before they can really contend in some of those damage numbers.
Well, luckily they do have the Mew and the Snorlax, which are pretty well known for being strong within those first few moments. So it's going to be one of those things where you're kind of taking a strength to offset a weakness, right? You can either take strengths to offset weaknesses, or you can take strengths to bolster your own strengths and just be infinitely good at one thing. And at this point, they're trying to stay a little bit more balanced. But if they do end up popping off, the biggest thing to note about the Nebula draft is that their secure is going to be disgusting. They're going to have the best secure you could possibly ask for, both the overheat and, well, I mean, I guess, again, it could be either version of Urshifu, but we'll see.
Right. I think you are right on the money if we see that Dark Bear. Water Bear, maybe not the best in terms of secure, but the team fighting angles can be exceptionally strong as well. So, taking a look at the bottom path, I don't know if I expected to see the Blastoise down here to start the game, but Squirtle going to be hanging on as long as they can, but that Miraidon can certainly throw out ridiculous points of damage even at just the start of this match.
Yeah, I wonder if they were expecting that maybe the top path would be a little bit more difficult. There's a lot of different ways you could go here. Of course, being the top path Leafeon, it's not uncommon, but they could have switched it up a little bit more depending on how they wanted to do it. And right now, this is going to be a very, very tough path for this Squirtle to evolve, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Slowbro can be very annoying, especially alongside something that can do a ton of damage. So we're going to see how fast it can actually level up. I'm assuming not that quickly. Yeah,
contending with Miraidon and Slowpoke, but they wanted to contend with the Miraidon for too long. It's making itself all the way up to the top path. Lunaire has equipped the single strike Urshifu, and now to chase for those first set of birds. Leafeon, Gray gonna take a ton of those. Just Gray with a great initial push. Slippy gonna get pulled back by that foul play of the Umbreon, who is playing the support Umbreon, by the way. Tank Slowbro, support Umbreon. Essentially double defender, but that Umbreon does have healing abilities with Wish.
Well, that's still more healing than we're seeing from a lot of teams nowadays.
True.
With the supports just going kind of everywhere. All those EXP shares, they going everywhere. And the Sport Torchic also having a very difficult time. Like you said, it's going to be a tough, slow start. It looks like Miraidon just missed, but obviously it was attacking a creep over in the bottom tall grass.
Yeah.
But still, look at this. No, they've really not gotten that far at all, being still sitting there. Okay, they were sitting there at the level 4. I was going to say getting gate kept, but they did finally manage to get that final hit.
Yeah, it's been a tough journey, but I mean, having the Urshifu at this breakpoint does make them a decent contender to win this first battle around the bees, and they're going to. Even the Darkrai, as powerful as it is, doesn't really have the HP pool to take that fight there for a moment, but a lot of damage does go into that War Turtle. Great Hydro Pump or boosted auto to push them away, so Darkrai won't be able to close the knockout, but you can already start to see why this Darkrai is heralded as one of the most dangerous damage Pokemon right now.
Yeah, right now, though, the Urshifu is looking like the most dangerous damage Pokemon. It is just running amok in this matchup. And honestly, the Darkrai, as scary as it is, it has had to play, I think, a little bit more careful, just kind of based on where its teammates are. I mean, one thing that you do really like to do with any sort of speedster is kind of, oh, hold on a minute, we get the telekinesis Slowbro that pulled in that Urshifu for just a moment. It does look like it's going to be turning around, trying to get some of those KOs. Oh, huge punch onto that Slowbro. But, wow, telekinesis, interesting.
Yeah, tries to pull in that Urshifu. I think, unfortunately, Mountmew's Miraidon did not have that third hit of Charge Beam ready to go, so there was only that first little burst of damage, not enough to take the KO. But they do have the chance to run this back around the Regice, so it'll be Mew in position to try to secure, but they will not get it. Leafeon, simply too much damage, will outtime that Electro Ball, and now standing on business, secures an objective and pushes towards this Tier 1.
Of course, the team that we were just saying has probably the best secure you could possibly have between Mew, well, we don't have the Blaziken yet, so I guess it's technically not in effect, but the Mew, the Blaziken, and the Urshifu does not manage to secure the very first objective of the game, just to prove us absolutely wrong, but they'll get there for sure, and they've got some good options on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, the contests everywhere are going to be difficult. I mean, Leafeon, whether they want to use the Unite move or just kind of that natural combination of the Razor Leaf and Aerial Ace, just a good dive toolkit hits. Either one are going to be very difficult to contend with. But standing on business, despite a bit of a slow start, despite the power level of their composition, are starting to come back here on the scoreline, but a nice split push by Nebula. Going to show face on the top side to contend with that Darkrai, but put points into the bottom side. Good movement, but Darkrai catching out Mew here is going to make it very difficult to defend that tier 1.
Yeah, you get caught out at all and you are done. That's going to be something that this team for standing on business is going to make sure of for sure. The telekinesis, once again, I think it's one of my favorite looking moves in the game. You're just floating in the air, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the Surf plus telekinesis combo here is going to be able to defend against 3 different Pokemon, maybe only 1 at a time. They do manage to get some points in, however, the lead from standing on business is still ridiculous. 156 points.
Yeah, they're looking great now. They really found their rhythm. That Regieleki is going to be walking towards tier 2, which means when 30 seconds and this basement Reggie spawns in, they will most likely have the advantage. At least they'll know if they do or not, because Regieleki does give you vision on the map. They can see what targets are trying to defend against that wild Pokemon, and then they can choose where to position on the map with it. It's basically like adding a 6th member to your team for a moment.
Look at this Mew just sitting here. No, they found you. Oh, no. Oh, they were hiding as best that they could. Oh, that's unfortunate. They did manage to get out of there, though. They managed to, well, literally almost the entire team walked around them. They were just sitting there. You know, you got the ward in the form of just a Mew. Oh, nice. Good little catch. Almost wasn't able to secure that KO, but that's going to make this fight for this basement Reggie a lot easier, which is already going down pretty heavily. Lunar just getting melted before they even have a chance to try to get that secure. And it stays so low for so long as once again, standing on business takes the secure for the basement Reggie, takes 3 KOs on top of that, and they are looking extremely strong.
Yeah, I mean, just a case of Nebula being too late in that situation. It felt like standing on business, to their credit, up the tempo a lot for that team fight. Miraidon Unite move just to start that fight around the basement Reggie, and everybody else forcing their attacks towards it. Lunaire does have to make a choice with that Wicked Blow. You're not in the HP threshold to knock out the Reggie, so they'd have to try to turn and make that fight happen in their favor, but unfortunately neither plan works out for them, and instead it's standing on business, picking up yet another objective. That's 2 basement Reggies to 0, and the Regieleki so far has also been in their favor.
I do feel like, well, hold on a minute. Let's see if we can escape here, as there's going to be at least the Slowbro being jumped on, and it looks like there's probably a good chance it will go down as they do trade for the Blaziken. But I do feel like Nebula will have a little bit of an easier time with the Secures once their entire team is there, because like you said, you kind of need something going on to be able to sit there and charge an Overheat or charge a Wicked Blow and just give yourself that timing. Otherwise, exactly what we just saw happens, which is you're the one who gets targeted down, and you don't get a chance to even finish your move, and there's nothing to even do. So it just seems like standing on business has been playing their game this entire time. Nebula, they need to find their fights.
Yeah, they are in a great position for a final fight. I mean, if we're looking at their composition overall, I think that you mentioned already, Overheat Blaziken in a great spot. Wicked Blow Urshifu can take it down. You have Blastoise's Hydro Typhoon to cover a lot of space and make sure that nobody else can, get involved in that Ray Pit, but there are a lot of things that have to go right for all of that to work out in their favor. And so far, it's been standing on business, kind of crushing these team fights. Not to mention, I don't even know if we've seen it yet, but the Darkrai Unite move is available and can single out a target, bring him into that nightmare realm, and make it so that you can't even see or target the Rayquaza well inside of it.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if we have seen that Unite. You're right. We're getting pretty far into the game for having not seen it yet.
Right.
But maybe they just used it and it was just such a quick KO, nothing even mattered. But they will be able to secure this one on the side of Nebula, this Regice, right before the final stretch. It's going to be a nice little boon, and they actually really need that. The levels are, I would say, pretty significantly in the side of standing on business. They do look very comfortable. They have a ton of Aeos energy in pockets. But, like we said, Nebula, they've got great security. They've got potential for a huge team fight, especially if it's a gathering.
Yeah, I mean, great call to find that Leafeon in that tall grass. If that Leafeon had a free flank, it would be so much more difficult, but Nebula's able to rally back and get a bit more positioning. I was worried with that focus on Reggie, they wouldn't be able to do so, but now they at least have a clear point of entry into that Rayquaza pit. It's going to be that Miraidon poke damage, though, that makes things difficult, and that double speedster duo of Leafeon and Darkrai are an ever-present threat, and currently they don't have vision on them.
Okay, we're gonna start a little bit of initiation. Whoa, 2 speedsters down, spending on business. That's huge. So much of their damage is just down the drain, but infinite damage on the front line of Nebula, especially with that Unite from the Umbreon to kind of steal some of those shields away. And now we're down to a 3 versus 2. Standing on business does have the numbers advantage just for a moment, though. It doesn't look like they have the damage on either side to start burning down this Rayquaza. And Standing on business knows that they're ahead by a lot, almost 100 points. They are just gonna try to play defensively. We gotta take a look at what Unites are even left. Not very many left in this entire game.
Well, Darkrai and Leafeon went down extremely quickly so they can answer back, but the Blastoise and Mew ults are still there. Rayquaza brought down to under half HP. The secure is there. Electro Ball lands this time. Get out of here, Overheat and Wicked Blow. Neither one are needed as attacker Mew picks up the slack. Nebula gonna score with those Ray Shields as quickly as possible, but a lot of them are fading already. Dark Blue no longer has one in the Blaziken, but they're taking down every defender in their path.
Yeah, you can, I guess, use the shield to get rid of the enemy defense.
There you go.
But this is going to stay really close as far as points go. They're still only barely ahead. This Slowbro trying to get it in. There's 50 points. Oh, almost stopped by the Swablu. If they get this in, that's huge. They are going to get it in. The Urshifu is going to score a few points as well. They're within 1 point of each other with 15 seconds left in the game.
A 1 point difference right now. Setting up business needs to defend their goal zones. Currently, Lunaire is fighting in the enemy central area. They still have the Ray Shield. They get it in. 6 points are scored. Nebula is gonna barely inch across this finish line in the first place position.
Oh, 6 points, 1 versus 3, maybe 1 versus 4 over there in the top tier 2 goal zone. Unbelievable. I don't know if they knew that 6 points was going to matter. I wish I could see their reaction knowing just how much it was. Or was it, like, this was only 5 points maybe? No, they had 6 because they were down to 8. Yeah. Oh my goodness, what a first game of this set.
Okay, so we draft the Urshifu in position to secure the Rayquaza. They might have not pulled that off in the final moments, but the hero moment for Lunaire is in fact that 6 point score. 4 knockouts as well. Dark Blue with 5. Obviously the damage score getting a little bit of momentum near the end of the game, but I mean that early game to mid game was totally controlled by Standing on business. Their composition really working, but that final fight, wow, what an ending by Nebula.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you have the best secure in the game, all the best secure in the game, you only need one thing to secure one particular objective, and that's exactly what they got. I gotta say, the comp, like, it made sense to me. I feel like it worked out super differently than it was supposed to in general, but yeah, I mean, it really all came down to just how well they played in those final few moments. And I mean, so much of it, too, is from the start of that first team fight at the 2-minute mark, where both the speedsters just immediately disappeared. They evaporated on the side of Standing on business.
Right, and I was talking to you about that. I was like, in that moment, I don't think they had vision at all where they were, but the instincts of Nebula is good enough to understand, well, if they're not on the bottom side of Rayquaza, they are most likely on the top side. And they make that rotation. Lunaire with a great call-out, dives into that tall grass, unafraid of that Leafeon and Darkrai, and it pays off huge. Mountain Mew was able to kind of bring this back to parity, though, with that Miraidon Unite move. Those beautiful, brilliant Meteor Storm, bringing things into very close proximity of each other. But it's just not enough to get the W. I mean, extremely close to get the W, but not enough. Crazy game here from Nebula.
Yeah, and interesting little thing now, especially, hold on, I'm actually checking this stat as we're looking. Thank you to production for giving us this, but I think we have a super low, by the way, win percentage on Darkrai when it has actually gotten through. Between either the broadcast today, which now we've only had one single time, and then the European broadcast earlier, for whatever reason, it doesn't seem like Darkrai's working out. I mean, it looked amazing in that game. Yeah. Obviously, getting eliminated in the first few seconds of a team fight is not optimal, but aside from that, I think it was looking really amazing, but it's just something interesting to think about as well.
Yeah, wow, what a difficult time to be Standing on business in that final fight. Like, you never want to see a refight in that scenario. Like, Darkrai Unite move and Leafeon Unite move are great when you don't have Slow Beam or something like that to shut down Blaziken or Urshifu and an attempt around the Rayquaza. We saw, due to these amazing replay package, that unfortunately, like, nobody was even really in range to try to KO that Rayquaza. Nebula did a great job of creating the space they needed, and honestly, the Electro Ball was what took it, but it felt like they had 2 or 3 even insurance policies taken out on that Ray. It was theirs, and it felt like fate had determined so.
Yeah, at least 3 insurance policies there. And also, I did, for the record, I did find it finally. Darkrai has a 0% win rate on broadcast so far today. Go figure. Interesting storyline as far as which Pokemon are really good right now, because we've been seeing that thing get banned the entire time. But I don't know if it's going to get banned in the next game, just seeing how this one went. It's really hard to say. I feel like going into the second draft of any set is weird when the first game ended in a way where it's like the losing team felt like they fine and their comp was fine. So it's like, how do you truly adapt, right?
Yeah, it's really true. I wonder, oftentimes when teams approach these draft screens, it's kind of thinking about specific players that you want to shut down. The only other event we've had this season so far was LAIC, and if you watch those Luminosity games, it felt like every team was going after Trainer LGC in the draft screen. We were banning Mimikyu and Leafeon, pretty targeted every single time. If we're approaching this game, and Standing on Business is looking for a player to try to ban out, you might want to start looking at Dark Blue's hero pool. I mean, a player that I think if you are tuning into any of the grassroots streams throughout the offseason, you've definitely seen a lot of this player. A bit of a debut for both these rosters, but still, what they're trying to accomplish can maybe be tinkered with a little bit. That Blaziken-Urshifu combination is maybe something you want to approach in the draft screen, specifically in bans, to try to take away this hyper-secure focus composition. And I mean, we don't see Blaziken taken too often. We see it banned even less, but maybe you start considering something like that, as Nebula Standing on Business has chosen to go back in the first pick position for Game 2.
Same first ban as well. This Blissey really being hated out by them, and I wonder if that is a targeted ban as far as the other side. Once again, I know a lot of the players. We've seen a lot of the players on the side of Nebula, but I don't know how they work together as a comp quite yet. And in Standing on Business, this is truly my first time seeing pretty much any of these players, so very impressed by both teams so far. However, the interesting other support ban, they've got the two quote-unquote, I'm doing air quotes, you all just can't see it, supports being banned out by Nebula.
Yeah, are these repeat bans from Nebula? I believe so. I think it was the Psyduck and the Sableye last game as well, and Standing on Business repeating as well. So we have a chance to totally repeat this draft. I want to see some change from Nebula, because obviously their early game really suffered. I think the Attacker Mew was a great pick, but you could take this Miraidon, and awesome. I'm really happy you make this choice. Mountain Mew was one of the only reasons that Standing on Business even made that finale close, so love taking that pick away. Let's see what Standing on Business wants to respond with, though.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, these are amazing picks. It doesn't seem like they're very particularly targeted, of course, but I do think that the Urshifu could have been a really good steal away if you do have somebody that's comfortable with it. And they are going to go for the same comp again. I mean, obviously, it's looking very, very similar, the Miraidon being new, but the other three, completely the same. They're feeling good about what happened, I guess. I don't know if they're going to want to take the Mew or if this Miraidon's replacing the Mew, but they have the opportunity to, it looks like.
Okay, and we're going to have the Pikachu and then the Slowbro as most likely this final pick. I think Slowbro is actually really good choice here. Obviously, Blaziken and Urshifu, neither one of those Pokemon want to see the Slow Beam in that final fight. It's kind of why you pick two of them. It's a bit of that insurance policy, right? But Slowbro's going to have to decide which one to take out. Nebula hovering this Snorlax at the moment, going to be a little bit different than Tank Blastoise. However, I thought the Blastoise actually started looking better and better as the game went on. Obviously, the early game, a pretty big struggle. So, Lagoon gonna lock in this Snorlax, gonna improve their early game a little bit. Honestly, feels like tenfold when Miraidon Snorlax gonna be in that bottom path this time.
Yeah, also the kind of final stretch moment, the kind of the end of the raid fight, if I'm being honest, more specifically, is so strong if you have strong secure and a Snorlax. Because Snorlax can jump in there, it can use whatever option you choose as far as moveset for Snorlax. Any of them are quite good into its Unite, and it just makes it so hard to do anything from up close, or you really need to kind of get that far away secure, which they don't have nearly as much of now that the Miraidon's gone. There's no Mew on board or anything like that. So if they're going for the secure type strategy once again, I feel like the Snorlax is really good at it. And hey, Heavy Slam and Unite can also even secure themselves. So I do like this pick quite a bit.
I like it a lot. Now, Wonder Chef, is there any world with an Aeos cookie equipped to this Snorlax that we see Flaylax? Is there a chance?
I mean, there were, correct me if I'm wrong, but we saw Flaylax do very well in Japan ACL, right?
Yeah, it has had some success, and into a double speedster composition, it is going to be an interesting choice. I think so far on broadcast, we've seen a lot of block Snorlax, which I think into more all-rounder focused compositions, it makes a little bit more sense. You can kind of kidnap those enemy Pokemon and bring them towards your side, but I think if I'm seeing two divers on the enemy side, Yawn is my immediate flex pick, which really creates that more damaging move option. I mean, some really interesting choices that can be made. So keep an eye on Lagoon.
Ooh.
Watch the Snorlax space.
Yeah, even literally right now, we should be watching this Snorlax because it is already invading. I think Snorlax Invade is very underrated for some reason, considering how good it is. Well, maybe not right there. That was extremely late. But yeah, sorry. Can we not watch that anymore? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, normally I think it has some of the best secure for level 1 in the entire game, especially as far as Pokemon that you would like to be potentially invading with and can hold on to that EXP share. So I think it's a really cool move. It's going to slow down that Darkrai, which is obviously going to be a problem. Of course, seeing it 2 games in a row, pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about this invade as well is it does give you a little bit more space, or Urshifu most likely will not be getting invaded, but wow. I mean, Lagoon just kind of surviving everything. No Aeos cookie stacks yet, by the way. That's just the natural bulk that Snorlax brings to the table. Will eventually fall, but Lunaris safely hit that level 5. Dark Blue try to chase that same breakpoint as well, but it will be a bit of an even trade in terms of top Bs. First.
Yeah, being able to being able to delay the Darkrai to have to hold on in its center area through the 850 spawns is huge. That's exactly what you want as any sort of invader. That time is the most valuable resource that you can take away. Okay, I mean, EXP is equally good, but they basically equate to each other. So really good job on that invade, even though they didn't manage to steal away all that much. And it just allowed this Miraidon as well. Oh, Electro Drift Miraidon, actually. We were talking about that a little bit earlier, to basically run its path.
Interesting. So I think that means that Nebula is maybe feeling a little more uncomfortable finding ways to close out some of these knockouts. They have Urshifu and Blaziken, who are going to be fantastic at more objective secures and kind of the middling amounts of team fights, but if they really want to get someone to finish the job, Miraidon might be that key pick. Also, great way to just get away from Leafeon or Darkrai is jump to the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, being able to sneak around a lot of these options is going to be very valuable. And right now, just chasing down. There's, the more I look at it, there are not that many kind of escape tools on the side of standing on business. So being able to chase them down with your entire team is going to be very scary. Or maybe you don't need to escape because they're just going to fight you and win. Great manual dodge on that Wicked Blow. And that's going to be a nice little attempt to stop the push. However, there's still just more fighting down here. You got to be careful.
Huge coverage there by Mountain Mew on the Pikachu. They are playing the Thunderbolt set, so full Mage Pikachu. They get the stun with the Thunderbolt first, and then follow up with that Thunder damage. Completely covers I'm Just Gray after they got a fantastic dive. So now, standing on business in a great position for this first Reggie, despite, like we mentioned, a secure focus composition on the other side. Won't even be relevant for first Reggie, as I'm Just Gray picks up that steal and keeps this push going forward.
I mean, there's a Wicked Blow charging, but it doesn't hit anybody. It completely whiffs on 2 different, I think, invincibilities from scoring right there, which is really unfortunate. Not that I think it would have made that much of a difference. There were just too many members of standing on business there. So, again, we're looking at a very similar start of the game. The levels aren't too far different, but most of the objectives going to standing on business despite the secure power of Nebula. And we'll see if that continues, because they did get 90%, I would say, of the objectives. Just not the one that really mattered.
Exactly. Dark Blue going to try to make an escape, but gets cut off by that Umbreon. Great play. Another perfect stun by Mountain Mew, followed up by a huge Darkrai dive. Miraidon trying to turn things around. His spawned Electro Drifts in once, but unfortunately, just too many things slowing down this Motorcycle Dragon, and they will fall. Big push by Standing on business. They already broke one Tier 1. Why not another? Both Tier 1 and top and bottom gone.
Ooh, the Overheat did manage to hit, but it was only enough to be able to secure 1 KO there. They're only backed up by the defender and the supporter. So unfortunately, they just didn't really have the damage to be able to continue there. And this Regieleki is just being ignored, which is a little bit surprising. I feel like they could have already burned it down from standing on business, and they're going to get a lot out of it, of course, after breaking down that first tier 1 goal zone. It looks like maybe it was just because Darkrai was really low, and they didn't want Darkrai to get KO'd by Regieleki. And it's always a bad sign, you know, when you get the little alert up top, you're like, oh no.
Oh, yeah, I hate seeing it a little too often in my ranked games.
Yes.
That's all I'm going to say. But hopefully, standing on business can avoid. Big slow beam onto the Blaziken. They're going to double down with every resource they got in the book. That's Darkrai Unite move, Pikachu Unite move, and of course the Slowbro, all to take down the Blaziken. But Regieleki's still knocking on that front doorstep. Surf from Slowbro opens up a little bit of space, but that Eldegoss Unite move is going to top up that Snorlax, but not for long. Leafeon carves through absolutely everybody. Lunaire working in the back line, but they're going to get shut down. They do find a way to knock out Mountain Mew, but is it enough? Now we have, of course, some Rhydon dodging, dashing everywhere, but this battle keeps raging, and the whole time, Regieleki walks in, Lagoon not able to stop them, so a few scores in for standing on business, and there's going to be even more. That Umbreon walking up is disrespectful, Wonder Chef.
Oh, the Unite. Hold on. They could maybe steal away a KO here. Maybe they can steal away 2 KOs. They do. 2. Oh, they're going to go back in for more points. They're going to heal a little bit from it. And now you've only got the damage of the support and the defender there, Snorlax and Eldegoss. You might be able to escape. That was a disgusting play. No, they're going to give up. I would have liked to see them try. Even still, though, being able to take down 2 strong attackers and score in a total of something like 45-ish points and then delay the rest of the Pokemon that are there for so long. I mean, great, amazing Umbreon play.
Oh my word. I mean, we're starting to see the strength of this defender and why it is so frequently picked, despite its actually surprisingly low win rate, by the way. But either way, it's been absolutely crushing it. Slowbro just popping that slow beam because why not? We want to get these scores in and standing on business. Clearly have an agenda, and that is rack up this score line as much as they can, which honestly, a great strategy because that is how you win the game. But into this enemy composition, it makes a lot of sense. Big dive in by the Leafeon. Unite move's kind of shut down by that Eldegoss Unite move, though. They dodge out of the way of Leafeon and then heal every target that was hit by the Emerald Two-Step. So Nebula finding a way to turn this one around.
And they're doing a great job of it. However, we do see the Yawn put the Leafeon to sleep. It's not going to be quite enough to get the KO on it, though. It's going to turn around, wake up, and attack everybody else. And only the Eldegoss is left. And they are just going to let the Eldegoss get away. They're like, you know what? We've got more important things to deal with. But the Yawn did look quite good. There just wasn't quite enough backup for it. So again, once they get a little bit more of a coordinated team fight, I think that's going to look even better.
Yeah, but in Nebula's case, coming from behind, you'll take trades every day of the week, right? Like that is all beneficial, but that goal zone breaks. I mean, now we are starting to see the fruits of this relentless push on this tier 2. Slowbro might have been able to just recall if they wanted to, but does get to go down. But now this Regieleki is threatening to go all the way to that home goal zone. This was standing on business's whole plan, create an additional win condition, but they have to contend with all of Nebula.
Yeah, you do not want this Regieleki going down towards your tier 1. Nice, really huge secure for Nebula. They really needed that, and there's only 30 seconds left, so you got to be careful with how much you decide to commit to here. And oh no, half the team getting cut off. Once again, a great Umbreon play. They are going to be waiting 16 seconds for this Urshifu to respawn. They should be able to get back in decent time, but they're not going to be able to kind of take any preemptive forward positioning without that Pokemon being there. And oh, look at this, standing on business, deciding, hey, since we know that you're respawning just a little bit later, we're the ones that are going to hold a little bit far forward. We're going to be waiting for one Pokemon to move forward a little bit too quickly, and we're going to take that KO for sure.
Yeah, they might not have the benefit of having the Regieleki kind of linchpin to this strategy, but at least they can take early positioning. Nebula with a big rotation towards the top side. They're trying to get Urshifu and Blaziken in a chance to eject button over that wall or use a movement ability to try to threaten the Rayquaza, who's only been getting a little bit of poke damage so far. Miraidon from spawn, though, is on the right-hand side. Can be that ever-present threat with the Electro Drift. Slowbro totally fine, tanking some of this damage, and they pull that Eldegoss. Slippy in huge danger, and they're going to go down. No Unite move to speak of.
Oh no, that's already 2 members of Nebula down. That's looking really tough. They do have the chance to try and flip the overheat being charged, but it's not going to be able to find anybody at all. The damage reset on the Rayquaza. Blaziken going down. This Leafeon and the Umbreon both going to be chasing down this Urshifu. Actually, Umbreon goes back up. For some reason, they decided to actually take down Rayquaza instead of take down this Urshifu. Urshifu's still alive. Finally goes down. Nobody left here for Nebula as this Rayquaza is getting burned down, but hold on a minute. There's a chance to unite from the Eldegoss. Eldegoss!
No!
Eldegoss takes it! The steal! Oh, way!
Oh my god, Slippy able to secure the Rayquaza from the literal heavens. That is 62 points in. 50 points will not get them the lead, though. They need to get additional points in their tank to have a chance to score. Miraidon does, I don't know if they have the shield or not. They do not. So it is going to be up to Lagoon and, of course, Slippy to try to make these scores happen. Rest of the team, you could play defense or at least clear the way for the rest of your roster. You got 30 seconds left, and oh my gosh.
What?
We have a surrender, but I legitimately don't know what team pulled out the loss. I have to assume it was Standing on Business who threw up the white flag after that situation. We'll see the final scorelines. We'll need confirmation on who actually wins in this matchup. It will be Nebula, as Standing on Business are not standing around for long. They throw in the towel, and I gotta call it way too early. What was that choice?
We've been casting this for quite a long time. You've been casting this game for far longer than me, but this is for me the first time that I have seen in a tournament a surrender that I think was just a bad surrender. If I'm being 100% honest, and I don't usually like to say that decisions are bad. There's always like a lot to think about, but just not even taking the chance. I mean, they are in the lead, as you can see right here. There are only 2 members with shield on, and they had a perfect opportunity amount of time to even score back if they won a team fight.
I don't care how tilted that team is in their voice comms. It is times 10 now. After they see that final scoreline, oh my word. I mean, you hate to see it. If you're a Nebula fan, you're absolutely rejoicing. You probably would have had an avenue to win that game, but it was not a clear one. Standing on Business, opening up the door, letting them wipe their feet and enter the battlefield. Nebula move on to play against T3 in the loser semifinals. Standing on Business, basically walking out of this tournament.
Yeah, okay, obviously the surrender's weird. I refuse to let that overwrite that Eldegoss steal. Literally flying through the center of the map. That's what we need to remember about this match for the rest of time. Slippy, unbelievable. Literally from the skies, descending from the heavens to win this match. And you know what? Well deserved for a win. Like I said, Nebula, a bunch of players that I have seen before. I think a few of them were on Paragon, but I don't know. They're on a bunch of different teams, but they are really showing that they are an incredible team. I really love their clutch. Clearly their mental is strong, and the fact that they're already here now, moving up into the top, I think technically top 5, they are looking like a real threat for the rest of this UCS season to me.
Oh my word, yeah, Nebula etched their names. And Wonder Chef, what did we say during this draft phase? A composition focused around secure. And boy, were we technically right.
Yeah, we can say it for both games.
Exactly. I'm not going to take a whole lot of credit for it, but either way, thank you, Standing on Business, for giving that to us. Yeah, you see here, this is that final moment, a lot of low HP targets, and there it is. Watch him. Heavy Slam actually knocks up the Umbreon and Slowbro as well, so even if they had damaging abilities that could try to focus on the Rayquaza to maybe out-secure the Rayquaza from the Eldegoss, Slippy obviously doesn't allow it to happen, and great backup from Lagoon on that Snorlax to really cover all their potential bases and find a way to pull out victory from the jaws of defeat. Wild stuff from Nebula, and like we mentioned, they're moving on in our tournament. What a crazy ending. I don't think we've ever seen one like that before, but who knows what else we'll see here in the top 8 of North America for these Aeos Cup Play-Ins. We'll be back with even more Pokemon Unite action right after this.
The 2024 Pokemon Unite World Championships was the most competitive tournament Unite has ever seen. 26 teams from around the world traveled to Honolulu, Hawaii to represent their regions and compete for the title of World Champion. On day 1, teams were placed into 8 different groups and were competing for the top 2 spots to make it into day 2. The competition kicked off with a bang in the group stage, and expectations were blown out of the water. The metagame was turned on its head when Pokemon like Zeraora and Mamoswine made some early appearances. Pokemon compositions were not the only surprises in day 1, though. Last year's world champions Luminosity Gaming were eliminated, Nouns Esports led the charge for Europe, and Asia Pacific and Japan showcased some dominant Pokemon Unite. At the end of day 1, 16 teams were qualified, but there was no time to rest. Day 2 was a single elimination top 16 bracket. Every match played was a win or go home scenario. The one team everyone in the bracket feared was Fennel from Japan, and it turns out that fear was justified. Matches all across the event were full of nail-biter finishes and last-second heroics, but when it came to Fennel, everyone could tell they were watching future champions play. The grand finals was Fennel versus Zora Tigers Gaming from Korea. A new region was going to win the championship no matter what. The match was full of highlight moments, many of them showcasing Fennel's signature aggressive playstyle and beautiful teamwork. In the end, they emerged victorious and brought home Japan's first Pokémon UNITE World Championship trophy.
Think you have what it takes? Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokemon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
And welcome back, everybody, to the North American side of the Aeos Cup Play-Ins or Play-Ons. I'm really not sure. I need Spreggles to, I think, clarify for me a little
I
bit.
updated the board just in case. So.
Okay. It's the Play-Ons. Thank you. I was confused. It's kind of hard to follow, but luckily we've got some very smart gentlemen with us today. Of course, I'm Wonder Chef. Zoinks is here once again for us to cast the winners finals of what Slash just self-proclaimed one of the best top fours of all time in chat.
I love that energy. I absolutely love it. So if the players themselves who are in the top four are naming it and claiming it, who am I to stop them, right? But, I mean, in terms of talent, we are absolutely stacked in this top four. That is a known fact. Our total top four now, by the way, I don't know if we have bracket ready, if production's got that in the tank, but if we do, we could pull that up. But our top four is going to be, of course, Orange Juicers and Luminosity in that top three guaranteed position, and then T3 and Nebula will be fighting for that, getting into top three. They're obviously both guaranteed within the top four. This is what we've seen so far in the tournament, Wonder Chef.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited I'm very excited for both of these matches a lot, but I'm very excited for the loser bracket match because both those teams are some of the ones I'm looking at the most right now. But this is a legendary match that we're about to see up in the winners side. Orange Juicers and Luminosity. Obviously, just well-known names for, Luminosity many years, Orange Juicers more recently, but two of the top teams coming out of North America in the last season. There have been some changes on Luminosity. In my opinion, for the better. They're looking like, and I know you and I talked about this privately, but is it a stretch to say that this might be the best that Luminosity has ever looked?
Ooh, I mean, it is a tough contender. I think the only other argument is probably Yokohama Luminosity Gaming when they were able to win Worlds in year 2. I think that roster was unbelievably strong. But in terms of, early success, it's going to be hard to fight. I mean, I don't know. My heart says Yokohama at the moment, but I think if we keep seeing success, it will quickly flip-flop to this roster. In terms of Pokemon pool and everything, I think we're looking at a brand new team. We also got to talk about, the metagame really looking great for this Luminosity gaming squad. Otter is one of those supports in North America that absolutely loves strapping a light bulb onto any attacker they have and kind of calling it that support role. And that is what the metagame is favoring right now. High damage compositions that can kind of ignore that traditional healing-based support, and Otter's great at it. But that being said, Orange Juicers are looking really strong this year as well. One roster change from the Orange Juicers you may have known in the World Championships last year in Honolulu. No longer is Machisel on the team. You saw them a little bit earlier on Sanguine. Instead, it is going to be OG, the player for Orange Juicers, playing the top path role and playing a lot of Blaziken so far in the tournament in the play-ons or the play-ins yesterday to qualify for the top 8. So I imagine we'll be seeing a little bit more of that, especially because Overlord has not been bringing a lot of Blaziken into the top path recently.
Yeah. There's been I can't even think of a time that we've actually seen Blaziken from LG for a while. A lot of Lucario, obviously we just saw that in the previous set. We've even seen some weird things like, wasn't there a Gudra at LAIC, I believe? Yeah. It's pretty wild. And that's one strength of LG is that not only are their Pokemon pools so wide for most of the players on their team, but they also have the ability to shift roles. Like obviously we just saw in the previous set that they played in on stream, Kyrios playing the Zacian, which is a slightly kind of a role that you really wouldn't expect. And then also being able to play, I believe, when was the last time they did it? I don't know. They've played multiple kind of special attackers as supports with the EXP share. They've also just played the non-EXP share special attackers. We've seen flips and flops, different people playing Mew on the team, different people playing Miraidon on the team. There's just a whole bunch of weirdness as far as who can play what on that team. They can really shift things up. So even if you do see some of their picks, you don't know where they're going exactly.
Yeah, I love that you bring that up because I think that role actually is going to be one of the most interesting to look at in this matchup. We're talking about the attackers. We're basically going to have Flareons on Orange Juicers teeing up against Kyrios on Luminosity Gaming. Speaking of that player, obviously back on the roster, had a year off there, but is now joining the squad again. Wonder Chef, you made this tweet after LAIC, and I thought it was really interesting about how basically Luminosity has won every in-person event, and while it might not be exactly true for the Luminosity banner, it is absolutely true for Kyrios, who has won every single in-person event not in North America and is basically taking down tournaments everywhere on foreign soil. So a player that has had a lot of success worldwide, looking to make that happen locally this year as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting stat. It was only different the time that they used like a very temporary set of players, which was right after they kind of all broke up, and it did actually include Flareons that time. So speaking of Flareons within this match, but it is an interesting storyline, right? Kyrios missing a season, and then Flareon's really basically starting in that very same season, and in a way kind of taking that spot of like that really well-known like specialist of special attackers and being able to snipe people. And so it's cool to see them not only, of course, being able to kind of play within the same season on opposite teams, but now, of course, within one set where we really get to see, hopefully, both of them kind of like express their special attacker skill.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see that happen. I think they bring different things to the table. I think Kyrios having a little bit more flexible of a Pokemon pool available to them. That being said, I do know that Flareon's is kind of known for its Hoopa jungle play. So, well, maybe I shouldn't say the word flexible too early. But Kyrios, I think, as an attacker, has been so well known for is they are kind of that silent carry, but silent in a few ways. Obviously, it's easy to talk about Overlord and Trainer and some of these big action play moments. The one thing about Kyrios is you very rarely ever see that player KO'd in the respawn zone. Kyrios is one of the best players about making sure that their impact is high in the game, but also are avoiding getting knocked out themselves very, very frequently. On the other hand, I feel like Flareon's is a bit more that feast or famine, right? Like, Flareon's is on, they are taking over the game, all over the place. It feels like you can't talk about any other player on a cast because they are just always in the knockout feed, always getting great amounts of damage, but they can tend to, fly a little too close to the sun and get themselves knocked out a few times, where if you're weighing the options, it doesn't matter too much because of the impact they've had previously. So, very different play styles between these two players, but obviously both very impactful and key members of their team. So I think the attacker matchup is going to be very, very interesting to watch in this next match.
Yeah, of course, I know we've just been talking about them for a while as we're setting up this next match. Of course, we're still waiting on the players, but my last thought about Flareon's too is that I feel like, especially too, since Flareon's really kind of popped off as like a well-known, one of the best, kind of attacker players, and this is something that Flareon said himself to us, was that, especially around the time of Worlds, the meta for his role was kind of boring compared to what it has been before, and it seemed like maybe that just wasn't a good fit for a player who really likes to kind of take the skill-based Pokemon. I know there was a lot of like Sylveon, and I think it was maybe like Cramorant that was popular around then. I forget. That was like 6 months ago and far too long for me to remember. But currently, the meta for both of these players is huge, right? The Miraidons are available, the Mewers are available, Espeon's been a Pokemon that we've been seeing a whole lot of really recently. I've seen, the Psyshock Espeon, which is really, really cool, I've seen recently. There are a lot of different options just across the board, especially with the way that people are playing supports right now. So I do feel like this is a good opportunity for them both to really, like I said, express themselves. I know I'm repeating myself at this point, but I'm just very excited about this particular matchup. However, honestly, within this team, obviously we have legendary players of every role, and I want to just remind everybody of the final moments of NAIC with OG popping off on the extreme speed Lucario against the Phalanx. That might still to this day be my favorite moment of any Unite tournament, or at least any official Unite tournament that I can remember. I was sitting there in the crowd and I just went, and started screaming. That was the most X speeds I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I felt like it was all capped off by that final Bone Rush, planting the Bone Rush in the enemy home goal zone. It felt like really name it, claim it. So, OG on a brand new roster this year. Let's see how they do as we jump into draft for our game number 1. Orange Juicers will be in the first pick position. They're going to ban away that Mew immediately. They have obviously done their homework on Luminosity Gaming. Miraidon soon to follow. I really like these bans. Kyrios extremely strong, and it keeps the Inteleon still available for Flareons a little bit down the line.
Yeah, this is so good. Orange Juicers, the fact that they're first is going to be really big. We haven't talked about it as much, but first I feel is a really strong position right now as far as the draft goes. 100%. Just because there are a lot of Pokemon you need to keep off board, and LG, they're going to lit that the Darkrai through once again, and it's not even going to be first picked.
Okay, interesting. I think it was a good chance of it. Orange Juicers have been playing and succeeding with a lot of Darkrai in this tournament, including the open qualifiers that happened yesterday. So if we're looking to see kind of what Darkrai quite can do and be successful with. I think we're watching one of the right teams here with Orange Juicers, but Luminosity also going to leave it on the table. Curios going to be bringing yet again an all-rounder to the bottom path, something we haven't seen too often. But Trainer does get their hands on the Mimikyu. I feel like it's either Leafeon or Mimikyu with this player to really count as their iconic pick. But right now, it feels like Mimikyu stocks are through the roof with Trainer LGC.
And right as I said that Flareon gets to play more fun, special attackers, never mind. I thought we were about to see the Pikachu, which is obviously very strong right now. So that might be a pick for a little bit later, but instead we're going double evolutions, which are have both been doing amazing today, despite the fact that Zoinks is on the anti-Umbreon crusade. But we'll talk about that later. I know, it has a bad win rate. It is true. But Overlord on the Darkrai, I actually haven't seen this in a tournament game, so I'm terrified, if I'm going to be 100% honest.
Yeah, this is interesting, especially after Kratos already picked the Leafeon. You knew that Darkrai was not going to be emerging anymore there, but they will be locking it in. Also, just so everybody is aware at home, it's the first time you're tuning in to see these teams play Typhlosion. We might refer to them as OG throughout this match. We might just call them Typhlosion because that is their name in game, but they are a very iconic Lucario player. So seeing that lock in is very exciting for some of these old Unite heads out there. Final selection will be Otter picking up the Eldegoss for their support role, running the Buddy Barrier, one of my favorite items to pair with that Pokemon. Zugrog also playing Buddy Barrier on the Umbreon. Oftentimes we see either the Resonant Guard or one of the two stacking items that are relevant on Umbreon for that final item slot. Zugrog, well known as one of the more passive defender players in the entire region. Very rarely leaves that bottom path. Very kind of stalwart defender. Likes that more shielding, team-focused item. And obviously, Buddy Barrier gets a lot more value in the later game, whereas Resonant Guard tends to fall off after that early game.
I gotta say, this is the first time in a long time I think I've seen LG actually choose healing, which is very, it's a weird, wild thing to say. But I just gotta say, as we're gonna start getting ready with this game, I am terrified of the Trainer Mimikyu and actually Curios Darkrai combo. That is going to be so scary, but also super interesting to see Curios once again, now having played a speedster and all-rounder for their role. I don't know how to commentate this game anymore.
I mean, Psyduck attacker's got to be incoming, right? One ban falls through the cracks, and you know that Curios is picking up that Pokemon and bringing in something new. Maybe they caught wind of us talking about how we talk about Overlord and Trainer so much, and Curios went, enough is enough, okay? Yeah. I am taking a bit of a spotlight role this time, and we're going to take over. And I do think that this new Luminosity gaming roster, they all bring something very interesting to the table. And one cool thing about how LG plays, I think it was one of the biggest parts of their success at LAIC, the tournament that they won, and something to watch out for in this game is I think they are better at tracking the enemy central area timers than any team in the world right now. They are so good. They are not a just one invade and after that they're done kind of team. Watch Luminosity Gaming. One player will constantly be checking to see if they could take away that blue or red buff throughout the match. So a very, very interesting play strategy, and obviously it has a lot of success.
Yeah, they are pretty undefeated as of this point, but we'll see if Orange Juices can change that. Of course, this is the first game of the set. Good time to at least try and feel out the opponent. We're still only in upper bracket finals. We're not grand finals quite yet, so even if you do lose here, you're going to have another chance. However, obviously, you don't want that to happen.
Right. Another cool thing about this tournament, Luminosity Gaming, the only team still undefeated. They haven't dropped a single map, whether it was in the open qualifier yesterday or in top 8 when they dispatched T3 2-0. So Orange Juicers taking a loss to standing on business in their qualifier does eliminate them from that race. Luminosity Gaming trying to go for a push, but Trainer's stunned for a moment. Does land the Shadow Claw, is able to knock out Flareons, but is brought down. Great play there from Roland on the Hoopa.
Yeah, the counter-engage opportunities for Orange Juicers are huge. I mean, they've got a lot of aggression themselves, but especially if anybody jumps into their front line, tries to take down Flareons, or successfully takes down Flareons, they are getting punished super hard for that, as this 1v1, or what was a 1v1 was happening. The Shedinja Doll is going to allow them to get that KO. They do time that really, really well, so big KO with Curios going down for the first time.
Yeah, Flareon's able to pick up that knockout and is going to come that much closer to getting Winteleon, and therefore allowing themselves to unlock that snipe shot move. The devastating part of this Inteleon kit, one of the best sniper Pokemon that we have in Pokemon Unite. Not really too much competition in that regard. I mean, Decidueye does have some value, but we don't see it too often anymore. The automatic critical hits from Inteleon, really a lot they can use to try to take these team fights, but right now Orange Juicers going to go in without their Inteleon player, instead dive in, but it's Eldegoss to take the first knockout in that fight. Otter strike at first, but Kratos gets another KO. Trainer LGC down, but Kyrios joins the battlefield as well. Roland gets KO'd, but in the end, it's Kyrios, the one walking away for that team fight. Slashcan, first to score though.
Yeah, at least there were some trades, so this is not a completely one-sided victory for Luminosity, but the fact that they were able to so cleanly dispatch that Tier 1 goal zone after that fight means that they're doing a great job. They actually left a lot of Aeos energy on the ground they could have maybe picked up for a push onto this top Tier 1, but the timing for that, extremely strong. Of course, we're 20 seconds away from the first objective spawning, and that base on Reggie is going to be a lot easier to aggress if you're Luminosity with their full Tier 1.
100%. You can always have that place to retreat to get healing, and makes it a little bit easier to defend in the late game as well. Not to mention, we always talk about this, but when Hoopa is on the battlefield, breaking goal zones gets just inherently more powerful. You lower that Pokemon's utility in their kit bit by bit. Registeel will be an easy take for Luminosity Gaming, so on the top side, it'll be a little bit more contended. Slashcan's going to push one target all the way out. It's the race to secure the power-up punch. It's just shy of getting that KO, and Kyrios in a 1v2 is going to secure the Regieleki.
Yeah, that was like a 1 HP Regieleki with after that power-up punch, and it doesn't seem like they have... Well, actually, hold on, man. I was going to say it doesn't seem like they have the power to push this in, but we do see at least the Mimikyu running up from the bottom. They are going to be able to get 2 KOs down. Orange Juicers now have the back foot. It looks like this Regieleki will go in as Overlord is chasing all the way into the speed zone. They are going to get counter-pushed, and the snipe shot just barely missing, actually, because I think it was CC'd against the wall. Regardless, though, Overlord does manage to make it out. Trainer, though, not quite as lucky, and this Tier 1 go zone maybe not going down. It doesn't look like they have anybody around with enough points. They were managing to get some of their points in, but just wasn't enough after getting KO.
Yeah, I think they'd love to break that goal zone, but a little bit too tough in that position. There's one player I want to credit, make sure that they get their flowers in that situation, is Otter on the Eldegoss. We saw Kyrios on the Darkrai get a great Unite move onto an opposing target, but due to how that Unite move works, as soon as you come out of that Nightmare Zone, you appear in the same place you entered. And Flareon's, knowing that, was timing that snipe shot to try to get that quick execute onto the Darkrai. Otter swings on the Eldegoss to body block the snipe shot, protecting their damage carry, and then, of course, continuing that fight a little bit longer. So really, really good play there. Shadow Sneak landing on the Umbreon of Zugrug means that Trainer will not follow up on that damage. A little bit too tanky of a Pokemon to try to dive on. So, Trainer gonna rotate on another map and see what I'm talking about. Trainer watching these enemy central spawns constantly, seeing if they can sneak out a little bit more damage and really punish Kratos on this Leafeon for not constantly clearing their central.
Yeah, or at least scare them, right?
Exactly.
I love Shadow Sneak, because you hit them with Shadow Sneak, and then it's just like, well, I'm not going to do it, but I could. And always remember that. It's like, okay, I'm sorry. But just sowing fear, basically, is doing a pretty good job of making sure that they do not try to, like, just leave their center area up. And right now, Zugrug in a weirdly forward position. Maybe he was just trying to get a little bit of vision, but he's going to go all the way back around.
Yeah, I mean, they're buying time, so this gives Orange Juicers a chance to secure this Registeel. Gonna be successful. No one there to body block the snipe shot this time, as Otter does have to Unite move, and Roland gonna follow up with their own support Unite. Giant portal in the sky means that Zugrug and Kratos can come join this battlefield. Snorlax does try to stop quite a few of them, and that block is huge. No one is entering that Tier 1, thanks to Slash and their big wall.
Yeah, Flareon's wasn't able to really get all that much damage in that situation. A lot of it was just coming from basically the Hoopa Unite attack options, big punch in the beam. But they just weren't able to make that push actually happen. In the meantime, this Regieleki is chilling upstairs. Nobody so far rotating forward. Of course, they have the opportunity to use Hoopa to get up there pretty quickly, but they're going to have to go very quickly if we've got a Darkrai and a Zacian burning down this Regieleki. In fact, they're not going to have anybody in range. With already a Tier 1 goal zone gone, it's going to be a lot more valuable as Slash goes in, trying to steal away the buffs, doing so successfully, right?
Yeah, they got the blue buff underneath them right now, and they're going to Unite move. Kyrios actually initiates the Darkrai Unite onto Kratos' Leafeon in his escape, but it's Darkrai who has that last laugh, that delayed boosted attack, getting a punch from out of oblivion, is able to get that KO. Trainer does lock down OG with their Play With Me Unite move, and it looks like it's all Luminosity on this Tier 1. Roland the first to fall as Kyrios strikes and actually doubles up. That's Inteleon gone. on, and that is a ton of scores raining into that tier 2. Defense is here from Zugrug and Kratos, but it just simply seems like they don't have enough damage to take down the whole squadron. Kyrios is knocked out. Slashcan does not have a Unite move to buy any more time, so they will fall as well. Well, that means the path is paved for Overlord, Otter, and Trainer to all escape from that team fight with a ton of value.
Obviously, super minor thing. I think they might have mismathed the ending right there and not gotten. They could have got a huge overdunk. I think they had about 370 right now as far as points, but it doesn't really matter. They're still only ahead by 306. So
yeah,
poor them. That's going to be the game changer. But I mean, hey, you never know. I guess in Unite, but Overlord already really low. Huge Unite from Zugrug, stealing away shields from everybody. Overlord will go down. In the meantime, everybody's just kind of having to back up on the side of Luminosity. It looks like they're giving away the Regirock, easily going to that Leafeon secure, and you just got to back up here. You know, pushing for this tier 1, a little bit scary at this point in time, and at this point, Orange Juicers has to get a huge win, not just a bunch of little wins. They've got to, like, team wipe, they've got to take Rayquaza, everything has to be in their favor as they walk into the wall.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming basically trade that Regirock for the Umbreon Unite move, so let's see if that pays off. Slashcan will be a lot safer to use that power nap now, as all those shields will still remain on them. However, Snipe Shot takes a bunch of them away immediately as well. So, Slashcan gets a lot of space, they get all the vision, but it's already a Unite move used. OG is taken away by that block. They are in the danger zone, but it looks like Luminosity Gaming taking the fight on the other side, and Kratos is going to punish Trainer. Trainer goes in solo, and all 5 members of Orange Juicers rotate and take advantage of that.
They do a little bit of damage to Rayquaza, but obviously not going to be following that up, chasing the entire backline up through the top left, and now Overlord is able to get the KO on OG. The eject button trying to escape, but they're extremely low with roll on their back. Nice! Merely manages to escape. Kratos has the ability to KO if they are a little bit too close. Now the numbers advantage in the favor of Luminosity, just barely, as we are going to see Overlord be able to get that back, and that means Orange Juicers is not able to follow up off that first beautiful KO that they got, but they really need to. 1 minute and 13 seconds left. We have the Unite left from the Inteleon. We have the Unite left from the Darkrai, which is huge that it's still up. If they manage to catch out one valuable target, Kyrios could win this game basically for them at this point.
They only got 1 minute left, though, so even if they can knock out Rayquaza, it becomes a bit of a score race at the same time, and they don't have easy access into this Rayquaza pit at all. Luminosity Gaming defending every entrance, and that is going to be the first push from Zugrug. Overlord going to do enough damage to ward them away. Darkrai does have to unite onto that Umbreon. They get in a dangerous spot, but Zugrug able to escape, and now it's a battle into this little contended corridor.
Oh no, everybody just has to fight with just normal hits at this point. We're going to see OG just barely able to escape, but instead Kyrios is a little bit too close, getting KO'd themselves, but 2 members down now of Orange Juicers, and they needed everybody to be up basically to be able to take this back. Rayquaza is their only option, about 20 seconds left, and now Flareon's down. I think this is looking pretty much impossible. Kratos trying to solo down that Rayquaza, but even if they managed to take it, it would have been over 100 points in here. Maybe, no, not even. Overlord can be able to stop that. I was going to say it wouldn't have mattered anyway, being behind by 300 points and Luminosity controlling that first game.
Oh, there is a few Pokemon, I think, in refights that really excel. When there's no Unite moves, you really have to play cautious around. I think Mimikyu might be at the top of that leaderboard. Very few things to try to counter them, and at that moment, it feels like Trainer just goes on a hunting trip throughout the backline of Orange Juicers. One by one, they fall as Trainer is able to find every single target. Make no mistake, that's a very, it's enabled by Kyrios and Slashcan with a very aggressive push to get vision on every target on the OJ side of things to allow Trainer to line those up, but whew, this score graph is telling, Wonder Chef. Obviously, so much scoring pressure and top path presence at 2 Regielekis to Luminosity Gaming. They do lose 2 out of the 3 basement Regis as well, so experience and scaling goes on the hand of Orange Juicers, but obviously it's just not enough. Points are how you win the game, and Luminosity Gaming understands that to the fullest.
One of our most aggressive teams for sure, and they continue to play like that. I was curious if we're going to see any less aggression, just because we are finally seeing an Eldegoss, which is, well, it's still a pretty scary and dangerous supporter. It's not usually, you know, compared to their, I should say, their normal comps, it's not nearly as an aggressive of an attacker. But regardless, they played very, very aggressively. Like you said, there was a lot of searching in the enemy center area. There was a lot of scoring, a lot of just attempts to take the Regieleki, which is a really, really strong style. And I almost feel like LG still plays a little bit more like some of the Asian teams than we see them play like a North American team, but it's working extremely well. And I do have to say, finally, we do not have a 0% win rate with Darkrai on broadcast today. It's now up to a 20% win rate because of Kyrios.
Thank you, Kyrios, for really helping, all of us ranked players who have been having to deal with this Pokemon in our games, reminding everybody about how terrifying it is. But, love that replay, catching / stealing that blue buff. It felt like in so many of these team fights, Luminosity Gaming start with the upper hand, and you have to give credit to Snorlax for a lot of those plays. Slashcan is one of those tank players that really likes to take early positioning, and then they're willing to play this block and push enemies all the way out of this fight, almost abandoning the other side. We saw Trainer in a rare moment of getting caught out there, that Ninja Doll from Kyrios buying them a little bit of time as well. That was truly criminal, and well, we even just saw the quick moment of the Shadow Sneak from Mimikyu of Trainer. That led to many more Shadow Sneaks, as it was one after the other of Luminosity Gaming picking apart the Orange Juicers composition.
Yeah, you were talking about how Mimikyu is so good at the refight, and it's totally true. I think a lot of the times that when we see the kind of like brawlers that have a little bit of self-sustain and are really good at like chaining KOs together, whether they have mechanic for it or not, that does tend to do so well when they can't get bursted down. I've seen Blazikins like 1v4 in the like weird random refights just because it just heals that little bit after it gets every single KO and a KO and a KO. So that was a perfect example of that. But it didn't seem, I don't know, for the scoreline and how badly LG actually did win that game, it felt like it was closer, I think.
For sure.
It didn't feel like the last fight was certainly going to go one direction, and the fact that it did have to refight at all does kind of, say, yeah, this could have been a little bit closer. But I still think Orange Juicers really need to think about like what they do to enter this next game, despite the fact that I did really like their bans.
Yeah, I liked them, but I do think we need to add Darkrai to them at this position. With Luminosity Gaming being willing to allow it on the orange side of draft to not ban it, they're not afraid of it. In fact, I would love for Orange Juicers to first pick that Pokemon. I'm kind of shocked that we're seeing the Leafeon first pick, especially when we're not banning Mimikyu in our drafting phase. I actually think draft might be one of the biggest question marks I have around what Orange Juicers was trying to do, especially when you're on that first pick side. I think so many people would consider it to be a lot stronger, but Luminosity Gaming doing their homework, understanding that, hey, if we let Darkrai through, we most likely will get it on the turnaround. So interesting stuff there. We saw the Lucario not really get a ton of value in this matchup. I think Overlord getting the better hand in a lot of these early game moments and even some of these team fights. Saw them pulling off some nice Unite moves. Obviously, that Zacian Unite does a lot more damage to a target that has recently used their own Unite move, and they use that, I think, in the best position to dispatch the Lucario in that final fight. So, watching these plays happen, it's like, I don't know if we're going to go back to that old favorite again in game 2. The opportunity's there, but I do think that is one of the stressing points that I would look at in OJ in this second game.
Yeah, OG on OJ. I like that.
I like that a lot.
Thought about that, but yeah, no, I agree. Especially, I'm personally, and I could be very wrong on this, but so far, just from what I've seen, I'm not a huge fan of when you are going Lucario, going Power Up Punch. I kind of feel like if you are going to go Power Up Punch, there's some options like Urshifu that could be on board, that could be a little bit stronger in that idea, but when I do see Lucario with extreme speed, I think it's really good currently, and it does its kind of like own unique niche. Obviously, there is the other version of Urshifu. We don't see that as much. I just feel like the Power Up Punch tends to just kind of fall a little bit short of what it needs to do a lot of times when we see it in comp games.
Wonder if it's a response to the Darkrai being on the other side of why they're not going extreme speed. It's a challenging Pokemon. Obviously, Lucario doesn't exactly fit the assassin role, but it can be something on your team composition that can close out knockouts. Darkrai, one of the reasons it's notorious is its ability to avoid damage, especially with that Dark Pulse move, being able to play the Whack-A-Mole style of play style around that Darkrai. You're able to avoid a lot of incoming damage, not to mention we also saw Kyrios equipping the Ninja Doll, which dodges again. So it can be challenging to land some of these combos in these team fights, especially when we're seeing Kyrios and Trainer initiate some of them on that Darkrai Mimikyu kind of damage duo. So maybe that's why we're seeing in the adaptation. Either way, I think you were bang on the money before. Urshifu or something like I was mentioning the Blaziken. Either one feel like a little bit better of routes, but we're going to see basically a second chance at it with Orange Juicers electing for that first pick position. They're going to stick with the ban of Mew. That I do think is a great ban. So big fan of that.
Yeah, I get a feeling we're going to get similar bans. Okay, I was going to say, I was almost going to say something that was wrong, but we're actually going to see Miraidon banned anyway, as now it's going to be banned from the side of Luminosity. Now, my curiosity here is I think that there's a chance that it's not just that they're saying, oh, we think we're going to get the Darkrai back, but LG may have a really good strategy against Darkrai if it is first picked, and that's something I would love to see. However, it doesn't really look like that's the case right now, and actually, I think this is a good choice as well, stealing away the Mimikyu from Trainer.
Okay, well, Kratos is basically going to force a inverse of this team fight. I imagine that Leafeon is going to be picked up in these first couple of bans. Trainer, an unbelievable Pokemon, but this was the mismatch, right? Last game, it was Orange Juicers playing the Leafeon, and they had to go up against the Mimikyu. Now they get to flip-flop that, and I think, well, I'm not going to first pick it. Very interesting, but I think a lot of the times, Mimikyu is considered one of the best all-rounders into Speedsters, but that's because of some of the moveset choices they could go with. But Luminosity Gaming does get to have the Blissey Snorlax combination. So interesting. Slash going to keep their pick, Otter, in a very early healing support pick.
Yeah, once again, and I wonder if it's because they've already gotten rid of kind of some of their support options that Luminosity likes to go to. So instead, you're just like, okay, well, we don't have the Mew available, the Miraidon's not going to be available for anything, the Psyduck's not going to be available. So we're just gonna lock in our picks early, make sure that we get exactly what we want as far as supports before you can. And on the other side, we are going to see that same Lucario, the Umbreon once again. So they seem like they were quite happy with that. I know we were questioning a little bit. We are going to see Trainer pick up that Leafeon and Overlord with the Dodrio this time.
Okay, interesting. So Overlord clearly wanting something that can outpace the Lucario, or at least keep up with the Lucario's early game. I think that's the best part of Lucario, is that first minute or two in its pathing phase is really strong. But okay, we got to talk about this. Orange Juicers making a big switch. Currently, it's Flareon's on this pick. It might stick that way, as we are seeing a Greedent for the first time on our broadcast here in North America. A Pokemon that has seen a lot of changes over time, has gotten more and more powerful. This could be devastating for Luminosity to deal with, especially with these double speedsters.
Yeah, the interesting pick altogether. I know I've seen Flareons play this before, although I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was I don't remember when exactly I saw this. But on the other side, we are going to see, oh, that's interesting. The Ceruledge, which has been a much less popular pick in North America recently, still extremely popular in some of the Asian regions and in just a few of the other regions in general. I know EU saw it a decent amount, but it takes very particular players. And if you can land that Revenant Rend, the Unite move, successfully, it is a game ender.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the X attack Ceruledge. It's really an all-in style strategy. I think it's a double defender. The Ceruledge is going to have an interesting choice in terms of moveset. They have a lot of healing from the Blissey, so I have to imagine Curios is going to be picking that Psycho Cut moveset, and they could even be doubling down into that with the Flame Charge. Like a lot of all-rounders, not all of them, but many times these all-rounders are given the ability where after using one of your moves, you are given a boosted auto attack. And Ceruledge's is exceptionally strong. It's a bit of that double slash, as well as adding on to that cursed armor passive. It gets you more wound ticks on the enemy, and you get that damage over time. It is a really tricky Pokemon to deal with, and if it is constantly hitting you with those boosted autos, like that Psycho Cut Flame Charge build can give you, it is going to be tricky for even two tanks to deal with in this Flareon's Umbreon, with the Flareon's Greedent and the Zugrug Umbreon core.
That's not hard to say at all.
Yep,
No, don't worry.
Don't worry.
Yeah. Can we just make Flareon change his name, please? But no, I'm very excited. It'll be much more difficult if they ever add Flareon to the game. But Luminosity up one game here in the upper bracket finals, the winners finals, the match to see who makes it into grand finals, whatever you want to call it. Luminosity, they're only one step away.
Yeah, they are getting close. They have not dropped a map this entire tournament, and does not change as of game number 1 either. So they are holding on to this perfect record. Would love to see that all the way into the grands. Orange Juicers looking to play spoiler.
This has been a really strong early game, I think, for Slash, I would say, throughout the entirety of this set so far, or really this day so far. We are not going to see that level of invasion this time, and they've got to deal with the annoyance that is going to be Flareon's, as Flareon's just barely avoiding a lot of those hits, however, still taking a ton of damage as they're trying to retreat, and they do manage to get out of there. Zugrug, though, also getting out of there. They don't commit as they see the Mimikyu come in.
I was really curious on kind of lane assignments or path assignments where these Pokemon would go, but Yeah, double defender bottom path. I mean, it's going to be tricky for Curios to pick up a KO. Scoring-wise, shouldn't be too big of a problem. The trainer does take a lot of the wild Pokemon. It's going to be that play rough Mimikyu. So, an answer to that, Leafeon wants to have a chance to dodge a little bit of that dive burst damage while being able to chase down a squishy target like Leafeon on the other side.
Yeah, I know that was so popular when we saw all the evolutions being picked all the time and just getting rid of those auto hits, and still going to be quite good, but a little bit more rare to see that. Overlord, though, going for, speaking of options as far as what you can pick, going with the Tri-Attack, which does seem to be what Overlord tends to go most when he's the one on the Dodrio. Flareon's getting picked off. Didn't really see how that happened, but did go down pretty far forward.
Yeah, I miss the drill peck. I really do. But good coverage by Roland to make sure that OG is safe there. Whenever that portal is spinning that glowing gold circle lights, you know that a member is coming back from that portal. Luminosity Gaming poised to try to take them out as soon as they reappear, but Roland makes sure to time that Phantom Force to prevent that dive and make sure that Lucario can get back to the goal zone. They're going to have to do it again, though, as they're getting chased down, and they will retrieve into that portal.
Barely, just barely. That was just about as close as you can get, but Play Rough going in, and honestly, Play Rough I feel like is a really cool choice for this particular matchup. It's going to be really annoying for a lot of these kind of big burst hit Pokemon. Not enough to keep you up right there, I guess, alive and healthy. Unfortunately, going down, it's going to give LG an opportunity to push down this Tier 1 goal zone. The Hoop is going to use the portal to try and come down, or at least bring down some teammates, I should say, and a few of them are coming down. There's not going to be any points scored in that goal zone, it didn't look like, or maybe they're now. Of course, as I say that, some points go in. They do get a double KO streak. Trainer on that Leafeon being allowed this game is looking like a menace right before we see this first objective spawns.
Yeah, Orange Juicers with that flank, they defend the goal zone, but everything else doesn't really go in their favor, right? They lose a lot of players. That Registeel going to be an easy take. And now if they want to defend this goal zone, they're going to have to kind of contend with a fight on both sides of the map. But Luminosity Gaming going to start things off here on the bottom side with a quick goal zone break. 40 points into a 14 goal zone. That's a big overdunk.
Yeah, this isn't looking like the last game quite yet, but it's starting to look like it's heading the same direction with a huge score lead from Luminosity. Let's see if we can see a steal here on the Regieleki. Oh, the Egg Bomb coming in. Wasn't quite able to get that in time. That would have been like a game ender right there. But that is at least going to help Orange Juicers not get pressured for points. Same thing with the Hoopa pick. I think it's going to help them a lot as far as dealing with that aggression that Luminosity has been sending their way over the last game and a half now. But they're still behind.
Yeah, still behind in scoreline, and for a few Pokemon that really need their stacks, like Lucario and Greedent, I think that's going to become more challenging as the match goes on. And it's a Unite move that barely clips Mimikyu in the hitbox, so Curios wanting to just take out that Mimikyu immediately. Wonder Chef, I think you said at the draft screen, a Unite move like Revenant Rend, just a game ender, or a situation ender at the very least. So great play by Curios to shut that down.
Yeah, the big thing about it is that it has that little bit of a time that you can react to it, and the way that people deal with it is huge before the actual damage happens. So we're going to see some really good gamer reactions for sure from these pros up here, because these are two pro teams, really.
That is true. Ooh, Zungrug trying to buy a little bit more time, but that scoring pressure so far has just been unanswered. All 5 members on the goal zone accelerates that speed that a 40 point is happening at rapid pace, and that is Luminosity Gaming again before that 5-minute mark, breaking both tier 1s on the enemy side. At least Orange Juicers have a little bit of response right here, but they will get shut down by that triple trample. Play Rough buys them some time, but not enough as Luminosity Gaming takes out that Mimikyu, who is in their backline.
Yeah, this has been a lot of really big kind of dives from Mimikyu in this game, and unfortunately the Play Rough, it works best when there's basically like a reason why you delaying getting KO'd means that your rest of your team gets more damage, and we just haven't been in that situation very much right now. That's a pretty good KO. That's actually huge as we see the levels. They were, I think, the highest in the game. It's pretty close across the board from Luminosity, but they were tied at least.
Yeah, double speedster games, especially their scoring focused ones, always get a little interesting in terms of EXP. But okay, great play by Kratos for once. I mean, that Play Rough buys them just enough time to come back through that portal. They don't even waste the time to get fully healed. They actually want to try to chase down that Dodrio, but they will not find them. Overlord quick on the escape. Shadow Sneak blocked by Slashcan, really good job. That is one of the biggest defender things you have to do in the Mimikyu matchup, is just make sure you are in between you and your squishy Pokemon so that Shadow Sneak Dash will not be able to find the backline and block it before it gets there. Great play by Slash.
Yeah, finding off. Oh my goodness, just jumping in. We're going to see the Emerald two-step at the 4-minute mark. Double KO streak in the center area from Trainer. And on top of that, that's going to build them the space that they need to take this Regieleki, and it looks like they're going to push it into the tier 2. Maybe? No. Everybody going to be jumping away. It's getting pretty close. If that wall can push everybody off of there, they might have an opportunity, but it does look like most of the team of Orange Juices are going to be here defending. In the meantime, though, you can see 2 members are trying to back cap in the tier 2 goes down on bottom.
Yeah, this is what Deuce has been talking a lot about when he's been criticizing the North American region a little bit, kind of everybody but LG, is that they do bring this unique playstyle of just incredibly successful split pushes. We see 3 members taking an objective, we see 2 members scoring elsewhere. They're taking out the enemy central, or they're forcing a one-on-one fight in another spot. But no matter what, it feels like they are barely punished for those situations. But one thing that Orange Juicers has done a little bit better in this game number 2 is keep up on the scoring front. Luminosity does hold a sizable lead, but it is nowhere close to what they were in that game number 1. 190 to 253. Orange Juicers are bringing a little bit more to the table in this second roundabout.
I do feel like their defensive choices have been pretty good as far as countering the way that Luminosity won in the last game, but now you got to figure out if you can play to win, and it's going to be Trainer taking the last hit on that big basement Reggie, and OG just getting melted. We're going to have to see Orange Juicers back up after that, trying to get the counter engage, using the play rough onto Overlord, onto Dodrio, but it's not enough. There is no follow-up once again, and that's something that's been, I think, maybe slightly off about Orange Juicers, is they haven't had a lot of follow-ups to the engagements in their sort of fights so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough team to do it into, right? But this part of it is, are you asking yourselves, are we afraid of this team? You know, sometimes we see teams size up themselves against Luminosity. If you're not confident enough, sometimes you miss those windows of opportunity. And Orange Juicers lose yet another one. Luminosity going to lock down this essential Ray pit with Slashcan onto the top side, and Otter trying to buy a little bit of time around this Zogrog Umbreon pick. It is a bit of an engage, so Slashcan going to try to shut down this Lucario pick immediately with a heavy slam. Will do so. Lucario already gone.
Oh no, they've been the first one to go down so many times, and Slash is going to continue to move in, try to heavy slam to avoid the reset with the Hooba portal. I don't think they were able to quite get that, but Flareon's trying to just be annoying, play in the backline, stop them from bringing down this Rayquaza. This looks like this could go to a flip. Everybody starting to jump into the center area. Triple Trumble coming in and hit the entire other team, and it looks like it's going to be Luminosity with not only the final hit, but it's looking like near a full team wipe. Only one member left, that Lucario, who's just sitting on the bottom. They weren't even in that fight. A dominant way to stop that flip. Mostly, I think, starting from that triple trample from Overlord.
Triple trample. Otter very, very patient. Maybe their teammates not too happy about that with the patience on that Bliss assistance, waiting until the final moments. At that point, you're just trying to hit anybody in the central area with it to get as much knock-up and damage as you can. But they're able to get it onto Snorlax, but in the end, it is the Ceruledge Revenant Ran Unite that takes the credit for that final hit onto the Rayquaza. I mean, Orange Juicers were basically forced into one final win condition in the flipping of the Rayquaza, and Luminosity shut that down as well. This team has not dropped a map the entire tournament. I don't think they have dropped a map since the start of this season, if we're including the Latin America International Championships, and this upper bracket finals is no different. Luminosity Gaming going to take it down 2-0 and find their spot in Grands.
And as they're just sitting here, upping their score, upping their stats, I gotta talk about the fact that, honestly, I didn't really think about it, but the draft was so smart in the favor of Luminosity, because you need Mimikyu to be in, you need Lucario to be in, you need Greedent to somewhat be in, you need Umbreon to be in, so everybody's kind of in that sort of melee range, and you have to deal with all of the CC from the Snorlax, the Revenant Ren, the Triple Trample, the Bliss Assistance. There's just an infinite amount of this big AoE knockups that you're just gonna have to deal with, and that's really what came into play there as Luminosity. I said this before to you off stream, but they're trying to make this a fast day.
Absolutely. I mean, undefeated record in UCS Season 4 so far, and Orange Juicers can't even hold a candle to them in this game. The only member on OJ to able to get a KO is OG on the Lucario. That's 1 to Curios's 10. Oh my word. This Ceruledge putting up numbers, not to mention 239 points scored. Whenever you're within breathing room of a Dodrio scoreline, I think you're feeling pretty good about how your game has gone so far. Curios looking fantastic on 2 back-to-back melee bottom path picks, by the way.
Yeah, or, well, 3, technically, if we count the previous set as well, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, when we're looking at, we really need to think about this. Like, when we're looking at roles and what people play, do we just say bottom path player now at this point? Like, Gyros is literally changing the way that we're going to have to talk about this game. With extremely impressive showings with all of those Pokemon as well. Kyrios, obviously a big reason why this LG squad is back for the win this season.
And I love that we're getting to talk a little bit more about that player. We've said, I mean, so many great things about this entire squad. I think Slashcan had, and especially in that game too, truly one of the best Snorlax games they've had in a hot minute, able to really shut down the value that Roland can try to create on this Hoopa at any given time. I mean, even if they're not getting the preventing of the resets on those Hoopa portals, even just the present threat of them makes it so much more difficult to play this composition. Not to mention, Orange Juicers drafting this Greedent and Umbreon bottom path just means that their overall damage numbers are not going to be as remarkable. They don't have that attacker to kind of rely on for poke damage, so Slashcan Snorlax can play even more aggressive than they traditionally would because there's not much damage to threaten on the other side.
Yeah, I started this thought a little bit earlier when they were fighting for a basement Reggie, but I think that Orange Juices did a really good job of playing to counter the way that Luminosity won in game number 1. They did a great job of stopping that scoring. They weren't behind by that much when they went into the final stretch. But the problem is, I feel like they were playing not to lose when you need to like play to win. Like, I don't know if they had a win condition at the end of the game. When Luminosity, they were like, okay, well, the first strategy didn't work, but we still have the rest of our team fight ability, the ability to do this, which was basically just a disgusting, like I said, triple trample, Blizz assistance, it was just everything all at once, and that is what melts an entire team. So yeah. I think the counter was good, but Luminosity, they were playing to win both games.
Yeah, they were really favored to take that Rayquaza as well with all that presence. You saw Slash blocking a couple of targets with the Snorlax block for a moment. I will say Flareon's belch from the Greedent was extremely close to getting that Rayquaza secure. I think it was one of Orange Juicer's last hope, so credit to Flareon's for being in the correct position in those final moments. But again, like we mentioned, just not enough. Orange Juicers are going to head to our losers bracket to play the winner of our next matchup, which is going to be T3 versus Nebula. It's going to be an awesome matchup. We're going to have Dubsnax and Spraggles to bring it to you. So we're going to jump to a very short break as they get ready. More UNITE Championship Series right after this break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are with the winner from that last game, Curios. Curios, how you doing after a run that, if I'm not mistaken, is once again undefeated?
Yeah, feeling good. I think we're getting our momentum yet again, and yeah, looking to take it all.
Curios, let me ask you this. It truly feels to me like Luminosity is playing UNITE different than every other team that you've faced so far. It almost feels like your game plan isn't the tried and true, save your UNITE move at 2 minutes, you know, stage up around Ray, take those fights. How does LG approach these different teams that are trying to play, maybe we'll call it a more cookie cutter version of UNITE that we're used to?
Yeah, I think mostly it's identifying win conditions for our team and then also their team and trying to play around those. I think it definitely varies from team to team as well, from comp to comp. But I think we work really hard. We kind of analyze all these different kind of comps, and with all our kind of studying and putting ours into the game, we have a really good understanding of what each and every single team wants to do at all the different points in the game.
So something I'm curious about, as you kind of look forward to the horizon, obviously you guys won LAIC, you look amazing in this tournament, you could be heading to Aeos. What kind of team or what region are you most excited to face off against when you do start hitting that international competition again?
I think there's only one answer. We want to play Fennel in Japan. I think obviously they're the world champions from last year.
Baby,
they look like they were on a different level from the other teams, the world championship as well. So I think it'll just be really, really exciting. I think Fennel's also another one of those teams that is like different what they do. Kind of the early game, the mons that they pick, their game plan is all going to be different. So I mean, I think everybody else also really excited to see us play against Fennel. So really seems like it's going to be fun.
I've been squaring up kind of like a sub game for LG now that you all qualified qualified for ACL, and it's, are you guys going to collect the Infinity Stones of invites from all these different regions and essentially shrink the world's pool of teams just by having hoarded all of these invites yourselves? I think it's a particularly cool story. Is it something that I can force on you moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to do our best to win and do everything we can. But I think the greatest thing we want to do is, of course, the World Championship. Regardless of all the invites to the World Championship that we may be able to get from these different tournaments, obviously we're looking for that World Championship, trying to win it once again, and really just trying to win it for my teammates, you know. I think I really want to get them another win for this year and just have a great ending to 2025.
Amazing. Curious, you guys are playing out of your minds. You look like the champs again. Congratulations. Good luck in the grand finals. I'm sure we'll see you again soon enough. Thank you, Curios, from Luminosity Gaming. All right, Dupes, next. We got a match coming at you, baby.
We got a match coming at you. I'll tell you what. I hope T3 Nebula, while they're scrapping it out here to see who moves forward, they evolve into a different mindset. Because that LG OJ game did not look particularly close. And it brings me back to the point I made way back when, and it's LG is playing UNITE a certain way, and all these other NA teams are keeping matches close because they've all agreed to play the same exact way, and they are fighting on the same axis, whereas LG is just all over the place, and they're doing whatever they want. So I hope T3 and Nebula, once they fight through this, they start thinking about what's waiting for them down the line.
Yeah, well, here we go. We're going to take a look at what T3 and Nebula are going to do here. Obviously, the winner of this moves forward. They're going to face off against the Juicers, and one of these squads is going to have the opportunity to face off again against LG in those grand finals. T3 going down to them earlier, Juicers going down to them just now. Nebula could be the team to beat them as we head into this draft. Leafeon banned out right away. Psyduck banned out right away. Darkrai on the other side. Looks like NA is well aware that Psyduck, Darkrai, they're not making it into any games.
Yeah, Leafeon and Miraidon as well have been problems this weekend for some of the teams when they've actually hit the Theia Sky Ruins. And there's that number 5, right? Mimikyu. that's been taking over games. We've seen it in the hands of a bunch of players, and for the most part, it's looked pretty good.
You know, I gotta say, for me, Mimikyu is one of the most inconsistent Pokemon I see in UCS. Like, period. You either see players go absolutely nuts on this thing, or they can't get anything going. And we see so many different looks with it, too. We see play rough. We just saw that in a game, which honestly looked super underwhelming, unfortunately. We see players in the East playing a lot of Trick Room. I just feel like it's one of those Pokemon, it's feast or famine. If this thing is fed at a high level, it takes over games. And if it gets shut down a little bit, boy, is it disappointing.
Yeah, I agree. Fortunately, though, for us, we've been seeing it in the hands of Trainer on LG a lot, so it's been pretty successful. Locking into Mew is Spawn, and Mew has been, again, always feeling to get the tweak downwards, but never pushed out because its versatility really makes up for any of these actual numbers gaps that they try to adjust.
And here we go. Our final pick here for Nebula. We're going to see what they want to bring to this game. I would love to see the Greninja. Don't tease me, though. Yeah, let's go. Bringing out the Frog. We saw it on the EU broadcast, too.
Yeah, Frog is a great pick, but what I'm excited about is Sobe's Espeon. It's one of their strongest Pokemon. I haven't gotten to watch him on it today, so Sobe's performance on this is one that I personally want to look out for, as they're a bot path menace.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. I think Espeon's a very solid pick, extremely powerful. On the other side, we've got Mew looking to be more of that damage Mew, right? Which is going to be interesting to see. We've seen support Mew kind of become a thing, almost just because it feels like of Luminosity and sort of the strategies that they are bringing out. And then, of course, we've got a Slowbro. Slowbro is one of those Pokemon that was the meta for a little while, but now with a little less dive in the game, it feels like Slow Beam doesn't have that same sort of like this controls the late game team fight priority, but still a really impressive defender that is just, it feels like just outside of the top few.
Yeah, it really does. But that's a testament to the strength of all these different defenders, right? I mean, we've even seen Mamoswine step in, be successful, tons of Lapras as well. You know, if you're counting LAIC and this weekend, just around the world. So defenders are really at a premium right now, just across the board. So it's unsurprising that there's a defender to fit whatever niche you're trying to fill at any given moment, because every single one feels pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, for me, it feels like Umbreon, Trevenant, are these top of the hill defenders, but there are a lot of different, choices that are very powerful. As we head in here, these are our losers bracket semifinals between T3 and Nebula. One of these teams crawling through that losers bracket, looking for their opportunity to face off against LG in our grand finals. T3, your purple team. Nebula, your orange team.
All right, well, a quick dunk by Spawn as they are stacking with that Mew. I saw the special attack specs there. And Lagoon going on the backside, they're going to get their 7 points in as well. So maybe a couple stackers on the side of Nebula as they're going to use that to boost their pressure here.
And here we look at the top path. Looks like things are going decently well for T3, looking to get that secure. And then they're going to peel back here, try to get both of these online as fast as possible. Obviously, Blaziken needs a lot. It does get some power at level 5, but Mimikyu gets one of its big moves at 5. So I think it gains a little more than the Blaziken early.
Lagoon's in a lot of troubles. The K opener going to go to T3. It is in short order, and that is a Wicked Blow Urshifu. Going to try and dial in that secure. Lumiar is right there looking for an engage here. They're looking at Zealot. They're A-pressing Zealot as much as they can, and they're able to get the knockout Spraggles. That is a huge counter punch for Nebula.
Yeah, really nice stuff here from Nebula. They would love to score here with Greninja, not able to make it happen easily enough. Nice defense there from the Hoopa. As we head down back to our bottom path here, we can see Umbreon and Mew. This Mew, again, with those special attack specs, looking to get as much damage as possible in this bottom path. Nice big side shot catching them right there. And that's going to be a KO.
That's great. A nice surf follow-up to make sure that there was nobody escaping that engagement. Spawn can't make it out. But really, Sobe is cooking on this Espeon, unsurprisingly so. They are very good on this Mon.
Yeah, a little snapback on that Psybeam right there. They would have went down a little bit faster as the points ran in the top path. It looks like T3 coming out a little bit ahead there. In trouble in this bottom path. Boy, that one missed Psybeam is devastating because now they go down for it.
Yeah, of course, the caster curse continues. That is not one that Sobi particularly misses, but because I said it, of course, it happened.
Like, it's 100% accuracy on this thing. Immediately misses the side beam with a little snapback action, it looked like, as we have the Dark Bear moving down to the bottom path right here. Greninja's 8, Dark Bear's 8. They're one level away from their Unite moves. In the top path, Zealot going absolutely nuts here on the Mimikyu.
Level 8 already, Spraggles. They are huge, and this is what you were talking about. Now that they're ahead, it's going to be easy for them to stay ahead. As long as they don't do anything too ignorant, they'll be all right. 4 down for them as we're waiting for the basement Reggie to populate.
And here we go down to this bottom path. We've got this Reggie here in 10 seconds. Multiple members of T3 surrounding this. Great positioning from them. While only 2 members of Nebula are here to contest it. It looks like they could move for it here pretty fast. Greninja making their way down to this bottom path though, but Registeel getting very low.
Oh, wow. That wicked blow was early, but Sobi not missing that next one because she dialed that in and secured for the squad. Good 1-2 punch by T3. They're looking to push a little bit. Pure's going to surf to get the back line, disrupt Lumiere a little bit, and they're going to allow the points to go in here. Jolteon stopped by the Egg Bomb. Nice work by the Blissey just to step up Slippy from long range. I'm going to throw those in. However, the rage continues between these two teams. The goal zone's gone. Pure's moving forward, and they're still going for KOs. I mean, Zealot wants more, and Pure is there to facilitate.
Yeah, they were continuing to push there. Almost got the Umbreon, but that thing just does not go down. Something that we should mention, by the way, Jolteon's is subbing in for Anon on Tier 3. So that's the reason you're seeing Jolteon's playing there on the Dark Bear. So if you're wondering where Anon went, well, I don't know. I know they're gone, though.
Yeah, the crazy thing is if T3 wins this, it'll be Jolteons versus Flareons in the bottom path. So we'll see how that shakes out here in our losers finals. If that's where we end up. Nice portal, going to get a reset by Tie-Dye. And I'll tell you what, Zealot's looking to scrap here for sure.
Here we go. Regieleki getting very low. Overheat getting ready. Perfect secure there from Nebula as they might look to push this big time Unite move. Sends Dark Blue up into the sky and they get knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a way to use the Wicked Blow. If you're too late for the secure on the objective, go ahead and use it on a body here. Nice Greninja Unite. Was it a bit too early, though? Only the Urshifu came through, and they're able to get the KO. Zealot moves in, tries to. We've got the Slow Beam Bliss Assist on Greninja. If that's too late, they're already buckled down. Now Mew Spawn getting a KO Shrika 2 as they're forced to retreat. Spawn with no HP. We actually rinse back the Bliss Assistants just to make sure that they can keep fighting, and fight they do. Surf back the other way with the Mew. Spawn's about that action. Finally, the Regieleki hits, and they close out that goal zone. Spraggles, 156, 124. That first 5 minutes was wild.
That was exciting. I mean, back and forth action the entire way. A whole lot of punching and counter punching, and these teams are not afraid to throw those fists at each other. We have a bottom Reggie ready to go here. Multiple members of T3 heading down to it, but they found Blaziken in the central area. I wonder if they're going to take time to fight it and just let Lunar here take this Reggie Rock.
Yeah, Lumiere gonna keep shredding through it. It's very low. The rings are unbound. The fists are on point. Is the beam in time? No. Secured by Nebula, and you'd have hate to see them lose that one because it was just Tie-Dye in the mix. Now they're gonna pressure and put some pressure on. They will. Greninja Unite backwards, caught in the Mimikyu Unite instantly for the knockout, and Zealot presses forward. Here comes Pure and Sobi. The pressure continues. Nice portal, and Egg Bomb almost gets the reset.
Yeah, almost made it there. You see the Shadow Sneak back through, not even taking the portal back. Love to see that play there from Zealot. Definitely flexing a little bit on this Mimikyu. You know, if I tell you that Mimikyu might not be it, you're about to see one of the best ones we've seen on stream so far, especially against this Greninja. The combination of catching it once with a Shadow Claw right into that Unite move is almost an instant KO.
Sobi using that Unite move just because they wanted to have an opportunity to use another one later. Holy! All of a sudden, the damage is done. The players are down. T3 is waking themselves up going, what just happened? We had an opportunity there, and Nebula absolutely dusted him.
Take a look at this scoreline here. Razor thin, 156, 153, a minute and a half until Rayquaza. Regieleki easily going down here to Nebula. No one from T3 is going to contest it. Now the question is, does Nebula push with this, or do they look for something else on the map that they can get? If you start taking a look at the experience, there is a little in the bottom path. We've got some birds that have spawned there as well, and they're actually have their eyes on that tier 1 goal zone.
Pure surfing back. Lagoon is there. They quickly put their 7 in. The Hoopa rotation is open. Let's see if anybody from T3 rolls through. Solar Beam is there. A nice engagement by the Blaziken. They're able to find a KO on Pure. Gonna keep pushing forward here. Opportunity on the goal zone exists, but Zealot is just trying to shred them down. Not enough in the tank because there's too many players from Nebula there.
Yeah, nice stuff from Nebula. And I gotta say, we saw this Greninja Unite move at about 1 minute, and with Greninja's new buffs to its Unite move, that's actually about right on time to have it back for Rayquaza, especially if they bounce around and grab a few, wild Pokemon, charge that Unite a little bit, which is one of the amazing things about Gren right now. I was wondering if we were gonna see more of it in UCS given this change.
All right, we're charging up Overheat. Dark Blue's on the backside. Lagoon's trying to space out Pure. Solar Beam comes through. Zealot takes it, and you hate to see that for Nebula, as now they've gotten bullied out. 10 seconds till Ray, my friend, and it's about to be a squabble.
Yeah, here we go. Dark Blue getting caught right there. Mimikyu going right in, looking for the combination. They get the Unite move. Huge Solar Beam dupe snacks.
SP on Unite is popped. Sobi's looking for the follow-up. Slippy is down, and that's the first domino to fall. However, Slippy did not use their Unite move. They couldn't get it done in time. So now Nebula's actually going to have to buy time for the Blissey to come back. That's 5 seconds. I think they'll have it. Here we go. Mew's moving in with their Unite move as well. We're trying to look pot shots. We're throwing fists from space as well. Tie-Dye is rings unbound. The surf is back through. They've sectioned them up well. Lagoon is gone. And now they're pushing forward here. 2 players down. Make it 3. Wicked Blow is there. Pure is trying to stay strong, but they can't. Hoopa's gone as well. Nebula's coming alive. 2 players still standing. Zealot there is looking to do some work, but it's in the face of 3. What can this Mimikyu do, Spraggles?
Here we go. Rayquaza is getting extremely low. Zealot looking for their moment. The Shadow Sneaks on the Blissey. Shadow Claw coming in. And no, they are not able to get it. Secured right there by who else? The supporter. Slippy with the secure. And now they are looking to score. Just trying to make sure that they can get there before their shields are broken. Hiding in the tall grass there. Mew puts in a hundo burger.
Oh, Slippy was trying to medic across the wall, but I don't know, a little bit of a traffic jam there. They're scrambling backwards. Lumiere still has their shield, and they're going to try and hold on to it so they can go get another burger in and really cement this lead. Decide to perhaps peel back for now as Slippy's taking the rest of T3 for a ride.
Yeah, and here we go. T3 actually has an opportunity right here to make something happen. Blissey is down. They're not down by too much on the scoreboard, but take a look at that. Mew has 100 ready to go. Same thing with Greninja in the bottom path there, who's sneaking around to that tier 1. 30 seconds left. T3 has to make a play, but at the same time, it looks like the Nebula play right here is just going to make that impossible. There goes 100 bottom. There goes 100 middle. That's going to put them up. 236, 521.
Now everybody's going to crash land here in the last 10 seconds, make sure they get their stats up before this thing is called. But ultimately, Nebula is going to win this as no more points have gone into that goal zone. 4 seconds left, Spraggles, and I think this is curtains.
Yeah, there we go. Really exciting game 1. Very back and forth. It did feel like a bit of a slugfest. These teams were ready to fight here. T3, they had their moments, but after they got that KO early right near Rayquaza, they did not capitalize on it, giving enough time for Nebula to come back.
Yeah, I mean, catching a Blissey with their Unite move unused is huge. They had a real opportunity there to make Lumiere and Dark Blue pay. They just didn't converge on them fast enough, which left them looking around with their hands empty going, what just happened in this game? But look at Zealot's damage. I mean, that Mimikyu was everywhere.
Yeah, that Mimikyu really, it shined brightly in game number 1 as they are looking to possibly move forward in this tournament. They're the only team that has not been dispatched by Luminosity to our losers bracket. So maybe they are going to be the team that has the answer for them after all. Huge amount of damage there. 102k. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Nebula, though, not letting an opportunity slip between their fingers. They had the cringe surrender against them in the previous match here, which, we'll let that go for what it is. But if you're given that opportunity and you don't have to contend for it much harder than that, leverage that into a good opportunity, and they just took one off a decent squad here in T3.
Yeah, absolutely. T3's had some really exciting matches here today, and it felt like that one was getting very close as we take a look at some of the big moments here. Nice secure here in the bottom path for T3. We've got the Greninja on the side of Nebula, and I love to see the Greninja win. It feels like we've not seen Greninja as a viable tournament force since maybe year 1 of UCS. So it's really cool to see it here. Nice secure once again for Nebula.
Yeah, along with Greninja, man, it'd be nice to see a Cinderace again, right? Just anything from year one to kind of give it that boost of nostalgia. But Nebula here just doing an overall great job in how they were sieging these goal zones. You can see how quickly they're able to get 2 knockouts. Oh, Zealots here immediately converged as Dark Blue. They get another knockout there and close out a goal zone. The back half of this game was really Nebula's.
Yeah, it really was. Now, here's this moment. They're fighting around 2:15 right here, and they're looking to make something happen. Oh, right into the Ray fight, and this is Greninja getting caught. Bliss assistance on Greninja. This is what happens when they let that Blissey come back. Now they're 3-on-1 right here. Zealot looking for their moment. They hit the Shadow Sneak on the Blissey, and they were just a little too early when it came to jumping in, but it also might have been the end of their timer on the Shadow Sneak, so they may have needed to move in at that point. Not able to get the secure, and there you have it. Nebula taking game number 1.
Yeah, really well done. I'm taking a look and just a thought, and credit to Pure, because they engaged and caught the exact target you'd want, which was that Greninja. But that X Factor, again, was the Blissey that they eliminated early with its Unite move still in its pocket, unused. They needed to make that play about 10 seconds earlier.
Yeah, it's really... It's hard, isn't it? You've got Blissey down, but as a supporter, it doesn't have a massive timer. So then you're in this weird mode, like, do we take the fight? Do we just flip towards Rayquaza? Like, do we just start ripping this thing and hope with a player down that they're not able to really fight back here? It's a tough moment for them, but unfortunately, the decision they made led to their defeat.
Yeah, I think it would also probably made it tough as Pure was a little low on HP from that scrap that they had over that last Basement Reggie. They're at about a 1/3 HP. With Amnesia, you can say maybe half. But there's one thing we can learn from a team like Orange Juicers and like Luminosity, is that half HP bar is still a heck of a lot of HP if you're a tank and you need to get in there and facilitate what your squad's trying to do. Let's see how T3 adjusts here in Game 2, Cowboy.
Yeah, here we go. T3 down 1 game. Their tournament life on the line right now as we head into our next draft. Nebula looking to move forward and looking to face off against the Orange Juicers. It would be interesting for Nebula to run into LG by the end of this, because LG is Nebula is the one team that LG has not dispatched to our losers bracket.
Yeah, like I said, trying to make a run here and 1 game away from pressing forward in our tournament and getting an opportunity to try and beat up on the Orange Juicers, knock the pulp out their fruit a little bit. These bands here, unsurprising, except for maybe that Urshifu.
Yeah, it's... I mean, it did look like it had some viability, but it looked like it had some viability from Jolteons, really. So I'm interested to see what they want to run here. Of course, the Duck getting no play. We all want to see Psyduck, but nobody wants to play against it, which is fair.
It is so crazy strong, Cowboy. I am completely unsurprised to see it up there alongside Darkrai as well. T3 taking Blaziken here is solid. I feel like all we've seen Dark Blue play is Blaziken. So make them switch up and go on something else.
And here we go over to the side of Nebula, possibly looking to bring out the Garchomp. A lot of teams flexing into this all-rounder pick, but no. Oh, yes, they are moving back to it right here.
Yeah, Spawn picking up the Mew as well, which I happen to enjoy.
I gotta say, Dupe Snacks, I just got tagged in a tweet. I think you might have also. I don't know if we can pull up a tweet on stream, but this is a great one. I've got a call out from Slash, where the Twitch chat was cooking Kyrios a little bit. Someone saying they had to interview Kyrios on stream to make sure he's the one actually playing. This community absolutely nails it. We got Surrender on business. We got Kyrios. We're making sure he's in his room. Let's go.
Listen. The bounce back is real, and
the
those
bounce
sub
back
rules,
is real.
Those sub rules were suspect at best. At least they're in place now, so you can actually use your sub. Much like T3 is doing now, successfully.
Yeah, there we go. As Jolteons is playing the Leafeon here. Lunier once again on the Greninja, which looked pretty dang good there in game number 1. I do think, seeing teams flex into it, we've seen Toon on this, we're seeing Lunier on this. I do think there's definitely some viability into playing the Frog again.
You know what? I'm here for it. Pump it into my veins. Especially with that Unite move on, an 11-second cooldown.
It truly is.
Fire that water shuriken all over the map. I'm here for it.
It's very fun to see. We got Sobi on the Sylveon here. One of the things that's kind of amazing about Sylveon is when it has the opportunity to lower some special attack on the other side. They've got that as a possibility with Mew, but outside of that, not too much here. So I'm curious to see kind of what their strategy is with this pick. I thought their Espeon looked amazing. We saw Pikachu earlier today from them as well that I thought looked pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's tough. It seemed like they had a decent recipe. I actually liked their draft a hair stronger than Nebula's. It seemed like, I don't want to say the execution was, maybe it was the execution. It just felt like when things went sideways for no real reason, you know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't be going this bad, but it just kind of was. Especially, I mean, it's easy to highlight that Blissey interaction. It's easy to highlight that because that was at the end. But like from minute 5 to minute 8, they were still just kind of getting knocked out all over the place for no real reason.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get ready for our next game here, Doob Snacks. T3, your purple team. Nebula, your orange team. These are the losers bracket semifinals here for the Aeos Cup Play-Ins. And if Nebula wins this, T3 is heading home. Nebula still with a chance to win the whole thing and get that trip to London in the Aeos Cup.
I am shocked that they haven't sent, T3 hasn't sent somebody crosstown shootout to put some pressure on this Greninja in the middle. They're actually so concerned they're babysitting their side of the map here. I would have shot that Leafeon across the way too. Literally put any pressure on Lumiere so they can't get going.
And here we go. Jolteon's now up to this top path, looking to make something happen with the Garchomp, trying to get the secure here. Can they jump it again? No, they cannot bring the Leafs back and hit another big shot of damage onto the Garchomp as we head down to the bottom path here and see what Pure is trying to do, trying to hit their level 5 early.
Yeah, Pure have been playing tank, but now picking up this Combuskin here, trying to do something for T3 as they were so desperate to get it out of the hands of Nebula.
And here we go. We've got the 850 birds spawning right here. Garchomp looking to hit level 5, and they do. Jolteon's in a little bit of trouble as we head down to the bottom path here. The Blaze Kick pulling the birds back for the side of T3.
That was Dark Blue right there getting a little excited that they got to evolve. I don't know what that Dragon Rush plan was, but that was a little too early. Way to poach the Mimikyu along with the Wild Farm. That might be an opportunity if they can close it out. Dragon Rush gets there, nice knockout, and that's the Dragon Rush you wanted.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. Dark Blue in a little bit of trouble right here. Leafeon running to the top path as we head into the bottom path right here. See a little bit of farm. Blissey goes down top, and Garchomp has to peel back.
No, actually, Blissey going down there was huge, right? Because it let Dark Blue get back, who has just gotten huge, just took out a good Mimikyu knockout, So, you know what? Lay it on the line for your Garchomp, because you're going to need them late game.
Yeah, that's right. If any of these supporters can, you know, sacrifice themselves for the cause, make sure that their high-level carries are able to get out of there, that is massive. Blue in a little bit of trouble, but actually able to sneak out of here with a couple of big-time soft-boileds from Blissey.
Yeah, I mean, Slippy's doing a great job. Game 1 here and Game 2 so far, really facilitating Dark Blue in the top path, but really the team as a whole.
Yeah, and here we go. Jolteon's making their way to the bottom path right here, eating a little bit of a solar beam from the Mew. As Mew moves up here, Surf trying to pull Leafeon off the goal zone, not able to make it happen. Blaziken makes it down to the bottom path here, and they're trying to put the pressure on this Umbreon.
Whoa, barely making it out. Nice little run by them. However, that makes that all of those Swablu and Altaria look to go to T3's way. A nice little overheat's going to grab the big one, and the rest of it as well.
We've got 0 points for the side of T3, but it does look like, once again, I mean, these two teams are scrapping very well. Got that EXP share Sylveon, which is a fun way to flex into a supporter pick here. As we head down to the bottom path, Registeel already at half.
Yeah, moving through is Sobi. They're going to put some damage on it. Overheat is actually a little late. It's the Leafeon that takes it, but you'll take it whichever way you can get. Spawn, Luniere, all hanging out, going to try and defend this goal zone, and pretty successful, enough to just really push all of T3 back.
If you take a look at the map, one Pokemon all by themselves in the top path here. Regieleki going down to them. That is the Gabite turning into a Garchomp here. Able to push this towards the goal zone, score a nice 40 points.
Quickly putting those points in.
Yeah, there we go.
quickly putting those points in, Spraggles. And of course, now they're popping their Unite move, getting a little bit of value, able to seal up the Leafeon, but now Dark Blue's in a tough corner here as they're putting damage on Zealot. Good support by Lunier, and who else but Slippy, who is really having a show-out game. That's my player to watch right now because they have been facilitating Dark Blue over and over and over again.
Yeah, I fully agree with you here. I mean, these Garchomp plays are really nice, right? But we are just seeing like some amazing pocket support from this Blissey. Not to mention what they were able to make happen last game, keeping Greninja healthy through that big fight. Incredible stuff here on the side of Nebula.
Big time boosted auto tries to track down Pure, but really what it does is allows everybody to settle out. And look, Nebula's been doing great without Dark Blue playing on the bottom half of the map. So this is going to bode well in the later stages of the game.
And look at this. Garchomp just able to score in the top path as we have this push. T3 moving towards this T1. Big time Unite move from Leafeon. Not able to pick up Umbreon, but they do finally get the KO.
Yeah, getting a good resource there, but really big shout out to Lagoon because Spawn was the one that was hit by that Shadow Sneak, and they were able to get out, and Lagoon is actually the one that stepped in and ate the Mimikyu Unite on behalf of the Mew, and that's incredibly important here as their defense rages on. Here comes Dark Blue, doesn't hit with the Dragon Rush, the leaves are out, pulled back, Sobi's trying to get the spacing with these Mystical Fires, and a little bit of those Draining Kisses. They are enough to stymie at the moment, and peeling back is Pure. But now they're going to have to fight because this Registeel is ready to go. Zealot's on the front line. Nice Garchomp Unite right into the back line by Dark Blue. Blitz Assistance is going to keep the Umbreon standing. Pure's going to go down. And this looks all to be Nebula's action right here.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. Secure, though, by the Leafeon on T3. You saw how long they were staying in that fight, just waiting for their moment to get the secure. They lose the fight, but they do get the objective. It feels like Nebula is in control, but T3 is still alive and kicking here in game number 2. 2 minutes now until Rayquaza, possibly the last Rayquaza that T3 is going to see in the UCS for a little while if they're not able to get this game under control.
Yeah, you can imagine how bad things would have been there for T3 if Leafeon did not walk away with that secure as well. I mean, things would have gone from bad to worse. We'll see how Nebula hangs tight here. Is that Regieleki's going to hit? They just let that thing walk right in. Maybe they're trying to leash in T3 to get the knockouts here, but Zealot hits a target in the backline. They want Lunier, but they're going straight for Slippy. Nice Mimikyu Unite on top of the Greninja in the backline. Can they close it out? They are trying to chop these foams down from the legs up. Are they going to be able to be successful? Zealot with a KO streak of 2. No, finally shut down by the Umbreon.
Yeah, really, I mean, an incredible fight there from T3. Big time Unite move from Sobi. Unite move right back the other way from the Mew. They're saying, yeah, you do the thing where you jump up and you're invincible. I'm invincible for a really long time. I'm Mew after all. Big time Solar Beam. Sobi having to run away. I'm really interested in seeing this, you know, kind of support almost essentially tank Sylveon for the squad. It's got a curse item. It's got EXP share. I'm kind of loving it.
No, I love it too, right? Especially if Pure is the one who on your team who has to flex into Blaziken. This is a great way for Sobi to be a huge impactful player on a big Pokemon that they love to have in their repertoire. And it really kind of does a great job mimicking the defender role, as you pointed out.
I believe it's called mimic queuing in the Pokemon world, but yes, you're very close. 5 seconds left until we have the Reggie here in the bottom path. Great positioning from Nebula. They're looking to rip this thing off the map. Regice is here. Couple members of T3. We're going to see if they want to look for this fight. Not able to make it in.
No, but you see Zealot getting vision. Now they know where all 5 players of Nebula are, which should make this fight easier to engage with if you are making the call for T3.
Here we go. Sobi actually getting a lot of vision here. Moving in. Overheat catches 1, but they're going to peel back. Now we have Rayquaza.
Kind of sussed out.
Oh yeah, they did find Sobi here. And Sobi's running top. We have Rayquaza hitting the map. Nebula in some interesting position. They're kind of caught right now between all members of T3.
Yeah, they're pushing forward. I mean, they know certainly where Sobi is, who's doing a good job being a menace as for now, but no quite engaged just yet.
No, and we look at the Blaziken, possibly looking for an overheat. Rayquaza already at half, but no one's taking this fight. Sobi in a little bit of trouble here, but still, Ray is not being tapped anymore. It is going to start recovering health. Draining Kiss makes that not an option. Rayquaza now at half, but no one moving in for the fight yet.
Nice Solar Beam by Spawn. They're going to have to put pressure on the back line, and now Lagoon is seeing out. But the Mew Unite is out early, and that's a great resource that they no longer have available. Everybody else holding on to their Unite moves. Leafeon still has to get theirs as well.
And here we go. Solar Beam catches a couple. Snarl moves in and doesn't get anyone. Garchomp now tapping Rayquaza. Nebula is ahead. 1 minute on the clock here. T3 does need to make a play. The game is pretty dang close, though. Someone could peel off and score. Pure in some trouble right now. Peeling back, but getting hit by a Solar Beam.
Oh, Solar Beam into the Moonlight Prance moving forward. That's a Garchomp Unite with the Bliss Assistant support, and that's a big Lumiere Giant Shoryuken right into the backside. We're going to see what they're going to do with it. Putting tons of pressure on is Lagoon. Sobi forced to retreat, and now we have the Cotton Cloud Crash landing on top. Lagoon is very low, replacing on Jolteon's, trying to reposition Jolteon. Lumiere gets gobbled up by the Mimikyu Unite, and now they're down, and it's all about Zealot. It's all about Tie-Dye. They're finding Slippy. Slippy's running away, and Sobi goes straight to score, and that could be the difference maker. They peel off because Mew showed up on their doorstep. How are they going to adjust from here? They're still down, Spraggles.
Here we go. Eldegoss scores. Now it's 247, 233. Very little time left. No one from Nebula is up to be able to score here. And it looks like with these other 50 points possibly going in, even if they do not, it looks like they're going to be able to take game number 2 here.
What a showdown by T3, and yet again, the caster curses realized that they're still down as soon as the Eldegoss 47 points went in to give them the edge. What a little showdown by T3, and yeah, they were sandbagging that fight, weren't they, Cowboy?
I mean, that fight was drawing out further and further and further, just looking for a moment. Well, they ended up finding it right here. Zealot with the Mimikyu absolutely ripping through the Nebula squad right there, just enough so that they could split push on 2 goal zones and get enough points in to put them slightly ahead. 247, 233, and of course that means we're heading to a game number 3 between these 2 squads.
Look at Spawn right there, 94k damage. Dark Blue as well, gonna get over 70k, I think it was 74k. So, I mean, a lot of good work out of this Nebula squad to a game that really came down to a razor-thin margin. Game 3 for these 2 squads, wouldn't want it any other way.
Yeah, this has been such a good matchup between these 2. You absolutely love to see it. And the scoreline just being so close pre-Rayquaza, and Rayquaza never even going down, turning to a split push right there. You love to see it. Dark Blue, it felt like they were really cooking on that Garchomp, but the combination between the Garchomp Unite move and the Bliss Assistance did not pick up enough KOs. It seemed like everyone from T3 was able to peel away effectively enough to make that not as devastating as it probably could have been.
Yeah, when you go in with that, you know, you want to sort out, you had to sort out Zealot, right? That was like your prime target that needed to be dealt with. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite find them, which ended up turning the fight a little bit in the opposite direction.
Yeah, it did. I love the plays here from T3. I mean, we saw the support Sylveon throughout this match as we taking a look at some of the replays, some of the big moments right here. This is when T3 is trying to crash on this goal zone, multiple members of Nebula here for the defense, and now a Registeel. This is Leafeon just really biding their time, waiting for the perfect moment here to steal that away.
Absolutely wild that they were able to, but like I said, that's really what kept T3 in the game, because if they would have lost that plus that team fight, I mean, that's multiple goal zones gone. That's another level apiece on the side of Nebula moving forward. They would have been able to withstood many more fights, probably wouldn't have gotten knocked out there. You can really see what the ripple effect that would have caused.
And here we're going to take a look at this Rayquaza fight. There's the Garchomp Unite move, the Bliss Assistance on it, and they're looking for something, but it looks like Garchomp actually kind of caught there, missing a couple of its charges as they move in. And then, of course, we have Mimikyu just doing some serious work here. Big time Unite move on the Greninja and continuing to clean up the rest of the engagement there. Tying it up here in the losers bracket, 2 incredible teams from NA that maybe weren't on everyone's radar already, but I'm sure they are now.
Well, they better be, because they are doing pretty darn good in this event so far, and they are squaring up to each other very, very well. What I think I'm learning here is that the skill disparity between a lot of these NA teams has shrunk rapidly, whereas before you could say, hey, everybody near the top is... You know, you have your top crop and then, you know, your next kind of wave. It almost kind of feels like now it's like 1 at the top Everybody else is kind of in the middle there, all within range of each other. So the hope is that all of them, rising tide raises all ships, and they all meet up to that LG level. So then we can have ourselves an incredibly competitive region.
Yeah, the only question is LG on a boat or an airship? Like, how far ahead of the rest of these ships are they, right? Because they look unbelievable. But this is what happens in NA. You do see a team that is so unbelievably good, like Luminosity, a team that wins Worlds, have trouble into some of these NA squads because just like you're saying, steel sharpens steel. You get a lot of these teams scrimming, battling it out. They get kind of the itch when the tournament season comes back and people really start taking it seriously, especially here in North America. And some of these squads get really good, like Worlds quality good. The only question is what happens when they get to Worlds. And notoriously, North America has done pretty well, but notoriously, it's kind of been one squad also.
Right. They've been carried by the team that's won the World Championships. And last year, when there wasn't that standout team, the entire region as a whole faltered. So
yes.
That's just one thing we're going to have to keep an eye on. And I'm excited to watch throughout this entire season how this region itself develops. But I want to keep bringing this up for the folks at home that are going to be tuning into NA all year. Watch that game again, and then watch any LG game so far, and you will see exactly what I'm talking about when I say every other team is handshaking and saying, this is the Unite we're playing today, and LG is playing whatever they want. Because they are literally meeting 4v4 on objectives, they're meeting 4v4 at the top, they're pushing, they're counter pushing. No, there's no man advantage everywhere. It's just everybody playing the same way. And that's why they're getting their strategies, they're getting holes punched through them right now, Cowboy.
They are. But much like a Pokemon, it does feel like the strategies over the course of a season begin to evolve, and we could see some of these other teams start to pick up this almost like loose, aggressive style pressure everywhere that we're seeing from LG. And we could see that happen a lot throughout North America, especially as one team continues to dominate. I think all eyes are on them. You start to imitate, you start to replicate, you start to counter, and that's when things get really interesting as we head here to game number 3. Speaking of countering, replicating, I mean, coming out with everything in the kitchen sink, Nebula, T3, looking amazing, both squads in both games. So this is really going to be an exciting game 3.
I agree. I like locking in Slippy on this Blissey. They've been a difference maker. Lagoon on the Snorlax is great. I think Snorlax is definitely up there in the conversation for best defenders around right now. And Dark Blue going back. We're finding a lot of comfort here on the side of Nebula.
I think that Garchomp looked amazing. I mean, they weren't able to really finish it off, but Garchomp looked amazing. Slippy's Blissey is unreal, it just looks incredible. Over to the side of T3, we got some power picks over here. I mean, we've got a really, really strong Dark Bear that we saw earlier. Obviously, this Zacian has been a force throughout the entire tournament. Greninja in the gutter once again. I mean, it's not like it's going to get picked away, right?
No, it's a great spot for it. Now T3 has an opportunity to adjust to it. What does that mean? And please tell me we're going to get a Crustle. Yes, let's get it. Pure, making my dreams come true. A good Crustle game for the humble folks at home.
And interestingly enough, we have obviously a Mimikyu ban. It was devastating there in game number 2. But we have no Umbreon ban. Umbreon just not picked here. Instead, they are looking to play the Crustle, which is a very powerful choice, it feels like, especially if they're able to catch someone like Garchomp or Greninja, 2 Pokemon that notoriously move a little close for battle in one of its big-time X-Scissors. That can be huge.
Yeah, it also kind of traps everybody in a cage with the Zacian and Urshifu, right? You can put that down, and if they are stuck on the backside of that rock tomb, they are in a blender between those 2 Pokemon. So I like where they're at. I also like how Sobi grabbing Mew first to put pressure, not only take away that pick from Spawn, but put pressure on Spawn. Because Mew is incredibly versatile in that way. You can get into the back line, E-balls can track, boosted autos can track, and you can really stress an Inteleon in ways that none of the other characters they have can.
You know what's funny is just thinking about some of the different choices we're seeing for sort of that support role in Unite. Like they're moving around, right? We see Mew. We just saw Sylveon played as a support. I've seen some people play attackers as support. It's interesting because it does feel like Timmy not adding more supporters to the game, the community is like, we'll make them supporters, actually.
Yeah,
we'll find a way.
We'll just do it ourselves. We'll do it ourselves. And you're almost seeing this pulling away from top teams of supporters that actually can heal.
Yeah, and speaking of not adding supporters, they do add the duck, and everyone's like, well, you can't play with the duck, obviously. Psyduck, too dang good as we head here to game number 3. Nebula, your purple team. T3, your orange team. This is game 3. Winner moves on to face the Juicers. Losers go home to face, I don't know, maybe their dad who's upset with them? Do you think their dads are mad at them?
No, there's no shot. Nope. I feel like every player here has the full backing and support of their family. Whether that's true or not, we don't need to investigate that particular scenario. Pure on the Crustle, that's what I'm watching. I'm excited about that finally being back on our screen.
And here we go, looking for the secure here. Looks like Sobi doing very well on the side of T3 here in this bottom path. Electro Ball really strong early. They're also looking to get some stacks if they can make it happen. Urshifu coming down to the bottom path here as Greninja picks up the K opener in the top path.
K-Opener is a good place to start, my friend. That is what you want to do. What is it that you said? If you get more KOs than the other team, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, I think it was a little more eloquent than that. I think it was like, if you get more KOs, that's good. You know? I think
sure,
it was just a little, you know, the brevity is the soul of wit, as they say, and I think I kept it simple.
Yeah, Kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. Here we go.
Hey.
We got 4 players up top. I was agreeing with you. That's a phrasing. Nice Dragon Rush here. Can we get a knockout? Zealot's going to try and reset. They get buckled before they can actually do that. Nice Slippy support on Dark Blue again, as they were doing a little hopscotch there. I'm not too sure what that little bounce up and down was, but the rest of T3 has to pivot back.
Yeah, as we see our teams pull back to the goal zone here. And I wasn't surprised that you let me know what KISS was. Keep it simple, stupid. It's just that's what production says right before we always go on. So I thought that was pretty fun.
Well, they used to say it to us when we're in person, and then we'd just kiss, and that seemed pretty straightforward. Obviously, us being remote now, they had to actually explain it to us, because before it was just too embarrassing for them.
Yeah, and it's been embarrassing for them for a while, not for us.
Definitely not for us. 37-0, T3's humming right now. Zealot trying to sort out Spawn, unable to close the gap because they're in the speed flux zone, but they're taking a ton of damage, and they're going to be KO'd.
And here we go. Greninja looking to take down Pure right here. The water shurikens, the auto attacks, able to pick up a double KO as they push towards this goal zone here. Jolteon's in some trouble. Big time heavy slam. They're continuing this push. The shurikens moving forward. The score is trying to happen. Surf pushes them back out of this goal zone, and Slippy not able to score yet.
Between Sobi and Tie-Dye, they're doing a pretty good job insulating that goal zone, so credit to them. Between a little bit of a Phantom Force and a big Surf, making sure that nobody's getting their points in. Ultimately, standing tall and still with a score lead.
And here we go. We have Reggie spawning in the bottom path. A nice Reggie Rock ready to go here. Nebula ripping it apart already at half. No one from T3 really able to contest it at all, and in fact, they don't.
Yeah, why would you? Yeah, I mean, it's just walking into a blender there. You're outmanned, outgunned. Just hang tight and see what you can do. As Dark Blue sitting upstairs, unsurprisingly, ripping Regieleki yet again.
And here we go. Big time secure here. Urshifu throws the massive strike there. Garchomp not able to make much happen. Everyone heading back through the portal.
Plucking that Regieleki back towards their side of the map to send it on a loop here as it walks back and then walks right back forward. They're going to try and shred it quickly.
And here we go. We have the Zacian. It's heading down to the bottom path, looking for some experience right here. Multiple members of Nebula in the top path, seeing if they can possibly push forward for a score. Garchomp moving in as we have Crustle and Snorlax battling it out in the central area.
Sobi getting trapped up, has to pop their Unite move. They're going to see if they can get out of dodge or at least find a target. They serve back, not enough. They are dealt with. Finally, we have Pure stepping up. They're going to see if they can get into the mix. The X-Scissor doesn't hit anyone, and they're not going to be able to keep them from scoring either. 116 to 109, Nebula with a short lead, and Pure going down.
Yeah, not a great score on the side of Nebula right there. They had the opportunity for a bigger one, but they wanted to close out the goal faster. Snorlax putting in those 7 points instead of the 30-some that they had on the side of their team. Ooh, that snipe show's so close to Hoopa right there.
That's what you like to see out of snipe shots. You know, throwing them into the long range because you've got it and you never know what you will find. I mean, we've seen over and over again, time and time again, a game change because one of those snipe shots is hit.
And here we go. We've got this Altaria possibly just being pushed back here to the side of T3 as a Reggie is spawning in this bottom path. Zacian being brought down through the hyperspace hole. It's going to have 5 members of T3 ready to fight.
There's the trap put on Lagoon here. Nobody to follow up. Maybe they're just waiting for the next opportunity. Pure seeing Dark Blue. Dark Blue's right on top of them. Ejects out to catch the portal. They're going to have to roll back through because now it's Zealot this trap. This Yawn Snorlax is putting in work. We're going for a power nap. Zealot's knocked up twice. We're going to get the follow-up. Zealot is gone. Finally, the Garchomp's popping and their Unite move in the background. They're going to try and get more KOs. Pure moves forward. Regirock's there. We're going to put it down. And I think T3 just took it. Of course they did. It's the Hoopa. Why not? What else is going on out here? Again, T3 holding on by a thread, grabbing an objective when they lose the team fight.
And here we go. Spawn looking to score here, being stopped by the Hoopa. Zacian coming in to try to defend here, but Garchomp trying to wreck through the enemy team with those massive swipes. Unfortunately, not able to pick up a KO. Garchomp doing pretty well, getting real healthy. Level 11. Greninja now 12 for the side of Nebula.
Gonna have to keep leveling up. Dark Blue doing a good job. Level 12 at 4 minutes. That's nothing to scoff at here. They're leading the lobby along with Luniere, who's also level 12, about to take over to 13. They are huge.
Yeah, this match, I mean, these two teams are just so incredibly close. This has been an amazing series of games right here as we are getting ready for this top Regieleki. Nice catch on the side of Nebula. They're going to have an easy secure here for Regieleki.
Yeah, that's going to give Luniere, they're level 13. Dark Blue's right around the corner here. Once they take this Regieleki, I mean, that puts them so close. Nebula is just outpacing the leveling on T3, and that's going to spell disaster.
Yeah, Regieleki looking to walk here, but of course, they are trying to just rip it apart. Crustal Unite move for the defense right here. Inteleon Unite right back the other way. They're actually trying to fight.
Yeah, there's not a lot in the tank, though, as Luniere moves forward. They use a huge shuriken right on 3 players, and they're going to try and A-press everybody down. Nice cross-surf by Sobi to buy some time here. Is that going to be enough? They use their Mew Unite as well, so they can find an opportunity on somebody. Lagoon steps in with a heavy slam. Can't put anybody to sleep yet. Pure going for the X-Scissor on the Rock Tomb, and there's nobody home there. Finally, the Regieleki is dealt with, which hopefully for T3 stops this Nebula push.
Whoa!
Nice Dragon Rush into that corner here. Pure puts the Rock Tomb down, and the follow-up is real. They are not stopping this push. They don't need a Regieleki. Straight into the backline is Dark Blue, but they've overextended their welcome, and now they're inning it down. They're running it down. T3 getting a big knockout.
What an insane catch there from the Garchomp. Amazing, just hiding in that tall grass. Unfortunately, not able to make anything happen from it. After such a huge catch, they then give up 2 KOs. Again, this is just so back and forth between these two squads. 15 seconds now until Rayquaza. One of the last Rayquazas these two teams could see for their UCS tournament right here. Obviously, T3 is ahead, but only slightly. 20 points separate these two teams, both with a Tier 1 goal zone. The question is, who is going to start this fight? What is going to be the match that lights this powder keg? As we see multiple members of Nebula now hiding near the top, near their goal zone, multiple members of T3 on the bottom, near their goal zone. Both teams need to make a decision here. It's hard to know who's ahead, as Garchomp is possibly looking to make a sneaky back cap.
Pure getting chipped by the snipe shot means they can't really lead the charge here. Sneaky back cap happens. They're up by 10.
They're up by 10 now, 146-136. The portal is going to be sending the Crustal back home. Even if they ate the snipe shot, they still would be coming back through. They're just so unbelievably tanky here. Garchomp hiding in the top path. Now T3 has to assume they might be slightly behind. Snorlax moving in. The Yawn hits, but it hits the tank. And here comes Zealot.
Right into the back line. They're trapped in the Rock Tomb. Luniere is there. Can they converge? Ruzble rousing up the top. They're putting in so much damage on this poor Crustle. You telling me a crab ran with these goons? Pure pivoting it back the other way. Sobi goes straight to the middle. Rayquaza is getting ripped in half. Dark Blue tries to catch Blitzes, but they're put down before it comes through. Rayquaza's there. It's taken by Nebula. It's taken by Nebula.
Nebula pushing forward right now. The Inteleon with the snipe shot, getting the secure. Here comes Greninja, no shield, but able to fight this Zacian as Blissey moves in for a possible score. No, they're going to let Greninja have it after the Zacian goes down. That's a triple KO for Lumiere as the points continue to rain in. Amazing stuff from Nebula. Huge secure, and they are going to take game number 3. T3 will be heading home, and that will be the end of their tournament run.
Shout out to Spawn on this Nebula team. Between their Mew and their Inteleon, they have showed up all 3 games for some big time moments. Dark Blue's Garchomp, solid as well. I mean, this Greninja looks to be the real deal, at least in this setup it does with these cast of characters. Credit to Nebula, their tournament continues.
Yes, it does. They are going to head in to face off against the Orange Juicers, really the only team that seemed to even trip LG up a little bit, but LG dispatching them pretty handily down to our losers bracket. One of those 2 squads is going to have to face off against them. 462, 136, a great final fight there from Nebula.
No, yeah, it was really, really good. I have to, again, I want to give credit to Spawn. Their Inteleon play was great. Getting the secure, it was great. And the rest of this team played incredibly well around them. And I'll tell you what, Lagoon also hitting some pretty clutch heavy slam yawn combos.
Yeah, I love the decision making from Nebula right there. I love the sneaky back cap from Garchomp. It had a very small amount of points, right? So it could make that play pretty easily, not get punished too hard for it. And then on the other side, you have Lumiere absolutely popping off with this Greninja. Really impressive stuff. 10 KOs, 73,000 damage.
Well, we're going to have to see how it holds a match to what the Juicers are going to bring. And shout out to T3 with a really good run in and of itself, playing a lot of good Pokemon Unite. Loved watching Sobi on all her different characters there, especially like the Sylveon, the Espeon, the Mew to close out the day. I think this team has a lot of work to do, but it's very exciting to see how far they can go as well.
Yeah, I think it's a stacked squad. Sobi, Zealot, Tie-Dye. Jolteon's obviously subbing in, looking pretty fantastic and pure. T3 is definitely a team that we are going to be watching throughout this season. They look pretty incredible here today, but not able to stop Nebula.
No, this is actually a great stand between Sobi and Tie-Dye here. They're just those 2 players able to stem off a 4-player push on the bot pad.
And here we go. There was that massive moment where they all get back home before the Garchomp hit lands right there. Pretty impressive stuff from T3. Fighting at this goal zone right here, trying to get the points in. Here was that awkward score from Nebula, but in the end, it did not matter.
No, not at all. I mean, again, a good heavy slam yawn combination, and all that does, I mean, that's an example. That was a clear example of one we've seen, but they were doing that at key moments all game long as well.
It was a beautiful play from Dark Blue right there. I don't know how intentional it was, but they get united by Urshifu right into a Dragon Rush, basically pulling themselves away from it. I hadn't really seen that interaction before. I thought it was very cool as we take a look at this goal zone fight. This was a really beautiful moment right here for Dark Blue, catching 4 in this massive Dragon combo. They weren't able to capitalize on this moment, but what a highlight reel for Garchomp.
Yeah, I actually think they almost threw the game away in that moment because they got KO'd 2 back the other way, which was a bit unfortunate. Doesn't matter though, Nebula able to keep it together in these final throws when everything in the kitchen sink was going at Ray.
Yeah, I mean, a beautiful snipe shot right there. When you have Inteleon sitting around Rayquaza, there's always an option for that thing to just hit a perfect snipe. It really had to thread the needle there too. It was very close, but they were able to get it big time secure.
Big time secure. Nebula moving on. They're going to be facing, as you mentioned, Orange Juicers. And the winner of that going to the grand finals, waiting for them, is, of course, Luminosity Gaming. We're going to take another pause for the cause. He's the Cowboy. I'm Doob Snacks, and we'll be back. Well, actually, Chef and Zoinks will be back, and they're going to take you through the next one. And then maybe we'll see you later on. It's a whole thing that they do here. So, anyways, see you in a bit.
Bye.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are in the Aeos Cup Play-Ins, and we have narrowed it down to the top 3 here in North America. We're about to see the lower bracket finals and take you through it all. It's going to be me, Zoinks, and Wonder Chef. We got 2 incredible teams. Orange Juicers of kind of last year North American fame, your regional champions from that year, and kind of the new kids on the block in Team Nebula.
Yeah, this is for sure, to me, a big breakout moment for Team Nebula. Again, I've been watching so many of the grassroots tournaments, and I do know a lot of these names, but seeing them today playing in this particular comp of players and just doing so well against so many of the other difficult teams, like we said, almost certainly they've had the most difficult path in the tournament so far. They are just looking like truly a name to watch after today, but they're going to have to go up in a match up against Orange Juicers to see who basically gets their rematch up against Luminosity. Is in that last match, actually, when there were only 4 teams left, all 3 of the other teams were eliminated. I'm sorry, not eliminated, knocked into losers by Luminosity, which is a pretty big win, I would say, for them who are waiting in the winner's side of Grand Finals.
Yeah, that is a wild stat. Out of the top 4 teams, obviously Luminosity is included in it, but the 3 other teams holding that spot have been beat by Luminosity Gaming in this tournament. I mean, call it a curse to be seeded up against them, but maybe a blessing in disguise that after you take that loss, you got a path forged ahead for you to make it all the way into the top 4. Now we're top 3 position, and of course we're battling it out for a spot in the Grand Finals. Now, I don't believe that these 2 teams have matched up before, Orange Juicers and Nebula, at least not in this event, which is going to be an interesting sight to see of how these teams want to approach each other, first off in the draft screen, and then of course on the battlefield, where these teams want to adapt to each other and what strategies they want to employ, because Team Nebula, I think we're obviously new to a lot of people's eyes, but we're starting to see the patterns emerge, what style of compositions they really like, and in that last game, I think we got examples of what compositions really work for this squad as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very close match, so they really had to kind of bring out every last trick in the book, and of course they've got potentially 2 left to go in this tournament if they want to win. I guess kind of 3 if you count a reset set as a set, so they've got we're going to get a good showing regardless of what they are capable of, but we know, on the other hand, a lot of what Orange Juices are capable of, which is a good thing. They're capable of a lot of really strong play, but I'm curious if we're going to see some of the repeats of the interesting choices they made before. I do think Flareon's made a tweet that said the Greedent is going away for a while. That may not be a pick that we see again, although I did think it was interesting.
Yeah, we had to test it out, right? If you're on the winners bracket side, you got a little bit of room to work, so experimentation in our winners finals, maybe not something I'd recommend, but Flareon gave it a shot, and now they have a second chance to get a bit of redemption back for the Orange Juicers and have a chance at the run back against Luminosity Gaming. So, yeah, composition-wise, if we're talking about Orange Juicers, is going to be a little complex. Obviously, we saw a lot of the Lucario in the top path from OG, or Typhlosion in this tournament. I think we could see more of that. I would love to see a little bit of flexibility there. I think you and I were both kind of desiring something like that, especially with a team that is most likely not going to be playing very much Blaziken. We have seen it from Dark Blue a little bit. They're tending to favor some of those other hyper carry all-rounders, like the Garchomp.
Yeah, the Garchomp was looking amazing. I mean, that last game, every member of that team had like a hero moment. They were all looking so incredibly good. I didn't even know. If I had to choose an MVP, I don't know who I could have chosen. But Dark Blue in particular, that one moment where they Dragon Rush pulled the entire team at once was just gross. I am so excited to see what else they're going to play. But there does seem to be that there's a decent amount of flexibility on the side of Nebula. Again, though, just don't have enough experience watching them to see how deep exactly that kind of goes, that pool selection. But on the other side, Orange Juicers, we know, again, mostly what they're capable of. Of course, we've seen a lot of teams that we've seen before pick new picks this time around that we didn't expect them to, like, for example, the Greedent, that we may not see again. But I do feel like Orange Juicers may be a little bit less surprising as far as what we get to see from them.
Yeah, I think so. I think some of our picks are going to be locked up. One that we wanted to focus in on a little bit, and we actually have a build graphic here for you, is on the Mimikyu. So, a Pokemon that we have seen quite a bit from a lot of teams. Not too much of Orange Juicers, but Kratos is known to bring this out. We do see this moveset most often, the Shadow Sneak, Shadow Claw build on this Pokemon. However, we do see the Play Rough from time to time emerge in that secondary move slot.
Yeah, and now, this is what we see most often here. But in North America, we're kind of sticking with this, and it's working very, very well. In other regions, like a lot of Asia and Japan and Brazil, it's honestly almost primarily Trick Room, which I know is weird to say, and honestly, I've seen it fail a lot, so I'm not going to say that it's like obviously clearly a better choice, but it's just really interesting to see the difference between the regions and what their metas look like. But obviously, it becomes a very different Pokemon with a very different end goal when you do go for that Trick Room play instead of this current build. And from what we've seen today, I mean, this one is obviously still an extremely strong build. If you've got the players that can land the Shadow Sneaks, get into those back lines, we've literally seen Mimikyu basically like, not solo, but be the reason why multiple teams have won games, especially in that end game.
Oh, it's so good. Its takeover ability is one of my favorite things to watch, and honestly, one of my favorite Pokemon to cast and play. So it really checks a lot of boxes for me in particular. So love me some Mimikyu. Well, chat, we are going to be jumping to a very short break. Small tech issue with one of the players. We're going to get that sorted out, and when we come back, we'll be jumping directly into the lower bracket finals. We'll see you there.
Jumping right into the lower bracket finals here because these teams need to play on, and we finally got the tech situation solved as Orange Juicers are going to take on Nebula. Looks like we already got some bans in, and a first pick Miraidon.
Okay, Miraidon locked in for Flareons. I don't know if we've had the pleasure of seeing Flareons on this pick in particular quite yet. We've seen a lot of Inteleon on stream so far, but Miraidon gonna be a new look, and Dark Blue back on the Garchomp. I mean, if you like an underdog story, this Nebula team is making a historic run, and it largely feels like on the back of this top path carry.
Yeah, this is already looking so good for them, and it does look like we do have a sub. I think that may have been what ended up taking some of that time, as we've got Mr. Pooks in right now, replacing. Who are they replacing? Why am I blanking on who we just saw?
I believe it'd be Spawn that they are replacing.
Yes,
so
Spawn,
the attacker role will be played by Mr. Pooks here. They're picking their final option. Currently, Armor Rouge hovered, and they're going to lock it in. Wow, we have been wondering where this Pokemon has gone. A lot of pretty heavy-handed nerfs towards Armor Rouge in some recent balance patches that has made this Pokemon almost non-existent. But the Armor Rouge is going to emerge yet again, running that cursed item as well as the stacking specs. So a lot of focus on the damage, and they're actually changing their items. We'll have to relook at those again before we jump into our first game. But final selection, we've seen Lunaire kind of play that attacker-style Greninja, but currently it's the hover of the Absol, and that seems to be the speedster of the day today.
It's been doing really, really well. I do think as well you really need an answer for that Miraidon. Otherwise, I just don't know what you're going to do. You have to have some sort of dive. The mobility's like almost there for Garchomp, but you don't want Garchomp to have to be the one to dive in. They want to be able to fight the front line, especially when there's a strong front line like they have on Orange Juicers. And also, we didn't even really get a chance to talk about a few different things. Number one, the Dodrio ban is very interestingly targeted, and I don't feel like I have the knowledge of why you would specifically target Dodrio against Orange Juicers, but also interesting to very early pick the Crustle. So some interesting stuff going on.
Yeah, I feels like, well, now we're seeing back-to-back games with the Crustle into the Garchomp, so maybe that is a tech that a lot of players in North America are trying to employ to slow down that Hyper Dragon carry a little bit, but the Dodrio ban to me spells a little bit like they were trying to force OG towards that Lucario pick again, being like very willing to take that fight with the Gibble in that early game situation, but OG does go a different direction, going with that Zacian, is going to be playing one of the most, powerful all-rounders in the game when employed correctly. It does feel like one of those Pokemon that you lose one or two team fights, all of a sudden you're trying to play catch-up just because of how many resources that Pokemon needs to really succeed.
Yeah, but hey, it can succeed extremely well, so we're going to have to see if that's the pick. And, certainly, I think, like you said before, we were a little bit unimpressed with the Lucario before. So going into game one here of the lower bracket finals, only one of these two teams can get their rematch, earn their rematch, really, up against Luminosity Gaming, but they've got to deal with each other first.
All right, well, we're going to start with the early game. I try to contend for these middle but wild Pokemon, and it will be Zogro picking that one up on the Dwebble. A Pokemon that we don't talk about how strong its first stage evolution is nearly enough, I think. An extremely powerful early defender. He's just a little guy, but that Rock Slide is an incredible stun with a large area of effect.
Just a little guy with some whipped cream and a strawberry right now. But yeah, no, it is. I would say more than anything, it's extremely annoying to fight.
Yeah.
It's you're just like, oh, come on, stop it. But we are going to see some assistance up top is just a little bit of defense. Just saying like, hey, I'm here. You can't push all the way in, and I'll see you again in about 12 seconds before these spawns.
Now, we've seen this from Dark Blue quite often, just a bit of a slow play pattern at the start of the game. While Gibble's damage is pretty strong, it doesn't have the best last hit secure at the moment, so it's going to be a chase for just that. OG is able to do damage onto 3 targets at once with that boosted auto. Leafeon going to close the door as Kratos finds a way to capitalize on that KO, and a big Metal Claw dash from OG is going to take out the Gibble again. So, like I mentioned, slower early games in this top side are to be expected from Nebula, but when that first Regis start to spawn about the top and bottom side, just expect Dark Blue to remain on that top side, essentially no matter what, to try to get some value by scoring and just contending in a more empty path.
It is really interesting, though, to see Orange Juicers put so many resources into that top path just to at least, I think, slow down the growth of that currently little Gibble. It's not a Gibble, but yeah, it's currently only level 4, and it really needs a last hit. It is currently just so gate-capped. It's going to get like 2 levels if it can find one little hit, but no, it's going to get KO'd, and you can see that the Orange Juicers are doing a great job of shutting it down, which is exactly what you need to do.
It's awesome when your task is just Kratos just needs to exist. It's a really easy condition to meet. And so far it's been going great, but Lunaire is trying to turn things around a little bit. A ton of burst damage on that Leafeon at least sends them running. Lunaire is able to dodge away. Absol's just tricky movement. So difficult to pin down, and that is going to be a great dash. Amazing. I mean, Lunaire really showing up for this team as well. We've talked about a few of these players as hero moments. I think it's fair to say that all 5 really making some big names for themselves at this point in our newest season of UCS.
Flareon spinning around before we see the charge beam come out, and whoa, that is a chunk of damage. It is so scary just seeing the damage add up from those things. But yeah, like you exactly like you said, and like I said earlier, every single one making a really good showing, and they're staying really strong in this game. This is pretty even, and the thing is, even without their Garchomp, they're still doing an okay job of staying even, but they're going to take a ton of damage from this Rhydon in the back lane, and yeah, they are not going to be able to fight that for that much longer. The Leafeon trying to catch somebody unawares, but they do know that they're there. No full retreat from Nebula, though. They do want this Regirock, and we are going to see at least one more member come in, but I don't know if they have the secure for that. Absol's going to attempt it, and it looks like the last hit is going to go to that Absol, so they do manage to make it happen, continuing on with this by chasing Orange Juicers, but I don't know if they have the damage. Huge Dragon Rush. We've seen them before from Dark Blue, but oh no, not going to be able to follow that up.
Yeah, I mean, we're baiting out quite a few resources. Flareon's is going to pick up a KO streak of 3, though. I think that is the most problematic thing you're going to have to deal with, is this early game from the Rhydon paying off in a major way. Already used their Unite move, but with getting those additional knockouts in that moment, having a little bit of time to farm, you have to imagine Flareon's is going to pick up another one quickly. One more note on this Rhydon, it is parabolic charge and charge beam. So often we see that Thunder build just for a maximum damage moveset, but a little bit of HP restoration going to be on the menu for our attacker on Orange Juicers.
Very interesting. Absol coming in, manages to steal the KO on that Leafeon, and barely get away, maybe. Almost going to get KO'd by something else. Oh, no! Oh, Regieleki was so close. The wall actually might have saved the Lunia right there. That's hilarious. It was about to get hit by the AoE there. But good job defending. That's literally what you're supposed to do, sitting in that berry, and they've got to defend against a lot of pressure right now. I think there's probably not a good chance that we see Orange Juicers push this in, but they're going to delay them for a really long time.
Yeah, I mean, just by showing up, both Roland and Silgro can buy a whole lot of time. Dark Blue does try to counter that Metal Claw by pulling in the other direction. It's Bliss Assistance plus the Dragon Rush, and Dark Blue will allow it to pay off. It takes a little bit longer than I think all of them wanted, but they do find the way to KO that Zacian on the bottom path, and now it's just Flareon's to defend. Problem is, this Regieleki, this entire time, just keeps on walking. Eventually lands. A poor Snorlax not able to hold it back. Same with Lunaire's Absol. And Nebula sleeping on the job a little bit, allow the Regieleki to land, and Orange Juicers take a huge lead in point tempo.
Yeah, like 40 seconds ago, I was like, I don't think they have the pressure to push it in.
Right.
And it just stayed somehow. I don't even understand it. There weren't even very many like points scored by the Regieleki because it was at lower HP, but regardless, it's weird to let it in. And a small lead as far as points for Orange Juicers, 75 points. Not the worst thing in the world so far. This Registeal is going to be really important. We'll see if they can steal that one again, but no, this time it will be Zacian, and we're going to use this to try and push down this Tier 1 goal zone. Huge Unite from the Snorlax, getting a quad knock and then a triple knock, staying alive. Everything about that really good. That's going to force Orange Juicers to back up.
And Oranges are just so objective-minded in this game. I mean, OG using that Sovereign Sword Unite move solely to KO and execute that basement Reggie. They're showing up early and often to these objectives, and, well, they're allowing Kratos to run wild a little bit. Finds an Absol kind of alone, a little bit away from the pack, and that's an easy engage on the Leafeon for the Emerald 2-step knockout. Good news for Nebula is that despite that Regieleki going in, they're able to respond on the top side, but now they got to respond with yet another fight. Dark Blue going in alone. They do have the Unite move to try to slow down Flareon, but they will get that KO. That final impact being a large circle is just enough. They grab a Citrus Berry. Dark Blue is keeping this fight going on into a 3-stack defending this goal zone with a Registeel buff, I'll mind you.
Okay, finally goes down, but
right.
I do have to say the individual skill, the micro of Dark Blue so far today has been incredible. One of the best showcases of Garchomp gameplay that I've seen, especially in a long time. But we'll see if it's enough. Right now, we've got to defend this goal zone for the side of Nebula, and OG pushing in, doing a ton of damage. The Snorlax just melting pretty quickly. The wall will hold on for a little bit longer, but I don't think anybody's going to be close enough to actually stop this 33 from scoring unless this Absol does manage to make it down. And in the meantime, EUIC going uncontested in the favor of Nebula.
Yeah, it's going to go down quick. Lunaire's going to have to use their Unite move just to get a little bit of invincibility. Big Crustle X-Scissor from Zogrog actually predicts the Absol jump in, is able to push them away and buy their team even more precious time and, of course, defend their backline teammates.
Flareon's just sitting there. Oh my goodness, that was a really scary situation. We like panned that immediately as that was a KO on that Blissey, but that Blissey was just like they were walled off. They were just stuck with 4 members of Orange Juicers. It was not a good situation. Flareon's though solo defending for a long time against 2 of the enemy Pokemon and the EUIC, and nothing was scored. Very impressive.
Okay, well, can we give some credit to that parabolic charge then, potentially? Of course, that little burst of damage that Miraidon has that restores HP, very similar to its VGC counterpart. But when it all comes down to it, you gotta use every move you got to handle this Rayquaza fight, as Nebula will be a little bit slow to the rotation. Armor is trying to get up to that level 13 if they can, while farming up actually return to the jump pad for a fast route back. But all the positioning is in Orange Juicer's hands right now, as the entrance to the Rayquaza pit is completely controlled by your purple team.
Oh yeah, they're so far forward, and again, we're seeing them fight from the bottom. That's a scary spot for Flareons to be in, but a big initiation from Dark Blue, gonna pop in with that Garchomp Unite. They're gonna find a few targets. Most of the enemies are going to get away though, and unfortunately, this Armarouge takes a ton of the brunt of the front of this damage. Emerald 2-step, still not able to find a KO. Oh, actually, Eldegoss goes down in the meantime, so very low damage for how much has been popped. Another KO being found. Now it's 4 versus 4, as this Garchomp is infinitely low, doesn't manage to get the last hit off there. The damage now, the rip is so low for Orange Juicers.
This is such an intense battle. I mean, it's trades constantly throughout this entire match. Zogrog is going to buy a quick reprieve with that X-Scissor, but right now we got Mr. Pook still at full HP. This Blissey's been topping them up the entire time, and those defense bonuses of the Fire Spin have been going crazy for them right now. Snorlax is going to return, so Lagoon going to buy a little bit more space, but Kratos found a way past the block, and they are in the back line. Blissey's going to fall. Next is going to be Mr. Pooks, and that was the core that was letting them hold on in this game.
But it's going to be down to Dark Blue. I think they have to be the one, but they get melted, instant melted by Leafeon. There's no more damage left for Nebula. They've got the Absol, but Absol's not the kind of Pokemon that burns down an entire Rayquaza. And in the meantime, Kratos scoring a Hundo Burger in that top tier 2. They're up by almost 300 points. Even if they do take Rayquaza at this point, it may not matter. 3 members still waiting to respawn. 2 of them up now, but they wouldn't even be able to make it across the field. This one looks like it may be GG, with Orange Juicers playing that last fight extremely well for as long as it went on.
Yeah, Kratos just finding great mechanical opportunities to express their gameplay, yet past defenders, bob and weave. To be fair, Lunaire was doing very similar stuff on their side, able to KO Roland on the Eldegoss somewhere on the backline of this Absol, and it was a very tricky fight, but Zogrug and Kratos hold on and bring this one into Game 2 with a 1-0 advantage. Kratos with 13 knockouts in this fight. I mean, that makes sense with how Flareon's is playing with that Charge Beam style. That is the combo you need to be wary of from the Orange Juicers composition. The range damage of Charge Beam bringing people just low enough for either the Zacian or the Leafeon to capitalize on. Impressive damage numbers from all 3 of the damage core in Orange Juicers.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, 46K, almost 47K from a defender, an actual true defender that usually doesn't get super high in damage is pretty impressive as well. But this was a really, I mean, a long fight, basically. This entire game was one long fight. It was a very fighty game. I don't think that's an adjective, but that's what I was going to go for the first time I said that. And it really showed. The fact that Orange Juicers' team was just, I would say, a little bit more kind of like self-sustaining. They were a little bit more brawly. They ended up being the ones that lasted out a little bit longer in those fights, I think. Regardless, though, this felt like it was very close until the very end. That last fight went so back and forth. Like you said, it was just trade into trade into trade, but unfortunately, it seemed like once the KOs started, Orange Juicers was better at recovering than Nebula was.
Yeah, I think just trusting in that hyper carry of Kratos just gave them that edge, if barely, but it was enough to close out this first game. We're going to watch watch some of these replays because it was a pretty intense match. It felt like Orange Juicers were kind of holding the advantage state for the most part of the game, but when we're watching damage carries like Absol and Garchomp get to work, you just see moments like this again and again. Lunaire just barely clutching out a secure, or a push that just barely exists because of a Garchomp angle, right? Like, these moments always make you second guess what the end game is going to be like.
Yeah. This, by the way, the play from this Snorlax, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the berry skin. I was like, wait, what Pokemon is this? No. Yeah, the play for the Snorlax the entire game, and that was a great example right there. Thank you for showing that in the replay, that quad knock into triple knock, but it was good the entire time. There was just so many moments where it needed to be kind of like the linchpin that allowed the rest of the team to fight. Same thing in this final fight. It was a big unite in the middle of kind of everybody. They were the ones that were in. They were the ones that initiated, and you really need that if you're trying to back it up with something like a Garchomp. So I think that the defender play in this match was very strong from Nebula.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's tough sometimes when you see a hyper carry speedster on the other side. It makes you kind of want to instinctively move towards something like a Slowbro or something like that has that initiative shutdown. But Lagoon is able to kind of shut it down with some of their own plays. You know, they can still make those heavy slams and things like that work. Well, I hope you enjoyed Game 1, everybody, because we are jumping directly into Game number 2 as Orange Juicers and Nebula's draft has already begun. We're going to have Nebula on the purple side of the map this time. They have chosen first pick position, and they are going to be banning that Miraidon.
Unfortunately, you can't give Orange Juicers the orange side. That makes them just too powerful, but no, I'm just kidding. Certainly not right now. Okay, classic bans. Again, these are some pretty normal bans, I would say, so far for today. And we did see, I think last game, we didn't have the ban on the Darkrai once again and didn't see it picked. So it's certainly, well, I was going to say it's fallen out of favor, but maybe I'm wrong. Nope, they're just trolling me once again. And, first pick, again, for the Blissey, super high prio on that.
Yeah, I love the Umbreon pick into the Blissey. I think it just has so much counterplay, specifically with how those two's Unite moves interact when they are on opposing teams. So I like Zugrug locking that pick in early, but it is surprising to me to see the Darkrai fade from this pick yet again, Wonder Chef. But this Leafeon might be one of the best win rate Pokemon in our tournament if we're considering all the Aeos Cup play-ins across regions. Leafeon definitely leading a lot of those leaderboards in terms of those stats.
I think this is a hot take, but I think that Leafeon may be the most consistently top tier Pokemon since its release that we've ever had in Pokemon Unite. I feel like that could be wrong, but I don't think it's ever not been extremely strong in the meta. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll think about that. Chat, someone call me out if that's not true. But
bold take, Leafeon is good.
Well, no, it's not a bold take at all. That's just, it's interesting because it's never fallen out of the meta, right? Not a single time since it came out. But lots of Pokemon like that pretty much across the board here, as we're going to see basically a bunch of really solid picks on the side of Orange Juicers, things that we expect from them. But interesting, the Blastoise, which I think is the first time we're going to see that out of Nebula and the Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, it's going to be that tank build of Blastoise. I think we saw it one time on broadcast, but you're right. I don't know if we saw it from Nebula. I believe it was T3 that was implementing that pick. So Lagoon are going to bring the Blastoise into that bottom path alongside the Alolan Ninetales. And I am very excited about this pick. It's a great answer to this Leafeon. A lot of times you see attackers versus speedsters, you tend to favor the speedster picks, but I think Alolan Ninetales, one of the exceptions to that rule, one of the better attackers at the anti-dive style of build. You can really go with either direction, the Aurora Veil to up the defenses of you and your entire team, or you can go with the Avalanche Blizzard combination to try to just push the enemy away if they do approach you, if they have the hubris to do so. So, Mr. Pooks has a few options with the item build that we're looking at. I have to imagine it is going to be a bit more of the Avalanche and Blizzard combination.
Yeah, you tend to see some auto attack items if you go the other direction. But regardless of which of those builds you choose, the Unite as well is such an important tool for being able to get those dive away from you. And I think the bigger question there is, like, how are you going to deal now with the Inteleon, which I think is a great pick as a last pick for Orange Juicers. As we know, Flareon's exceptional Inteleon, great at sniping. And when you have something like an Alolan Ninetales, another great option I think that could have been in the Alolan Ninetales spot would have been Espeon, which I think would have been in the same kind of issue spot where they're really really strong mid-range, and they do have pretty good range, but when you have something like an Inteleon and you have to be a little bit more forward for those mid-range special attackers, Inteleon just loves eating them up.
Yeah, it is so challenging to take down. They got a couple all-rounders to try to contend with it, but it's not something maybe as effective as a Leafeon and no Absol to happen in this matchup either. So going to be a little bit trickier to close that long-distance gap like you were mentioning, Wonder Chef, but let's get this thing started for a spot in Grand Finals. Orange Juicers for Nebula going to be jumping into our Game 2. Orange Juicers currently leading, and they are at match point.
And one thing to notice as well is that the burn and flip ability of Nebula is going to be really strong when they get to the end game, and that's the point that we've seen Nebula win most of their games. Their final 2 minutes have been some of the best that we've seen in this entire tournament. A lot of their games they were actually losing before that, but they are just so smart as far as that macro and that clutch. So when you get the burn of the Garchomp and the secure of the Urshifu, depending I guess on which build we end up seeing, I think it's going to be quite scary. And wow, early KO.
Yeah, this big flank in from Kratos, switching up their play strategy into this game, by the way. Last game they did push that top side and were basically hunting down the Gible the entirety of the early game. So Orange Juicers flipping the strategy a little bit, allowing Kratos to get value on both sides of the map and slowing down that Ninetales and Blastoise core.
Yeah, this is a lot of basically everybody going up top. We'll see if anybody actually gets KO'd. A lot of damage going on to Nebula. That alone Ninetales just barely escaping, but it doesn't look like anybody will actually get KO'd. They're just fighting for those final hits. There's a few Pokemon on both sides that really want to level up a little bit more, evolve a little bit more to get that full amount of damage, and it seems like we're going to have a relatively slow game at the start. I mean, we've already had some KOs. It's not the slowest, but I don't think anybody wants to commit until a little bit later. Oh my goodness! Flareon's got two tapped right there. Jeez.
Lunaire able to read through that invisibility of Flareon's, hiding in the enemy central area, trying to steal away. Inteleon Jungle Invade is actually a pretty strong strategy. It's one of those Pokemon that as you run next to walls, you build up those boosted critical hits pretty easily, and all of a sudden your B button becomes one of the best options at taking away wild Pokemon. So I see the strategy, however, Lunaire also saw it, read it like a book, and able to take down that Drizzile.
Yeah, unfortunately, quite literally saw the strategy, which is what Flareon did not want in that situation. But we do see the coolest looking Pokemon in the game finally evolving, being played by OG. Just fighting in a spot where they got to be a little bit scared though, just because the damage can be huge coming out of this line. But they're okay. They were good. They look like they were about to commit. I think they're just testing the waters. We do see the Urshifu take the jump pad over though, so OG has to be very careful.
Yeah, oof, they both have great healers to back them up, but unfortunately Roland's Eldegoss just can't quite hold a candle to a Garchomp and an Urshifu engaged. Kratos also in danger, but able to aerial ace back to their goal zone in the nick of time. Really, Anonymous's Wicked Blow right now is so scary to enemy speedsters. That burst damage is tough for anybody to hold up, but when you're not at those double-digit levels, you just don't have the bulk at all. So Urshifu, very scary in these early team fights.
Oh, half-life on one snipe shot. Ooh. Yeah, almost got caught, almost got two-shot right there. Flareon says, I know, I got two-shot earlier, I can two-shot you as well. Up in the top path, it looks like we're going to have Nebula taking that Regieleki. There's a little bit of a fight for it, but we'll see if they end up pushing it in. Basement Reggie looks like it's mostly going to Orange Juicers, as Nebula is going to back off from that, maybe realizing, okay, as long as we get one of the objectives, we'll be fine. But wow, instant KO there, and they're looking pretty good to try and push this in, even with that is yeah, we're just gonna walk away. Interesting. Eldegoss just peace.
Yeah, I love this play for Roland going, I'm not stopping you both. I can only auto attack one of you at a time. There's no way I'm putting the Paul and Buff in position. I'm just gonna score my 30 and try to keep up the pace. So I actually love that decision. It does lead to that bottom goal zone being broken, of course, but Roland knowing that nobody on their team is gonna be there for the quick backup, so just make a play while you can.
Yeah, it's smart. Sometimes you got to make the little sacrifices. Oh, the big overheat charging. Not going to be able to get anything off of it, but there wasn't all that much else that you can do. And so now Orange Juicer is going to be down a member for this potential push. No, though. They're going to retreat. They're just showing their force. They do see that one more member's up top, though. So I think maybe using that vision, they decide that Nebula wants to push down this bottom tier 1 goal zone. They are going to get a good amount of points in, but great job defending here. Umbreon doing so much AoE damage that you just can't get any points in. Big Unite to try and stop it. They're finally going to get the tier 1 goal zone down, but they don't have any more tools to try and actually take this fight, as Orange Juicers going to take down 2, looking to take down 3, which looks like it probably will happen, maybe even a 4th, and try and counter push down this other tier 1.
All right, yeah, so they they break out that goal zone, but at what cost, I think, is what they need to start asking themselves. They lose 4 members, like you mentioned, Wonder Chef, and of course, that's a lot of scores in from Orange Juicers. Orange Juicers does not have the lead, thanks to Nebula's push on the bottom, but they are considerably closer than they were a fight before. Orange Juicers have found pretty solid ways to catch up in that department. We're halfway into this game right now, and I think Nebula, it's fair to say, is holding the lead. But with Orange Juicers getting a few Pokemon up into their scaling positions, namely Blaziken and potentially that Atelion, this is a scary spot to be for Team Nebula.
Oh, you see these huge charged hits just like everywhere, just like a big wicked blow, a big overheat, and you're like, I don't want to be anywhere near this fight. It's a little bit scary. Oh no, Dark Blue actually missing that charge, maybe hoping that OG would be a little bit closer to try and fight, but instead everybody just backing up and retreating. This is a really important Regieleki because it can essentially force a tie for Orange Juicers, or Nebula can push ahead an important amount, and as it gets low, it looks like it will be the overheat. I assume it was the overheat. I couldn't even see so many effects happening at the same time. Flareon swapping the Unite in the background. Dark Blue trying to get in. Will be Dragon Rushing back in. Unfortunately, getting KO'd before they can get as much damage as they want to. Flareon's finally being taken down by Lumiar, who's now on a 2 KO streak, going for 3. Just playing cleanup in this fight as OG scoring 40 in the bottom.
Wow, okay, so Orange Juicers able to find another way to catch up in points. Still not technically having the lead, but yeah, that fight works out pretty well for them. Nebula finding a way to catch up a little bit, though, in the hands of Lumiar. Or maybe one large hand with the Wicked Blow repeatedly. But yeah, that Unite move from the Ebon Fist Urshifu is really, really strong, and it's been helping them take care of a lot of these team fight scenarios. But man, what a give and take between these two teams. I mean, shout out to Orange Juicers for trying to play to this scoring win condition they're trying to create for themselves. They understand that they can split push here. Blaziken can do so. Leafeon can do so. And they can catch up. I think you're right, though. Nebula going all in on that Regieleki would have looked a little bit better. The use of Blastoise Unite move, really shocked we didn't see the Alolan Ninetales Unite move as well, just to try to steal that Regieleki, because they'd be playing way more from an advantage state if that was the case.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's a classic combo from a million years ago even, but okay, gonna be chasing down Leafeon here, but I think at this point you really got to just play safe. Leafeon will be back in time, more than in time, to fight for this final stretch. And before we get into this final stretch, I gotta say, I think exactly what you said, I'm gonna start calling Single Striker Shifu One Big Hand Urshifu.
One
I think
big
that's a better
hand.
name.
Okay, yes. Great. I'm glad that's my legacy. Okay. Blastoise does find OG hiding in the tall grass. I think OG thinking maybe they would have a free flank. They are not going to have anything close to that. I think that Reggie Ice buff giving them just a little bit of room, but it is not enough. That Blastoise Unite move going to send Inteleon sky high. We're about to enter the final stretch. Roland forced into using the support, but now it's Dark Blue down. So Zugrug and Roland combining for a way to KO, but Rayquaza's down to about half HP. Lumiere starting to read the room. They know what they need to do to take this match into their one large hand. Rayquaza now at a third of HP. The channels are going to start to be here, and there it is. The secure goes to Orange Juicers. Roll it on the Eldegoss, secures the Ray.
No way! The strategy seemed like it was perfectly going in Nebula's favor. They did exactly what they wanted to do. They got the secure, the Wicked Blow was available, but it was rolling. We've seen so many supports. Eldegoss MVP of today, and that's going to be more than enough points to steal that lead as close as it was. A Hundo Burger coming in from Flareon's as well. Just a little bit too late for Blastoise to stop it. That's going to be 200-point lead. There's a minute and 13 seconds left, so there is a chance for another push. We gotta wait for the Blissey to respawn. It's not over yet. If we see 2 big Hundo Burgers in, that'll be enough to steal back that lead, but it's going to be extremely difficult.
Oh, this is one of the hardest pushes I think I've ever had to see be accomplished right now. This is for Nebula's chance to stay alive in this tournament and force their way into a minimum, a top 2 position, but it's Orange Juicers holding the line right now, rolling with a full pocket full of 50 and a Rayquaza shield. And Nebula has to abandon them, go towards this goal zone. They now get to score 300 points to take this lead, and they're going to have to do it without their Alolan Ninetales.
This is looking impossible. They don't even have 300 points in pockets at this point, and there we go with the back half happening, the return from the Eldegoss. We're seeing the Surf push a lot of members back, and I think that Orange Juicers should be pretty comfortable just giving up this first goal zone. They know that they're ahead by more than that. They don't need a full commit to that defense, but at this point, they don't even need to do that as they've got 3 members down from Nebula, only 2 left, and with 10 seconds on the board, Orange Juicers have guaranteed themselves their rematch against Luminosity Gaming in Grand Finals.
Rolling with a heroic play on that Eldegoss to secure the Rayquaza. I hope we get a chance to look at that in the replay package because I need to know what part of the Eldegoss toolkit was getting that job done. But there it is, Orange Juicers in a 2-0 fashion, dispatching Team Nebula, making their result at a top 3 finish. So, exiting the tournament before a debut UCS showcase from this roster, I don't think you could be too upset at all. Nebula on an amazing run in our tournament in the top 3, and Orange Juicers having a chance at the championship, and of course a chance at a travel award to play at EUIC, the Aeos Cup, on the line in an upcoming match.
As expected, though, Flareon's with a chunk of damage. You can see how many snipes were being landed, and it's just so far ahead of everybody else. Relatively low damage game, considering how much there were in previous games between these two. But a really, really excellent showing of why Inteleon is still in this meta and why Flareon is such a specialist. Also, though, I mean, huge damage even from the support line on Orange Juicers. 45k from defender and support. Roland and Zugrug both showing like, hey, yeah, we can do almost as much as our Leafeon, which is only a little bit impressive. But I agree with you. I want to see exactly how that was stolen away. Usually, I would have expected, I mean, again, we're in a situation where we've got the secure of the overheat, we've got the secure of the wicked blow, and then, of course, what's going to do it? A supporter.
Exactly. I mean, it feels like it's written in the stars at some points, and wow, look at that score graph, how close those final moments were. A 2-point differential for these teams. At that point in a final stretch situation, that could basically mean a tie game when we consider these final results in Pokemon Unite these days. But Orange Juicers able to clutch it out, rolling with an amazing play. Feels like we've lined up just hundreds of those throughout their career. That impressive stuff on the Eldegoss. That's what I need for lifetime stats. I need, like, you know, a player's 100th Rayquaza secure in tournament, or 500th Rayquaza secure. That's the next stat that I want. Don't worry, watch this space. I will get it.
Watch this space. Yeah, but again, I just really got to talk about it. We talked about it before, Nebula. You literally were just talking about it. Nebula, amazing showing, and this is a team that I think nobody had on their, if there was a fantasy bracket, they would not have been nearly this far. It would have ruined everybody's predictions, and certainly did. But an amazing showing from every single player on that team, and as we're going into the start of the USCS season, I very much expected that we were going to see new teams pop up and become huge threats, just taking that one big step up, and clearly they are one of those teams. They're already looking to go toe-to-toe with Orange Juicers, an established veteran team that has gone to Worlds. There's really not much else that you can do except for say, hey, we were within 2 points of them. We could have won that. That's how good we are, and we're just breaking out this season.
Okay, so this is this final moment right here. Roland is frozen by a lone Ninetales. The Pollen Puff is on the Rayquaza. I believe that's an auto attack that swings in. Yeesh! What a moment to weave that in, and they pull it off. Huge play for Roland. Flareon's just on cleanup work, and that is all she wrote for that last matchup. I mean, what a way to move on to Winners Final. I mean, but yeah, like you were saying, lots of new teams emerging. We have Nebula, T3, both these rosters making great tournament runs. And they also, I mean, both had to deal with a substitute near the end of their tournament run as well. Something to keep in mind. So I don't even know if we've seen the final form necessarily of both of these rosters. And obviously, start of the season. So a lot of room to improve from all of these squads tonight. I can't wait to see what the final form is. But I'm very excited to see if Orange Juicers can build a little bit of something better when they go up against LG in their rematch.
Yeah, also, I mean, fun little thing to think about, but in the first set that we saw from Nebula today, they won game 2 with an Eldegoss Rayquaza steal, and then in the last one we saw, they lost Rayquaza to an Eldegoss steal. Yeah. So, you know, live by the sword, die by the sword, as they say, or live by the Eldegoss steal, die by the Eldegoss steal. So a little bit of the taste of their own medicine. However, like you said, we got to move on to talking about Orange Juicers, because Orange Juicers, they've been here before. Obviously, they have a little bit more experience last season against a very different roster of LG, but they've been practicing a lot. They've been playing a lot. I do hear NA scrims are going pretty well, and I don't know how much they've been playing as much against this new roster of LG, but certainly they had an entire set of winners finals, upper bracket finals, to figure out a little bit about what they need to do. And now they've got a nice win under their belt, a little bit of momentum, so they've got to just figure out something, because right now LG is looking like just, I don't know, the unstoppable force is like not even close to how strong they are looking. They are just looking like they're playing a completely different game than everybody else.
Oof. Orange Juicers are going to have to rely on a lot of players that they have on their team, obviously a lot of stars, and I believe we're going to have the chance here, Wonder Chef, to talk to one of them. Team Captain Kratos is going to join us here in the booth. Kratos, congratulations on making it to the grand finals. Pretty intense tournament run. How you feeling after that last matchup?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm happy that we get to play at least a little bit before we get into that finals, because we went in a little bit cold, and I mean those games, like, it does really look rough. Like, if you get behind against LG, it is a chokehold, you know, like, it's really hard to come back. So if we can keep our heads above the water, I mean, we've beaten them multiple times before. We've taken games off them. I've personally, like, done really well against them in the past. And you know, we have players on the team that have beaten their full roster before as well. Like, so I'm really looking forward to taking 2 sets off them.
Awesome. Yeah, how do you feel about how you drafted in the first set up against LG? There were some really interesting choices, obviously stuff like the Flareon's Greedent. Do you feel like you were trying things out, or do you feel like you regret any of those decisions, or do you think that they were good decisions and it was just executed in a way that, like, didn't fully work? Any thoughts?
So in our first set, I think our first draft was pretty good. Our second draft, we kind of thought about it, and in the moment it seemed like Greedent was okay, but the reality is, like, we should have picked something else, and, like, because our bot lane was actually really weak, and that was something that we weren't really thinking about, and that ended up putting us really astronomically far behind, and then we just had no foothold to get back into the game with. So I think we'll clean it up a little bit on the draft, and we should get a set. Don't be too. I know they look good. They definitely do look good. They've been looking really good ever since they added trainer. So,
all right,
yeah.
Well, Kratos, let's talk about what's going really well for Orange Juicers then, because obviously you're here in the grand finals position. I know there's a scary opponent there, but let's not take anything away from a tournament run like the one you've had, a very, very successful one, dropping only a couple of maps throughout this entire tournament. A little bit of a new look for Orange Juicers, just one player swap, but what do you think is kind of the key to success? What makes Orange Juicers one of the best teams in North America right now?
I think what makes us so good is our consistency. We generally, if you look at, like, I'm not sure what it looks like from a caster's perspective, but what we do in the game is we generally pick, like, the solid options, and we don't we try not to, like, make, like, plays, if that makes sense. So we generally try to do the solid option where we are probably going to get something out of it, and even if we don't get something out of it, we're either trading or what is it? We're either trading or we're going even. Like, it doesn't really, we don't really get too behind, and a lot of teams, like, feel the pressure of, like, okay, we need to try to do something. But we just, like, keep the playing field steady and then win off of that.
Cool. All right, and I gotta ask, when are you gonna let Flareons on Jungle Hoopa?
That is for a different time and a different space.
Amazing. All right. Well, he didn't say no, technically.
Yep,
Maybe in a future
yep.
tournament we'll get to see it. Awesome. Great to hear from you, Kratos. Good luck in the grand finals. It's going to be an amazing set. I can't wait. I know you guys are warmed up now. So is LG. It's going to be an awesome showdown for the North American Grand Finals, Chef. It's going to be so fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see these two teams, and I'm glad to hear the confidence that we have coming from Orange Juicers still. Like, hey, we should at least win a set. And again, with how they've played in the past, I know it is certainly possible. It's just one of those things where LG has just been outpacing people, and once we see them actually get their pace kind of challenged, I think that things could go very differently. But I do really love the fact that Orange Juicers, from that interview we could hear they've got the strategy. They know what they're good at. They know that they have the ability to win. It's not like we'll figure something out. It's like, okay, well, we definitely could win.
Exactly. They obviously got skill behind both of these rosters. So much eyes on these two teams from North America. I think really trailblazing for this new region. And they get the showdown one more time in our Aeos Cup Play-Ins. It's going to be the finale of our tournament right after this break.
your back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made I come back when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 Nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure copy shots?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament by 0-0 Nation. The best team in the world 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Championship Series. Here we are, the grand finals in the North American region for the Aeos Cup Play-Ins. I'm Spreggles, your content cowboy, yeehaw, joined by the one and only Doobsnacks. Doobsnacks, a question you asked me on break was, could anyone really take a game off of LG? Can anything be done to stop this team? An interesting fact is they have not dropped a single game through LAIC all the way here to the Aeos Cup Play-Ins. What do you think? Do you think anyone can take this team down?
Well, the records have shown so far no, but listening to Kratos' interview, bring some of that confidence in. If they've beaten LG before, they can do it again. Now we just need to see it on broadcast, right? Because it doesn't really matter what your scrim stocks are. It doesn't matter how high those are. You got to deliver in these moments right now. And LG has. I want to see the Juicers do it too. Because otherwise, I don't know if you and I can handle another finals 2-0 stomp. We've been getting those served up to us on repeat.
Well, what seems to happen with some of these tournaments in Unite is the team that is the best feels like heads and shoulders above the rest of the competition. We're going to have to see if there's anything the Juicers can do. They are, without question, the number 2 looking team in North America. Last year they looked really fantastic, possibly the best team in North America. Now they're going up against the world champion looking Luminosity Gaming. It's going to be a really exciting matchup. Of course, Orange Juicers coming from our losers bracket means that they are going to need to beat LG in 2 best of 3s if they want to secure that spot to the Aeos Cup.
Let's take a look real quick how we got to this moment right now. Let's throw the bracket up there, production. Get it done so we can talk through about where we've been and where we are going. Spraggles, take it away.
The Orange Juicers making their way here, taking down Haha Brew and Surrender on Business in our winners bracket here, facing off against Luminosity and getting knocked down to the losers bracket after losing to them 0-2. If we take a look at our lower bracket right here, really impressive showing from Nebula, taking down Rush Hour, Surrender on Business, as well as T3. However, the Juicers able to beat them, climb back into this spot here in the grand finals, and now we are in our draft for our grand finals. The Orange Juicers, your purple team, Luminosity, your orange team, as we take a look at our first bands here, Doobsnacks.
Yeah, Mew, Mimikyu, Psyduck, Miraidon. I like where we're at. I actually think the Juicers had the best draft against Luminosity that we've seen over the last 2 events in Game 1 of the last time they met. Looks like they're taking a page out of that same book. We're going into some of Kratos' favorite Pokemon, Leafeon, Zugrug grabbing their old favorite, and Snorlax cutting that from Slashcan. So this is a very proactive Orange Juicers draft.
We take a look here. Trainer possibly hovering into this Zoroark. We saw Trainer on Zoroark earlier absolutely dominate as we head on over to the Juicers for their next few picks here. I've been wondering if we're going to see, some interesting different looks out of OG, currently named Typhlosion on Orange Juicers. We saw Lucario earlier, which looked okay, but it doesn't seem to be one of the top all-rounders in the meta right now. Moving through a couple of options here, and they settle on Garchomp.
Yeah, Garchomp's popularity, we said it's been skyrocketing over time, and it is unsurprising that OG ends up there. Maybe just trying to find some confidence again. Lastly, Overlord's going to grab this Dodrio, a Pokemon they played last time these two teams squared up, and it's going to be difficult again for Kratos to really escape the bird. That's what it's going to come down to. They've got a multi-pronged attack here on Luminosity.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I'm interested to see what kind of Alolan Ninetales we see out of Flareons here. I actually do think Dazzling Gleam Aurora Veil plays pretty good into what Luminosity's throwing at them, but based on that item setup, it definitely looks like we're seeing Blizzard Avalanche. Another strong build, especially you catch, Dodrio or Zoroark with a Blizzard Avalanche combo to the face, right into a Unite move. That is a guaranteed KO as long as that Blissey is not around with the Bliss assistance.
No, that's a great point. And with each of them, Trainer and Overlord, holding full heals, I'm curious. We have to see if we're going to go Helping Hand, Safeguard, Blissey to help facilitate that and really let those two players take over the game, right? Doesn't really matter how much CC you have on your side, crowd control you have on your side. If they have multiple ways to cleanse it, eventually the dam breaks and they start getting those KOs.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? I mean, obviously, a lot of teams would pair something like a Comfey with a Zoroark, if at all possible. Right. Same thing with a Dodrio, really. I mean, both of them are extremely effective with that pairing. But you're right, giving a Pokemon not only a little bit of a shield, but also some invulnerability from some of the stuns and slows that they're going to be running into could be huge, and that could be what we see here in game number 1. Orange Juicers, your purple team, Luminosity, your orange team, everybody at home, and of course, Doob Snacks. These are our grand finals, baby. A best of 3 with a possible bracket reset if Orange Juicers wins the first series.
I just want to see Orange Juicers take a game. Show us that this Luminosity team can actually lose on broadcast. That's what I want to see. Luminosity, on the other hand, has no way they're going to let that happen to them now. They're going to keep this perfect streak alive. At least that's something they're playing for in this moment.
And look at Roland right there. What a little troll moving on in there, taking that red buff away from the side of Luminosity, scoring as well in this top path. Here comes Trainer trying to get to their level 5. Unfortunately, not able to make it happen. Really nice stuff here from the Juicers. But no, they pick up a KO on the other side, back the other way as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great exchange. Kratos for Overlord here. At least OG's getting big, and Garchomp, you want it to scale big late, and that's a heck of a way to do it. Get it that clean KO. Slash already rotating up, going to put some pressure on Roland, because they're seeing the numbers starting to move up here, and they are reacting well. Now we're playing Mean Look. Let's keep an eye on that, Spragos, throughout this match.
Yeah, Mean Look is very frustrating for a few of these Pokemon to deal with. And there you go. You have that beautiful new Alolan Ninetales Hollowware from Flareons. As we've said many times, it is pay to win, so technically he has to win this match.
Technically he does. Trainer right there to make sure he can't, as Overlord is already putting pressure on the central area. Slashcan hasn't evolved, but is right there, no fear. They're able to secure that, is Overlord. Kratos putting tons of damage. That Razor Leaf goes out to try and take care of Slash, but it's actually them that goes down. And that's the 3rd time this game that Kratos has been eliminated, Spraggles, and that's not a great start. Certainly not the one they were hoping for.
No, definitely not, but it does feel like we're trading back and forth here. Unfortunately, not able to catch right there, and now Blizzard Avalanche is down for this fight, but there isn't much of a fight to be had as multiple members of Luminosity are crashing on this top tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, again, just not sticking with the conventional wisdom that you actually have to show up for that middle experience. You can get that experience in other ways, and they got to stress both goal zones with points.
Yeah, you know, I gotta say, I'm loving the look so far out of the Juicers. It feels like they're playing a disruptive game, and Luminosity is handling it fine, but a lot of times Luminosity is the one playing a very disruptive game.
You said Kratos said once Luminosity gets ahead, it feels like a chokehold, and essentially they're trying to not give up their neck in any part of this game, right? Stay on the offensive and not give them any opportunity to set up. Great push in the middle by Luminosity as they're looking to do other things on the map, and of course that means Overlord running right to the middle.
Yeah, Overlord heading into that central area of Orange Juicers, taking some of that experience there. Kratos, now level 8. It does have his Unite move online, looking to make something happen here. Possibly pick up a KO on Slash, and Slash does go down.
Otter a little late with the egg bombs there, and they are going the egg set here with the Blissey. So no Safeguard, no Helping Hand, but they're going to try and do it with the breakfast food. As Regieleki is getting shredded by Curios, Regice is getting taken pretty easily by the Juicers.
Yeah, and it looks like we're just trading objectives right here. No real battle at the top path at all from the Juicers. And then same thing in the bottom path. Luminosity really letting them take that objective. They're scoring top as we have multiple members of the Juicers trying to score in the bottom path. Ooh, missing your Dragon combo right here and just letting Trainer score that 30.
Yeah, but they closed out that Tier 1 goal zone bot, did the Juicers, so really they've got the score lead here despite a decent overcap up top, and that might be the difference in this game is how good the other caps have been. I think we just saw a little snow globe action with that beautiful hollow air out of Flareon's coming in meep meep like the Roadrunner, KO Shrika 2 with the support of the three-headed bird, and of course Trainer on that Zoroark doing it without a comfy collar.
Great fight there from Luminosity. We didn't have a Unite move from Garchomp or Umbreon to fight back right there, and Luminosity was able to pick up a couple of big-time KOs, but we do have a possibility of OG moving in with this Garchomp to fight any moment now. Level-wise, things are looking really nice here for Luminosity, but very close as well for the Juicers. They're not exactly on parity, but they're getting there.
Yeah, no, they're sticking with them, right? And that's important. They said once they get ahead, it feels like a chokehold. Well, if you give them the score and the levels, then it certainly does, right? You can consider the chokehold then locked in. But they're fighting. They've got their hand up before the full Nelson can be locked in, and they're fighting for air. But they're doing good, and they're wriggling themselves out.
Yeah, Slash now looking to get a little experience, evolve into Mamoswine here. He does. 4 members of Luminosity hiding in the tall grass here in the top path. Otter possibly getting caught here, but this could be bait as Roland is now being attacked by the Tri-Attack Dodrio in the top path. Close battle, I'd say so. 110-107 on the scoreline.
We're just rotating across the map. Slash is downstairs by themselves. The basement Reggie is about to populate in 10 seconds here, but Luminosity's playing for top. Roland needs to go get vision so that OJ can adjust.
Yeah, here we go. Luminosity looking for this objective. As we have multiple members of the Juicers coming up top, this is going to be a little different than what we've seen from the objectives earlier. Umbreon in a little bit of trouble. Kratos seeing what they can do, missing with the Unite move as we have Kyrios moving in, trying to pick up the KO, and they do.
Whoa. Nice on the backside, though, forcing out Flareons to get into Damage's way, and they're able to take the KO. OG has shown up. That Garchomp is looking to fight right now. Slashcan just getting vision. You can see how they're getting vision. They're just wasting time. So this 40 banger has a chance to go in. Roland susses it out, and is just a hair too shy, Spraggles.
Yeah, so close to at least even landing the mean look to make sure that the Blizzard Avalanche could take them down as the rest of Luminosity is moving down here towards this Reggie Steel with a great secure. They can now peel away from this goal zone. They're up 110-147. A much closer game. This is probably the closest game we've seen from any team going against Luminosity all day, but it's still, the Juicers are behind.
Yeah, Trainer catching a Bliss assistance. Well, look if they fight. Snow Globe is out. Blizzard Avalanche combo pins them. They're up against the wall. That's the chance. The block pops from Zug, but they can't trap. And now Trainer somehow makes it out with a knockout. Are you kidding me, dude?
This is what we talked about, right? If they get caught with a Blizzard Avalanche, they go down unless they have that Bliss assistance right there, and they did. Mamoswine Unite move, Garchomp Unite move. They're looking for the KO on Trainer. Trainer's able to make it out. Mamoswine picks up Leafeon again. They are just farming this Leafeon. Slash in some trouble. Finally a KO for the side of Juicers in some of these fights.
No, but they gave up Slash, and that was 100% intentional, Spraggles. Now they're going to give up Otter, fine, whatever. You're not touching our level 12s, 3 of them that are sitting across the map.
Yeah, exactly. And they are picking off this Leafeon on the side of the Juicers, right? Every time Luminosity engages, they get a big-time KO on Leafeon. A Pokemon that absolutely snowballs and carries games, but when it's on level with a lot of the other stuff in the match, it's not really setting the world on fire.
No, that's correct. I mean, it's so squishy. I mean, just an engagement by any of these other Pokemon really gives it a tough time. And they've got the speed and mobility to close the door on it before it can really be an impact. Another thing I want to highlight, Spraggles, the rate at which Trainer secures objectives with Zoroark has been incredibly impressive. Something else we'll want to keep an eye on here.
Yeah, that's true. As we head towards Rayquaza, the first Rayquaza of our grand finals. And the question really on everyone's mind is, can anyone stop Luminosity? Moving into the tall grass, just trying to get some vision on the squad. Kyrios possibly looking for a fight, getting caught by a heavy slam, but not enough of the Juicers around to really engage.
Nice Ice Fang, heavy slam follow-up. OG's going to make it out, but Kyrios got caught, pinned against the wall. We saw that early on. I thought they might be able to pick them up. Nice heavy slam on the backside, catches Overlord. Kratos is on the chase. Slashcam might go down. Ice Fang's going to try and deal with them. Bliss Assistance, long range back the other way. We're looking to fight. Flareon's goes down. Garchomp Unite is pop. Otter is low. Otter's in the mean look. Overlord's still standing with tons of HP. Somehow Slash is still standing. They take care of Kratos on the backside, though. Zugrug's on the chase, but they're not going to have enough in the tank trying to catch up to Overlord right now. This Rayquaza is getting ripped. Slash Slam, Ice Fang going in. It's for the secure. Heavy Slam's too early. I can't believe it's on the Razor's Edge. Who's gonna take it? Who's gonna take it? It's gonna be the Juicers. The Juicers get it done.
No way did the Juicers get that. I mean, I thought Ray was going down so many times with the Unite move from Zacian, not able to make it happen. Juicers up 210, 155, but LG is fighting. Could this be the first domino to fall? The first team to take a game off of Luminosity? It is possible. It's within reach. They're up, but there's a minute left right now. Snorlax in some trouble. Flareon's also in trouble down here. Looks like they're going down before scoring. 224, 155. The Juicers are up, but Luminosity is on the push.
They're looking. Look at Typhlosion. That's OG. They're looking for a move. Slash King knows exactly where they are, forcing out the engage. Kratos, here they come. They put the Razor Leaf out. They need the engagement on Trainer. They get the knockout. Otter's looking for an opportunity. They actually have to peel back. They're knocked out quickly. Slash Can is still there. Overlord is trying to do everything they can. Overlord has the great opportunity to score with that Dodrio, but not the way this goal zone is guarded. Here comes Curios. They're going to need that damage in quickly. 20 seconds left, Spraggles. We got the block. Overlord's on the race. No, it's just Flareon's up top. That's going to have to babysit that while they're trying to get all the attention downstairs. They are quickly cut off. Overlord has 10 seconds, 22 in, but they're going to need a little bit more than that. Can he get a few more points? Dodrio's going for it. Another 6 Spraggles. We're down to razor-thin margins here. Take care of is the Dodrio. Did the Juicers hold on?
That's the question. As we see the timer tick down, the scoreboards disappear. We will find out in just a moment if someone can take a game off of Luminosity. And they do! 224, 183. The Juicers take game number 1.
I can't believe it, and I'll tell you what, Curios is kicking themselves. They were the catalyst to that loss, unfortunately, in the Ray. If they don't go down there, the fight is easy. It's so easy. But they went in, they were trying to bait. Good block by Zugrug to pin them against the wall. Didn't quite get the knockout, but it stunned Curios just long enough that the rest of the team could finally converge, and it threw the rest of the fight to the wind. Well done by the Juicers. They were given an opportunity, and they took it.
It has been 2 entire tournaments, winning an international competition, going through the entirety of our bracket, that Luminosity has not dropped a single game, and finally they run into the Juicers here. Orange Juicers with a crazy fight around Rayquaza. Rayquaza on 0 HP for the longest you're going to see it in a tournament, it feels like. The secure, the scores, the defense, and here we are, OJ up 1 game.
Whew, take a deep breath, because now we're at least going to 3 here in this bracket. I'll tell you what, everybody needs to calm down here. Calm down, Spraggles. You need to calm down.
I can't calm down, boss.
Jeez, oh Pete. What happened in this game? It was really the story of Orange Juicers being down, not out, not giving up. We talked about that chokehold. They got that arm up. They couldn't be fully locked in. They were sticking around for so long, and they were given one opportunity. And I'm telling you, I hope we see it here on this Ray fight. You just watch that Zacian.
Yeah, it's a big catch right there, and I didn't think there were enough members of the Juicers around really to secure it. In fact, I even said, like, there's not enough around to finish this, but they continued to push onto Zacian and look for the KO. Once they had that, they took any advantage that they could. They peeled Mamoswine out of the fight with Kratos for a while, and then they moved back in. So here's Mamo. There's that Bliss Assistance Unite move. Big time Alolan Ninetales Unite. Able to take down Blissey as well, and now it's just a question of who can secure this. Here comes the Unite move from Curios, not able to secure it. Rayquaza on almost nothing right here, and then it's a basic attack, I believe, from the Umbreon.
Yeah,
for the
that was the
secure.
Rayquaza Whirlwinds kick it up, which leads me to believe that maybe the Eevee passive was up, so Roland didn't get knocked up and just A-pressed it down, or excuse me, B-pressed it down. That is crazy work.
And then a great, fight here. Obviously, we had Overlord from Luminosity peeling away from this engagement, trying to run and score. They ran into Alolan Ninetales, and I told you, everyone, they had the Hollowware. They paid to win, and they are winning. Proof is in the pudding. The only team to take down Luminosity has A9 on it, and they're looking pretty doing it.
Okay, so you're now in the spot of the Juicers. You're like, okay, we won the first one. That's got to be the hardest one, right? Mm-hmm. How do they adjust? Because I'll be honest, there's some improvements that could be made within that game. just in terms of how they did it bell to bell. You're happy you get away with the win, but now you got to look forward. Okay, you got to do it one more time and then 2 more times after that. How are you keeping this win going?
Well, one thing I think that was huge for them is Snorlax. I honestly think if they're able to get Snorlax again, I think that's going to be a huge difference maker for them. And I didn't see how they actually pushed Otter onto the Blissey, if they actually banned out Mew. I don't remember the bans in this game, or if they're just kind of off it for Luminosity. So I think focusing on that could be huge. The defensive side of Juicers felt amazing. They had so many great catches with Snorlax. Now the question is, was LG trying something weird right there, or did they run into the full power LG and just stop them? That's what we're going to have to find out as we head into our next game.
I'll tell you how I know they didn't fall into the full power of LG, because LG was fighting a player down their whole Ray fight, and it still came pretty darn close. So if I'm them, I don't expect Curios to walk into the L like they just did right there and getting caught in the choke point. Now, credit to your point, Snorlax, and credit to Zugrug, who's been a demon on this Pokemon since the game's release. Saw the opportunity, positioned themselves well, and pinned Curios against the wall with the block, forgetting that anyone else existed, understanding that keeping Curios from getting back to their team was what was critical there, and they were successful. They were so far away from Otter, you couldn't get the Bliss Assistant save. By the time that the fight was actually materializing behind them, Curios didn't have any HP to really get into the mix, so that, to me, was the game-changing moment, and it's all in the back of who I presume is one of the captains, along with Kratos, is Zugrug, who's just been a household favorite and a perennial staple in the North American UCS scene.
Yeah, it looked like an amazing pick, right? I mean, they went for Kratos, and they did not stop. They just continued trying to secure this KO. It was almost like a slow beam being used with this block into the wall right there, you know, just shutting it down as long as they could. And once OJ had that advantage, they moved towards Rayquaza, and they said, look, our best shot right here is going to be a player or 2 up on LG. And at that point, we're taking what would be looked at as, you know, a weighted flip. We're going for Ray. We have more players around it. We have the aggression. We have the advantage, and we're going to try to take this game. And you do have to wonder, this happens sometimes in Unite. Once a team loses a game, things can start to fall apart pretty quickly. And LG isn't used to losing. Again, this is their first loss in 2 straight tournaments.
Yeah, and this is gonna have to show how they bounce back, right? Of course, the tournaments that they win, they are dominant and don't lose. But it's not often that they win a tournament after taking a loss. And this is going to be a testament to this new squad, how well and how quickly they've gelled and how they will bounce back. But there are a lot of players on this team, namely 2 that come to mind, Otter and Trainer, that have added to this team that are used to losing in these situations and bouncing back and finding a way to win. Look at these bans, Spriggles, to kick off game 2.
Yeah, here we go. We've got the Inteleon. We've got the Miraidon on the side of LG. We have Mew, so I was wondering about that. And we have the Psyduck. So you can see Luminosity, they are target banning Flareons, right? And then we can see the Juicers are banning, of course, Psyduck, because it's the thing to ban right now. It's just cool to do it. And, of course, Mew, so they're banning out Otters support Mew as well.
Yeah, quickly going back to the Snorlax, and this might be the key to Luminosity's success, and they're going to lock it down. Now, Blissey still on the table. Is that where they're going to go? As Curios was gifted a Zacian again, now we're finally seeing the metagame develop within a tournament, right? The changes that happen over time over these last 2 days.
And we're seeing Trainer now locking in that Mimikyu. Again, a Pokemon that I feel like has been doing well, and then not so well if you can snuff it out today. But Trainer, of course, is amazing at getting the experience they need and making sure that this thing can carry. Otter on the Hoopa. You talked about this before. It really does feel like if Otter is not able to get Mew, Hoopa is a real easy replacement.
Yeah, again, because it plays much like Mew. It has a bunch of unique tools in its kit. It has a bunch of flexibility in what it can do, how it can play, where it can be on the map, and how it supports the team. So for Otter, it's, you know, 1A, 1B type situation. And I like this pick out of them. Go a little bit more conventional with your healing attempt and approach, and see how you can leverage it from there. And if they're going to let Overlord play with Darkrai, Overlord says, I want to play with Darkrai.
Yeah, Slash now on the Lapras. Famously, Slash's line from Worlds Year 2 was, "How did you guys win?" He just said Lapras because it was so unbelievably powerful at Worlds. We see Flareon's once again. That rental ticket has not expired on this Hollowware, so they're looking to win with it. Kratos on the Leafeon, which felt like something that was getting shut down a lot, but also it is a incredibly, fast-paced Pokemon, a speedster for a reason, I guess, that's in the enemy face early and puts so much pressure on your opponents. The big question mark for me is the Buzzwole.
Yep, but it's OG, right? So they're going into some comfort there, and they need to wait. They need put weight behind OG to get them ahead. Buzzwole does well ahead. It does pretty miserable from behind. But if you look across at Luminosity, there's not a lot of Pokemon that can contend early with a Buzzwole that gets online. So if they're trying to get Lapras going or something like that, OG has an opportunity to get ahead and kind of run away.
And here we go. Our teams are loading in right now. You can see the Hollowware being shown off a little bit here as we are getting ready for game number 2, Doob Snacks. I mean, right now we're wondering if this is, the momentum they needed, the wind in their sails. Is it time for the Orange Juicers to get back on top in North America? They take another game off of LG. We reset this bracket, and then there's a huge question mark as to who is getting that paid trip to Aeos Cup in London.
Yeah, that's ultimately the prize, right? That's what you want to win as we're getting here into game number 2.
All right, Luminosity, your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team. Hey, pretty fitting as we head into game number 2 of our grand finals. Now, again, Orange Juicers coming from that loser's bracket. They'll need to win this game, reset the bracket against Luminosity because this is double elimination if they want a chance to take them down and win that coveted spot to Aeos.
We've got a heck of a path downstairs. I believe that's Curios riding alongside Slash on the Darkrai here. Darkrai, Lapras, respectively. And Roland is just trying to take stuff from across the map. Ever a menace is Roland.
And here we go, Curios in this bottom path with the Darkrai as we head up to the top path here, seeing if they can stop Overlord from getting 5 early. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. He is going to have that second move. Overlord been playing a lot of Sacred Sword today, whereas Curious has been playing a lot of Metal Claw. I'm interested to see which build Overlord wants to run here.
I just noticed that they sent Leafeon top early and rotated OG through the middle to make sure that they can get close to their level 5 here. So they're fighting with full power. 850 birds, and we've got a 4v3, and Luminosity has to be careful as to what's going on. They engage quickly on Otter, caught in the mean look. Otter goes down. Kratos is low as well. They're going to get the follow-up there as Mimikyu shredding through. They're coming through the portal just in time. Were they to push them out? Good move by Otter before they get knocked out.
Yeah, really nice stuff here from Luminosity. We had the 5-player push in the top path from Orange Juicers, and look at this. They acted like they were leaving, coming right back for some defense right here. Darkrai goes down as the Juicers are now pushing.
850, 50-7 here as Otter is downstairs babysitting, quickly bringing Overlord through, and now you're seeing the strength of this Hoopa. They are quickly out-rotating Orange Juicers, putting presence everywhere on the map. Meanwhile, we've got Curious going to the middle, starting to farm up this Darkrai.
And here we go, 8 minutes on the clock here as they're looking to have their fight here in this central area. Multiple members of each team coming down. We do have the Metal Claw on the Zacian picking up the KO as it is chasing down Roland now. Shadow Sneak moving in, seeing if there's anything they can do. And no, Umbreon is going to peel back.
Now they're seeing this opportunity on OG, and they're collapsing. 3 players in, just got to hit this Shadow Sneak. Goes wide, Ray Finkel. They're collapsing, though, and this should be easy work as they pick up, put down themselves to get knocked out quickly.
Here we go. Flareon's level 7 on the Alolan Ninetales, level 7 on Zacian, Mimikyu, and Darkrai on the other side. A close match so far. Leafeon obviously about to hit their Unite move at level 8, which could be a huge advantage for the Juicers.
The intelligence of Trainer playing at the range that they are in the face of that A9, right? No chance for that Blizzard Avalanche combo to catch Mimikyu. They are just out of that range, and that's called knowing your opponent.
Here we go, Leafeon with that first Unite move like we talked about, heading down to this bottom path here as 3 members of Luminosity are here and multiple members of Juicers and Luminosity running down to this Regice. Kratos with the Unite move. The question is, when will they move in?
They're trying to get on top of Trainer right now. The portal's down right on the engagement. Regice is low. I didn't even see who secured that. Mimikyu sorting out Zugrug real quick as Trainer's on the retreat here. 2 players down for Luminosity. Let's see what the Juicers do with it. Kratos heating up compared to game 1 where they're a complete ghost. KO streak of 3. Popping out his Darkrai, going right back through to face through and stop the scores quickly. Put up, put down, and here comes OG putting tons of pressure on Slashcan. But we've got damage going back the other way. Trainer's ready for the smoke. They're putting a ton of damage in. Here comes Overlord with the Darkrai. They want OG. Are they going to get OG? No, it's Trainer for 3.
Trainer for 3 moving in. Can he make it 4 using the Unite move here to try to take down Roll and continuing to fight? That's 4,
boy.
and they are looking for this Penta KO here, possibly on Zugrug, and no, Zugrug leaves. He's going to deny that, of course.
Orange Juicers are fighting so insanely well right now, Spraggles. I want to give them credit for that. These fights are just lasting a little too long, and it almost feels like they lose their window of opportunity to get out. But those initial fights that they're taking, they need to keep that up because those look great.
Yeah, until this counterpunch from LG, I would say Orange Juicers were looking a little bit better in some of these fights, but that was an amazing push from LG. We see this Mimikyu now level 11, just ready to do some absolute damage here. Leafeon in trouble, caught by multiple members, having to use a Unite move to actually peel away, and here comes Buzzwole put to sleep by the Darkrai.
Kratos is going crazy. Using that Unite move, leveraging that into 2 KOs with no HP is wild, and now the rest of LG is falling here. They've just essentially given the game back to Orange Juicers by taking a page out of their own book, which is throwing it. Just absolutely running it down. After a good punch, you get absolutely suckered out.
Here we go. Luminosity still way up on the scoreboard, 196 to 89. We have Otter with the Unite move, bringing multiple members of LG up to this top path, seeing if they can take Reggie, and they cannot. Alolan Ninetales Unite move, but look at the chaos here from Luminosity as they are wiping the board clean of Juicers.
Absolutely no interest in Luminosity for this objective. They did not care. There was not a single move that went on that Regieleki. Everything was getting thrown at the Juicers' bodies.
And the Juicers now preparing for this fight down here at this Regirock. We have no Hoopa Unite move for this, so the Juicers are actually in a great spot to take this fight. Big time eject, heavy slam from the Snorlax, moving towards Regirock.
Darkrai sitting in the middle, looking for the next target. They're moving into the backline. OG, from OJ, getting to the backside and can't let Overlord on top of him. Flareons goes down, the fight rages on, but it's Trainer and Overlord down right now, which means the work is on, Kyrios is there. Overlord's still hanging tough, as they are the Zacian. They dart through, they don't want any of this smoke. Otter's gonna dip, dive, and through and see if they got an opportunity on OG. The Bubble Beam secures that one. Fighting on the backside is Zugrug, and they're gonna get a KO streak too, as Trainer is back, and that's what LG does over and over and over and over and over against Spraggles. They buy just enough time, they do just enough damage, and then Overlord, Kyrios, or Trainer shows up, and they just clean up the trash.
Yeah, they absolutely do. It's such beautiful plays here from Luminosity. It really does feel like they reel the Orange Juicers in, who are having some amazing fights, just to let Trainer finally move in and strike. Trainer now almost level 13 on the board here, but you got to give it up to Kratos on the other side, level 13 and a half on this Leafeon, who, as you've said, has been an absolute force in this match.
Yep, and now they're testing the waters here. Slash gonna lead the charge. Bubble Beam gonna break the EV passive at least. Kratos caught out. Overlord can't quite converge. They're gonna see what kind of damage they can do. Are they gonna force out another Unite move? Blizzard Avalanche casts Overlord with the backside flank. Slash can's there, but Overlord's gonna have to go down, and I think Slash is gonna have to get out. Is anybody gonna come in for the support? No. They're gonna let Overlord fall and not overextend themselves.
Yeah, they're going to peel back here as we have a few members of the Juicers trying to decide how they want to fight in this top path. Looks like we have a few of them caught in the middle, while 3 members of Luminosity are going to score on this tier 2. So Luminosity increasing their score lead, while we have the Juicers getting this Regieleki. This could be good for the Juicers, but at the same time, this is a beautiful play from Luminosity. They notice where all the Juicers are moving to. They take that opportunity to run up the score lead.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to insulate this goal zone here, take care of the Regieleki with 25 seconds till Ray. Luminosity is looking to square this thing up in this set because they do not want to allow a bracket reset. Not today, not on their watch.
2:15, big time Blizzard Avalanche catch right there. Slashcan being sent back to base. to be able to fully heal with that Lapras, but we've seen some big moments here. You take that Mean Look into a Blizzard Avalanche combo, you're not going to be able to miss it, and they're going to do some huge damage. Rayquaza hits the board. The Juicers need this one to reset the bracket here in our grand finals. Some great positioning from them, but they are way behind on the scoreboard. They're going to need to win a fight so they can actually make something happen here. If they let Luminosity run out the clock, Luminosity is going to take game number 2. Both teams setting up, waiting for their moment. We have the Juicers, who have been playing well all game, actually deciding to let their Buzzwole hit level 13. They know that Luminosity doesn't need to be the team to make a play here, so they sent Buzzwole away, giving it that opportunity to hit its next level breakpoint and come back to this fight.
Yeah, we see the Rayquaza Whirlwind sussing out Overlord a little bit, making him step out of the tall grass here. As all the orange Juicers are moving in, they're 4 pressed forward. They're trying to engage on Overlord, who just is able to dodge the heavy slam.
Now we can see the Juicers with some incredibly aggressive positioning, but here comes the Lapras Unite move, moving in for the fight.
Unstoppable right there. Bang, that's a huge snow globe, and Mimikyu is down instantly. That's Trainer is down. The Overlord is down. They're looking for more targets, putting to sleep, and now finally Flareon's is down. We are rings unbound, but it's a KO Shrika 2 for OG. Finally, there's only 2 players standing on the side of Luminosity, and we are on the verge of a bracket reset here, Spraggles. Rayquaza's getting low. Slash Can is getting in the Mean Look. They can't step in and make a play. Is it going to be a Blubba Beam Heroics? They're going for it. Luminosity just took it. Luminosity just took it. Slash, you absolute legend. That's why they brought him back on the team.
That's why they brought Slash back. It's why they brought the Lapras back. As I said before this match, how did you win Worlds? Well, it looks like, how did you win this match? Lapras right now, 325 to 89. No one on the Juicers able to score yet as they're getting pushed away. Only 15 seconds here. Zagrug goes down, and game 2 goes to Luminosity. What a clutch steal from Slash.
What was that, dude? Okay, so now, honestly, what happened is each team lost one the other way, right?
Yes, yes.
So let's see if we can have a straight-up game where one team actually executes and wins. Holy smokes, big dog. What?
Yeah. What a series so far. That game was definitely looking amazing for the Juicers at that Rayquaza fight. Slash Can and Otter still there around the fight, able to do something to try to secure that Rayquaza, and it ends up going over to the Lapras in game number 2. Huge.
That was insane. I have the stream up on my left-hand side here, and I just rewatched the secure. It was absolutely wild times. The bubble beam going straight in. Come on. Now, both teams have to have a mental reset, right?
Yeah.
I mean, clear the palette a little bit, and let's try and have a straight-up game. Let's see if we can pull it off.
I think Orange Juicers played probably the best game I've seen from them against LG all day in that match. I mean, it was an unfortunate ending, right? And it was very smart of Luminosity to run up the scoreboard. You can see it right here, even before Rayquaza. They are way up, which forces Orange Juicers to make a play at some point. But just a crazy, crazy moment there from Luminosity. I would love to see that Rayquaza, like, secure, slowed down in like, frame by frame.
Yeah.
I need to see it. Because that was amazing.
Yes, it was certainly something, my friend. And what's crazy is you just said that was the best we've seen Orange Juicers play against Luminosity, and they were down 150 points going into Rayquaza. So that can't be understated how strong LG is, but it can't be understated how well the Juicers are playing into this scenario.
Yeah, I think the Juicers are playing pretty well into this. I mean, the best that we've seen today, right? And even still, Luminosity, of course, are looking, as we've talked about before, like the champions once again. They are the team to take down. And you do want to see someone give Luminosity a little bit of a run for their money. And I'm happy to see that North America, once again, as we talked about earlier in this broadcast, is just so insanely competitive as a region.
It really, really is, and this has been a true back and forth. Yes, the score lines are a little weird in this game, a little wonky, but you mentioned it. I mean, leading the lobby in experience was Kratos here, right? I mean, they were 13 and a half when the Mimikyu was just ticking over to 13. Mm-hmm. So they did a great job keeping up on experience, and here we go. We've got this final fight, an amazing snow globe here. We got the power nap, and then we're looking to pivot. They quickly dusted everyone, dude. Put to sleep was Flareon's. Now we're going frame by frame. They're caught in the mean look here. They need to step up. Bubble Beam. Bang. There it is. We're shrinking in. Otter with the perfect timing on the rings on, excuse me, not rings unbound, the Hoopa portal. And that had to be what? A pulse? Like a whirlpool pulse? What are we talking about here?
It's a water pulse. It's like
Water
I think
pulse.
the third hit of water pulse plus there from Slash was actually able to get the secure a beautiful. Oh, and we're rewinding it back. Are you kidding me? Let's go. We
Yeah,
have
that's
it right here with the beautiful KO blocking the HP bar. Thank you so much. Love to see it as Rayquaza goes down to the water pulse right there. You see multiple members of the Juicers knocked up, but the water pulse is still hitting. Even if the Lapras is being thrown into the air right there, the pulses are still going off. You catch multiple members in that bubble beam. Just as many opportunities as you can to get that secure, and Slash is able to do it. Huge, huge play.
I'm at a loss for words. Sometimes that's what Unite comes down to, but that's why this game is so exciting, right? I mean, honestly, Luminosity was ahead the whole game. Orange Juicers finding a way and taking a great engagement, a great team fight. And I think it was Roland, credit to Roland, they understood what the Slash business was about, right? They got a key mean look on them, but at that point, you're waiting for the rest of your team, like, we have to take this before this mean look expires because they get in range. And unfortunately, they couldn't quite close it out, opens the door, and all of a sudden, it's 1-1 in our grand finals.
Beautiful stuff as we head here to game number 3. The Juicers banning out Mimikyu and Mew. These are targeted bans right here as we see Luminosity banning out the Miraidon and, of course, Psyduck.
I will say, I mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. Orange Juicers have had the best draft phase against Luminosity that we've seen in the last 2 tournaments. So everybody at home take some notes, because this is definitely the place where you're going to want to start if you're squaring up against LG.
And early pick on that Snorlax. I love that call. I really do think Snorlax has been an absolute force in this grand final, so I think it's a great one. Zacian, of course, really powerful, difficult to deal with here as we look to our next couple of picks on the side of the Juicers. We have Umbreon, not a huge shock there, and possibly once again, Alolan Ninetales.
Listen, there's not been many problems on the Orange Juicers, and much less this A9. It's been great. I've loved this pick every game so far.
And here we go over to the side of Luminosity. Trainer looking at the Zoroark. Zoroark is a weird one. Running into Umbreon and Alolan Ninetales, it actually could be a little miserable playing Zoroark, but I don't think Trainer's ever miserable on Zoroark. And we'll see Otter once again on the Hoopa. A powerful pick for them when they're not on sort of their comfort pick of Mew. Over to the Juicers now, looking for their final couple of picks. We're going to see what OG wants to bring into this game. Been a little bit of a chameleon today, picking a lot of different Pokemon.
Looks like we've got Lucario loaded up. Roland grabbing the Crustle. Probably going to switch with Zug and make that a Wish Umbreon here. But OG locking in the Garchomp, which I like much more, to be honest.
And here we go. Final pick over to Luminosity. We're going to see what Overlord wants to play if he's not taking the Zoroark. And it looks like he isn't. This will be the 3-headed bird, or possibly... Oh... I was hoping we saw that Gary.
You wanted Gary in a bad way. So
I wanted some Gary. I love me some Gyarados. Overlord locking in the 3-headed bird. I think a great call here. Again, it's tough for Flareons, right? You've got really one shot, right? You've got that Blizzard Avalanche, one opportunity. You could capture the moment or just let it slip. If you hit the Blizzard Avalanche combo on Zoroark or Dodrio, those things are turning into dust very fast.
Yeah, I mean, vomit on your sweater, mom's spaghetti, right there if they don't execute on that. What I'm looking for here is OG to get big quickly and take over. They have to. They have to, dude. And that was the recipe of success in the first game whenever they were taking that good team fight at the end. That needs to be the recipe for success in this game as well.
We head into game number 3 here, a game that the Juicers need to win. And Luminosity, of course, really wants to win. They would close out this tournament right here with only one game being lost in the span of 2 tournaments. However, if Orange Juicers do win, we reset this bracket. They're coming from our losers bracket up here to the grand finals. We have another best of 3 for you. Selfishly, I would love a Juicers win so we could see these two teams go at it, because we are seeing right now what feels like the best in North America, and truly the only thing that has been able to stop Luminosity at all so far has been the Juicers.
You could argue number 1 in the world and potentially number 2 in the world, because we have seen international play and only one of these teams has won that tournament, and the other one is looking pretty darn good right now.
And here we go into game number 3. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Luminosity, your orange team. Kratos heading to the bottom path here with this Zacian, trying to get enough Aeos energy so that they will be able to fight as fast as they can using that Intrepid Sword passive, while we have Roland once again trying to take some of this experience away from Trainer.
Trainer gonna have to secure that. They do. Okay, so they're off to an alright start. Better than game 1, anyways. And that's exactly what you want to see out of that little Zorua.
Kratos now in this top path, seeing what they can steal away from the side of Luminosity. Hopefully a lot of it here so Overlord can't evolve, but it looks like Overlord's moving in for a big-time KO, and this is going to get them the evolution. Right away, we have Dodrio online.
K opener on a quality target. Otter using that Magician to pluck a berry very quick and keep this push going, which is a great use of that resource. Moving forward, Zugrug is pretty low. Trainer showed up, grabbed the berry out from under him, and now he's going to try and get out. Those little rocks, pebbles falling from the sky, knocking him on the bonking him on the top of the head, if you will. As we've got Snorlax taking a nap. Slash is looking there. Good follow-up KO back the other way by Kratos.
Yeah, Kratos moving in here, trying to pick up another one here on Slash. Obviously, Slash knowing they're going down right here, but wanting to waste as much time as possible, so possibly Trainer could come back. And that is what's happening. Curios trying to defend right here. The Avalanche comes out. Overlord moving in with the tri-attack, and here comes Trainer trying to clean this up here. One Juicer down, and it looks like they're looking for another with Zugrug. Flareon's able to escape somehow.
I mean, even Overlord barely getting out as well. That Rock Tomb was down. They're able to, I think it was boosted auto through that Rock Tomb to make sure that they don't go down, because that would have KO'd them easily.
The nice plays here from Flareons as they are defending this goal zone. Crustle moving back to the bottom path. Trainer in the top path. Otter being caught right now, but it's still just a little boy in the top path. OG needs to evolve very quickly.
Roland babysitting, though, doing a good job trying to make sure OG stays standing and putting good pressure on Trainer regardless. Nice little illusion to get out of that mean look, I believe, as they are cruising back.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Doob Snacks. What you saw right there was using illusion to cancel out being hit by something. Well, what they got hit by was that mean look, so they're shutting it down, and they are making sure that they don't get trapped in it. A really powerful play that you could make with a full heal, but of course you could also make it with illusion.
There was no fear in Slash. They knew exactly what they were doing, which is baiting everybody forward to get the time that they needed for the rest of the team to push. That was their goal there, Spraggles, and they executed perfectly. Now, as long as they don't give up any more KOs, they're going to be fine.
Yeah, it looked like a really good play right there, right? You know, you've got this massive force movement, and they're like, hey, we can use all of our moves on it, as the rest of Luminosity, you know, moves around the side looking to pick up some KOs right here. We've got Overlord already level 9, which could be devastating as soon as that Unite move pops off, hitting multiple members of the Juicers. We're going to see how they want to use it here in this fight.
Registeel getting chipped on. Slashcan playing very far forward. Going to try to get a heavy slam. Nice. Dodrio Unite into the backside. Straight into the Emerald 2-step. And it looks like it was quickly canceled. I don't even know what happened there. But all of a sudden, Overlords are getting chased away. OG tries to cut them off, and they are still running for the goal zone.
Yeah, Overlord actually just fully threading the needle there, missing everyone on the Juicers, unfortunately, with their Unite move. Not able to make much happen. Heading back through the hyperspace hold to this top path, but actually getting caught by Alolan Ninetales as they make it to the top path here. Huge catch with the Dragon Claw combo. Overlord in some trouble, but with no Unite move from Garchomp, they can't follow up.
Yeah, Overlord, no interest in going back. They really need this experience. They want to keep pressing this level lead. However, every time they walk on this razor-thin edge that they are on, if they get knocked out, that is so much experience to the Juicers.
And here we go, heading down to the bottom path right here. Trainer looking to pick up some more KOs. Kratos in trouble. Big time Unite move. They pick up a KO as 3 members of Luminosity march towards this tier 1 goal zone. Alolan Ninetales running down to the bottom path, and not too late.
Not too late at all. Meanwhile, OG's going to rip that Regieleki. We've got a 2-player push here. Roland and OG trying to do it in the face of Overlord and Slash. Regieleki hits. A great opportunity for an overdunk, just +10, but that gives them the score lead here, Spraggles.
score lead and some positional advantage right here as they're chasing down this KO, trying to pick up Snorlax. We see the Garchomp running after Snorlax through the central area as multiple members of Luminosity are down here in this bottom path. Otter right now, level 9. That's that Hoopa Unite move, right? As soon as they have that, they can let their team kind of, you know, make hay while the sun is shining, pick up all the experience that they can, play a little Stardew Valley and farm up, while when they are ready, they can bring the whole team down to the bottom path here to fight over this objective. A really powerful position to be in for Hoopa. Sorry, Zacian, but you brawled a Garchomp and you lost, buddy.
Yeah, Kyrios is surprisingly under-leveled this game, going straight in. We're popping some Unite moves. The portal is down. We need a reset here. Nobody takes it back through. The rings are unbound. KO Shrika 2. Knockout 3. Now they're going to have to try and close out this goal zone. If I were them, I'd take as much opportunity on this map as they can. Moving straight for the next goal zone is, in fact, Overlord. The jump pads are up. We'll see who crash lands. Slash buying a lot of time downstairs. Maybe just trying to draw some attention.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Trainer trying to make it home using the Unite move, but no, they still do go down. I have to hand it to Luminosity right there. You know, I was just talking about what we would expect out of this Hoopa Unite move. Regi's getting very, very low secured there by Kratos. About what to expect from this Hoopa Unite move, and I think a lot of people would have expected it to be used at that bottom Reggie, but instead they use it for a fight in the top path and take huge advantage of catching the Juicers flat-footed. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, in the mean look is Slash, but you almost see every time they're in the mean look, they go block, which makes it incredibly difficult to collapse on them once you actually trap them as a Pokemon here. Zugrug, again, they're going to heavy slam within the mean look, and there's that block again, just fending off these attackers here. They might go down, but all of the rest of Luminosity is safe on pad. This is a great chance for the Juicers to push, though, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Going straight in his Otter, they're knocked out. KO Shrika 2 for Kratos. Meanwhile, we're getting points back the other way. 175 to 175, make it 180. 175.
Huge stuff here. Trainer picking up a KO. They were scoring on the backside. Nice Unite move from Trainer to try to survive that Leafeon Unite, but they do get KO'd the other way. 3:20 on the clock. 5 points separate these teams. And of course, 1 game separates the Orange Juicers from this bracket reset, and 1 game separates Luminosity from winning their second tournament of the year. The second tournament of the year that they possibly could. And they want to keep this flawless run alive as they head towards Regieleki. No one from the Juicers is here. They're getting experience on the map. This is going to be an easy secure for Luminosity, and now they're going to have a lot of decisions to make. Where they want to go. Do they want to push Regieleki? Do they want to head down to this tier 1? Do they want to farm up some experience? A lot of things they could do. Only up by 5. I know Luminosity. I know they want to score somehow.
Yeah, they're actually running through the central. They're just trying to get vision on anyone they can. The block works through the Dragon Rush, using that Gormandize ability, I suppose, to run back towards the berry. Going for an engage. Heavy Slam tries to separate OG, blinks through with an amazing portal by Otter.
Yeah, and the question is, do they come back through? It looks like they do not. Trainer now backing away. Good positioning for the Juicers around this bottom Reggie as multiple members of Luminosity move in. We might have a Rayquaza fight right now.
That was a nice little closing of the door here. Slash catches a reset. They're looking at Registeel. They're going to see if they can bait anybody in. Down in OG. We're going rings unbound. They're taking this fight, Spraggles. Caught in the mean look here. I don't know if that was a mistake, but they're moving straight forward. They've got the Registeel. They're putting the stuns down. We're moving to the middle. Rayquaza is just to hit the map. Garchomp is back with Unite moves. They don't have the Hoopa Unite, though, Spraggles.
They do not have the Hoopa Unite, and Garchomp is running to this fight. Multiple members of Luminosity now scattering away from this central area here. Hoopa scoring in the bottom path. That's going to put them up 218, 175. Snorlax gets caught, but is going to peel back from this fight. Trainer moving in to try to see if they can make something happen, but having to peel back as Kratos jumps on Trainer in the top path.
Slash getting X-Scissored back into the portal. They come right back through, topped off on HP. Block! Isolates 2! OG stuck on the backside here. They have to Dragon Rush over the top. Rock Tomb is down. Kratos goes down. We're looking for an opportunity here. OG is ripping through Rayquaza. We need to pivot up, though. Trio comes in. Rayquaza solo. We need to go in for the big time secure. Orange Juicers just took that thing.
Orange Juicers take Rayquaza. Crustle with the secure somehow. Unbelievable. The Juicers running to score here, and we are going to see a bracket reset. 42 goes in, making a really beautiful hundo burger in that bottom goal zone here. Flareon's also scoring. 5:59, 2:18 with a minute left on the clock. It's not impossible for Luminosity to come back, but boy, it's going to be tough as we see OG here not even looking to put their points in, just looking to defend. Luminosity pushing right now, but with only 40 seconds left, this is going to be a really tough fight.
No, really well done by the Juicers, too. What a fight, what a fight. They let the Garchomp get big early, and it took over the game late. I mean, Orange Juicers with a clinic out here, dude.
Amazing stuff from the Juicers. As you know, we wonder, you know, before broadcast, you and I are sitting watching these games, Dupe Snacks, and we're wondering, is there a way that we're going to see 3 matches out of this? Could we possibly see a reset? And it looked pretty bleak for the Juicers. Well, not anymore, as they reset this series against possibly the best team in the world. I got to say, production, I know you can do a frame by frame. We need to see it for this Ray.
It was good. I mean, I'll tell you what. Luminosity lost the first game. Juicers lost the second game. Orange Juicers won themselves that game.
Without question. I fully agree with you. They were in control of that one, Dube Snacks.
I mean, let's look at these numbers here. I mean, 10 KOs by Kratos. This Leafeon has been impressive the whole time, especially this whole set.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel like Kratos, their Leafeon, obviously, he's incredible. They've been doing very well, but at the same time, this was maybe their best performance, especially against a really tough squad.
Without a doubt. Looking across the way, I mean, Orange Juicers were really in control from top to bottom. You see these damage numbers, and they are in complete control anytime these squads were squaring up with each other. Now, Luminosity, they've got a best of 3 ahead of them. So do the Juicers. Juicers have all the momentum in the world, and you know what they say. It is so difficult as the winning side team to win a bracket reset, because by then the momentum is gone. All the momentum is in the sails of the team that is coming up through losers bracket, and it's almost as if they've figured you out.
It really does seem to be one of the most difficult things to do in Pokemon Unite is take down a team multiple times in a tournament, right? For whatever reason, this happens time and time again. We just saw it with the EU broadcast earlier today, as Nouns Esports had to fight through the losers bracket, reset it to win that whole thing. Well, Orange Juicers have to do the same thing here as we take a look at this replay.
Oh, we're 8.5 minutes in here. That's when we saw Overlord dart over the wall after getting the attempted knockout there on Zug here. That's that poor Dodrio Unite that didn't hit anything, and then the chase was on, right? They were trying to get Overlord there.
Yeah, pushing up towards this top path here, we see a really nice score. We're going to break it by only 10, but they wanted to break. They wanted to take some advantage right there. Overlord being able to peel out of this, and this was that brilliant play by Luminosity. I love this here. I feel like it was really unexpected to move up with Hoopa and use the Unite move to bring the whole team in, and at the same time start scoring in that tier 1. Really strong play.
Big time secure there by Kyrios on the Zacian. Able to get that basement Reggie as we are pressing forward, and these teams were just fighting particularly well. This was actually one of my least favorite moments from LG. They all just kind of stepped up to get knocked out there.
Yeah, nice secure here for this Reggie Alecki here by Luminosity. That's going to walk towards the side of the Juicers, and this is when, I mean, the scoreline is so incredibly thin. 175, 180. This Reggie steal secured by Luminosity, if I'm remembering correctly, right before Ray. Yeah, they secure that, and then they let Hoopa score in this tier 1 goal zone. Well, now things are getting slowed down here. Here's the Dodrio Unite running in. It looks like they're getting stopped by an insane mean look on the Dodrio Unite move. Garchomp moves in. The X-Scissor now moving in. Oh, we're heading back in time a little bit right here as we look towards this fight once again. Unite move from Crustle, stuns 2 into the X-Scissor, and here we go, Dupe Snacks, if you want to take this away.
Yeah, I mean, big Dodrio Unite, perfect mean look. Overlord can't get in there, and now it's just Zug that steps up with all the damage being thrown at it, and I believe it's with an X-Scissor that they're able to just punch through this Rayquaza and secure.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. It looked like it was the X-Scissor, but it also could be that revenge damage that you get from the Crustle Unite move. One way or another, I mean, a beautiful play there from the Orange Juicers, and what a mean look. Like, wow, what a mean look.
Unsurprising that it was Roland, who has been, in my mind, the best player on the team for like the last year, especially cemented at the World Championships. So why not? Big players make big plays, and that was a heck of a play out of Roland.
Huge
you cannot
play.
Take that away.
And we've got a bracket reset here, Doob Snacks. As always, if you and I are casting games, they're resetting brackets. I mean, this just feels like vintage Pokemon Unite for me and you. I cannot wait to see these two go at it once again. And now we're running into that problem. Can Luminosity win now that they have been reset against? It's really hard for a lot of these teams to do.
It really, really is. It just to your point, we're either full-on bracket resets, full games, 2-0. Like, no normal sets here. Like, no normalcy. But we're told there's a break as these players get set back up because we got a bracket reset right on the way for the Aeos Cup Play-Ins. We'll see you in a second.
The 2024 Pokemon Unite World Championships was the most competitive tournament Unite has ever seen. 26 teams from around the world traveled to Honolulu, Hawaii to represent their regions and compete for the title of World Champion. On day one, teams were placed into 8 different groups and were competing for the top 2 spots to make it into day 2. The competition kicked off with a bang in the group stage, and expectations were blown out of the water. The metagame was turned on its head when Pokemon like Zeraora and Mamoswine made some early appearances. Pokemon compositions were not the only surprises in day 1, though. Last year's world champions Luminosity Gaming were eliminated, Nouns Esports led the charge for Europe, and Asia Pacific and Japan showcased some dominant Pokemon Unite. At the end of day 1, 16 teams were qualified, but there was no time to rest. Day 2 was a single elimination top 16 bracket. Every match played was a win or go home scenario. The one team everyone in the bracket feared was Fennel from Japan, and it turns out that fear was justified. Matches all across the event were full of nail-biter finishes and last-second heroics, but when it came to Fennel, everyone could tell. They were watching future champions play. The grand finals was Fennel versus Zora Tigers Gaming from Korea. A new region was going to win the championship no matter what. The match was full of highlight moments, many of them showcasing Fennel's signature aggressive playstyle and beautiful teamwork. In the end, they emerged victorious and brought home Japan's first Pokemon Unite World Championship trophy.
Think you have what it takes? Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokemon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. If you're just joining us, how dare you? Where have you been? We've been going for a while now. That's actually ridiculous of you. I'm Spraggles, your content cowboy, joined by the one and only Doom Snacks as we are in a bracket race. Dude, your alter ego Doom Snacks is actually really scary. I'm scared of that guy.
I have so many alter egos. Doom Snacks, Doob Slaps, Doob Smacks. I mean, we're everywhere with some sort of assaulting version of my name. But it's just regular Doob Snacks for this Grand Finals reset. And I'll tell you what, the Juicers, pulp up. They're getting it done.
They are. They're getting it done against a team that has really not faced this level of adversity throughout their entire tournament run this year at UCS. Still looking unbelievably good, but someone has found the way to stop them. And the way to stop them is a Alolan Ninetales and a mean look Umbreon, apparently. There's actually been a lot of different things that have been amazing from the Juicers. I got to give it up to Kratos on this Leafeon. Incredibly good. The question is, will they continue to sort of try to target ban Flareons, knowing that Alolan Ninetales is such a strong pick? We're going to have to find out as we get ready for our draft here in our bracket reset.
Well, I'll tell you what, they certainly know that banning Mimikyu and a Mew is not going to change, because that seems to take a lot of wind out of the LG sails. Where they go from there, that's a big question. Now, there's a lot of players on Luminosity specifically that have deep wells, but we haven't really seen them dig that deep into it to pull out some unique Pokemon, right? We've almost seen kind of the same things over and over again. Is this the catalyst to switch up? Because this one best of 3 lays between, of course, these two teams and a ticket punch to London.
Well, it's tough, right? As we saw from our matches earlier, we really did have moments where it felt like the team that was winning lost, then the team that was winning lost, and finally we had a match where a team actually seemed to win the game, which was really exciting for the Juicers, of course. Yeah, I wonder what Luminosity wants to throw at this. I know they have a lot of different strategies, and it seems like a few of the things they've been using it's not that they haven't been working, but just not as well as some of the as well as it's worked against some other teams, right? This is the first team to really give them trouble.
Yeah, it really has. It seems like their high octane, high damage into the face of these high HP pool Pokemon is faltering a little bit. And the A9 is really the reason, I think, you called it out, is running cover. Because once they engage, even if they're able to get a big target, they're not making it back out, which is what they were able to do every single match, every single game up until this final set. And really all it takes is Flareons to hit one combo and they're just kind of stuck. And credit to the Juicers, they follow up, they get the knockout. And also big shouts to Roland, who is carrying everybody's water today.
Yeah, looking amazing. Something we're getting from the chat, the only region not to bracket reset so far is OC, but that's actually not even true. Zoink said that in the chat. The truth is every single region so far has had a bracket reset in the grand finals, which is amazing. What a day of Pokemon Unite.
A lot of gamers out here. A lot of people getting it done. And Orange Juicers not switching it up yet. Mew, Mimikyu Band, Psyduck, Miraidon off the table as well. Let's get it.
Here we go. First pick over to the side of the Juicers here. We're going to see how they want to play this and if there's anything that Luminosity is going to try to steal from them. Or if they seem to have, you know, maybe a strategy that can shut them down. One thing they want to do is take away this Umbreon, which makes a lot of sense to me. It's so easy to set up your combinations with a Alolan Ninetales when Umbreon is able to set up that mean look.
I agree. Taking the Umbreon's important, and it's weird, right? Just in the last set, everybody was jockeying for position over this Snorlax, and now they're kind of giving it to each other back and forth here, preferring the Umbreon going into this late set.
All right.
Flareon's not switching off A9, no surprise there.
No, I mean, it's just been working so well for them, so I can't imagine that they would change it. Luminosity now, looking for their next couple of picks here. Not sure what Overlord wants to lock in. A lot of different options, a lot we've seen from this player. Trainer now taking that Zoroark once again.
Now, maybe there's a difference being on orange side versus purple, when you take the Zoroark, when you don't. But right now, they're going with the Zoroark, and Trainer Zoroark is great, but it hasn't been finding success against the Juicers specifically.
Now, I want to see what they want to bring out here. We do have the Garchomp once again, and it looks like Roland now being forced onto this Eldegoss. We're going to have to see how much, what kind of difference that makes compared to something like Umbreon. Final pick over to Luminosity. Overlord hovering Lucario. I mean, a bread and butter Pokemon for them if there ever has been. One of the best in the world to play Lucario. Zoroark and Lucario into this Alolan Ninetales. They're going to run into the same issue that a lot of these Pokemon do. If they jump in and Flareon's aim is true with that Blizzard Avalanche, they can really be chunked.
I agree. They haven't found a way to deal with this Garchomp yet, and these aren't really the tools that I expected them to pull out of the tool shed to deal with it. Now, maybe I'm not seeing something here, but that Garchomp, yes, will it get dominated early? There's a real potential of that. But when it gets late game and OG finally has the opportunity to level up, do they actually have anything to slow it down?
Yeah, I mean, the amazing thing about Garchomp, right, is as soon as it catches once with that Dragon combo, it can turn the tide of a fight in a huge way. You're talking about picking up multiple members of the enemy team, stunning them essentially for a second, setting them up for a really perfect Blizzard Avalanche if it's there to follow up. So once that Garchomp gets online, it is going to be pretty scary for the side of Luminosity. On the other hand, I mean, when we see Overlord on something like Lucario, that is a something that would strike fear into any opponent.
Yeah, last time we saw a classic NA Lucario player, OG, pick up Lucario, they actually went Power Up Punch, which typically we like to see OG and Overlord pop off with E-Speed.
And here we go, heading into game number 1 of our grand finals that have been bracket reset. These two teams are on even footing now. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Luminosity, your orange team. Let's get this thing underway.
One thing different here is with the Gossifleur, Roland not feeling like an invade, so that means we're finally going to have Trainer leaving the central area unencumbered as level 5 Zoroark.
They're also going to be able to stop Lucario from being able to stack there, which looks pretty powerful. Leafeon now running across the map, trying to see if they can make something happen here. Moving in, getting a little bit of a secure. The Gossifleur in some trouble right now as Roland's going to walk back out with it. So Leafeon putting a lot of early pressure on and stopping Overlord from getting their level 5 as easily as they would like.
Yeah, and that's a great way to slow down the operations of Luminosity, right? You're trying to buy time for OG. That's the name of the game if you're the Juicers. And they just did that incredibly well. As Trainer's moving up, seeing just a paltry Chansey and an Overlord struggling to hit level 5, and they're wondering, what the heck am I supposed to do here?
4 members of Luminosity waiting for this. 4 members of the Juicers waiting for this big time avalanche. Overlord gets caught and goes down, and that's going to let Garchomp evolve to Gabite here, trying to catch with the Dragon Combo eject button, not able to make it happen.
Great job by Curios just to not get caught. Even better look by the Juicers to catch Overlord as soon as they moved in. I was a bit surprised. I mean, there was an open look by Curios to jump on top of Kratos in the backline, and they just elected not to, which may have been the reason Overlord went down.
It's possible, yeah. Of course, it also could have been that intense ice damage that they were dealing with from the Juicers that just locked them in place. Overlord now level 5, however, so he is going to be able to make some big-time plays. And there we have the safeguard. Now that Overlord is 5 with a safeguard, it is going to be tough to shut him down.
Yeah, you know, really playing into the hands and the strength of your players here. And last time we saw Blissey have success in the hands of Luminosity, it was at LAIC, and Otter was playing this safeguard version of the Pokemon.
Yeah, and you see just how much they are able to get away with because they have safeguard. They can't be shut down with so many of the stuns in the game, specifically Blizzard Avalanche, but I still think it would probably break the shield. Regardless, it's just going to set up moments where these Pokemon can get in and out of very tricky situations.
Yeah, now it's all on Otter to make sure they hit the right target with it, and they're trying to put some damage on. Otter does go down, and it's up to the rest of Luminosity to close the door. Are they going to be able to get it done? Trainer has to get out. The Razor Leafs are out. Curios is just slashing away, but they're going to end up going down here. Oh, eject button caught on the wall. If they weren't caught in the wall and they darted over, I think they would have been in great shape.
And here we go. Overlord pushing towards this fight, but having to peel back here. Level-wise, things are looking pretty good for both sides here, as we have Slash scoring in this bottom path. Flareon's looking at their level 8. Level 8 on the side here of the Juicers with Kratos. First Unite move of the game unlocked as they move down towards Regirock. They're going to start chipping it up right here. Curios moving in to try to see if they can stop it as we have Trainer and Curios looking to take Regirock away from the Juicers.
Slash with a huge stun. Trainer on the back door. Pops their Unite move. Kratos uses theirs as well, and that's 2 players down instantly. If you blinked, you missed it. Finally, I don't even know who took the Reggie. Let's look at the ticker downstairs. Come on, production, update that for us. Give us that info.
It looks like the Juicers were able to secure that with a combination of the Blizzard Avalanche and the Unite move there from the Leafeon as we head up to our top path right here. Overlord looking pretty good, almost level 9. Garchomp still not there yet. Unite move could fly from Overlord at any moment.
Yeah, they're waiting for their opportunity here. Is that going to be the moment? Slashcan pops their Unite move, gets right into the back line. We got 1 point going in as Slashcan is taking everybody, taking them for a walk. Aura Cannon pops through. Flareon's is down, no HP. Heavy Slam and a nice little safeguard shield to give Overlord the chance to get out.
Unbelievable. It's what we talked about with that safeguard. Kratos picking up a KO right here. Slash knows exactly where he is trying to find him, but doesn't make it in time. Overlord saved by the safeguard. Kratos saved by the tall grass.
Yeah, now that the block is down, Trainer should have an easy time getting back out. There is a lot of mobility on the side of Luminosity, but look where Otter is. They're up top, nowhere to be found alongside those 2 Pokemon. We'll see how they fare when they don't have the Blissey in their pocket.
Yeah, and here they go. Just a huge fight here. With Safeguard helping hand on this build, I mean, the attack speed already is unbelievably fast. This is going to be so difficult to shut down. It's going to be a huge target for the Juicers. If they can take down either Blissey or the Zacian in some of these big fights, they're going to be looking pretty.
I agree. Look how they're rotating away from the Regieleki. Slashkin's already got all the vision they need. Their passive is popped. They're going straight towards Flareon so they can't engage. Kratos' Razor Leaf is a little shy. They're going to have to pull that back in.
Now here we have about 10 seconds until this bottom objective. We have Luminosity up on the scoreboard, which is vintage Luminosity. I mean, that's exactly what they do every game. Always finding good opportunities to put them ahead score-wise. That way, if things go poorly at Rayquaza, they still have other paths to victory. Registeel now being chipped up here by Luminosity as Slash is getting in the face here of the Juicers.
Zugrug sitting in the bush looking for a way in here, but they're bringing all the focus around. Blissus is from long range. They're going to close it out. We're moving forward here. We're going on the attack. Straight into the back line. We want on top of Flareons. They're going to pick up the berry before Flareons can, and that's a vicious KO. Slash is low. They eat their own wish. OG is going to pop their own Unite move, see if they can get on top of anybody. Overlord dodges everything, but now it's Kratos moving forward, full HP, and Trainer has to get back to pad as well, and so does Overlord as things settle out.
Yeah, things settle in this fight as they move towards these birds here, but we could have it explode once again as Trainer is moving in, seeing if they can get a KO. Not yet. Here comes Kyrios, however, and Overlord trying to chase this down. Eldegoss up into the air, but a little too late, not able to save the Garchomp.
Great work, amazing counter rotation here, and big communication. Trainer going in there alone is a disaster, but just in time is Kyrios popping up with his Zacian, able to get the KO and allow Trainer to disengage and get out just in time.
Take a look at this right here. Trainer is going to finally go down. Slash not able to save that right there. Slash maybe not even able to save themselves as they're trying to run out of this fight. We see the Razor Leaf, we see the Eldegoss, Slash peeling back with the Wish, but Slash, no. I was going to say, does this thing not go down? Come on, Umbreon finally gets KO'd by the Leafeon.
Otter forced to babysit this goal zone. Zugrug steps up to try and close it out. Meanwhile, Kyrios up top, ripping the Regieleki. That was a clean break there, Spraggles. No over. It was at 11, and Zugrug scored 11. And I think Luminosity, all things considered, are pretty content with that.
Yeah, Luminosity, I think, is pretty happy with that as they are still up. 123, 185. They have a tier 1 goal zone in the top path that the Juicers could score on right here. As this Regieleki is walking towards this... Well, that was very scary.
That was very close. That was very close, OG. Wow. Okay. All right, OG. All right.
Everyone take a breath. Everyone at home, we just almost had a solo queue moment on stream right here.
Everybody just calm down.
I know we're all screaming.
If I'm the Juicers, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
A lot's on the line, but chill out a little bit. Registeel here being chipped up. It's already at half. Looking for the secure. We have the Alolan Ninetales near. We have Garchomp ripping it to shreds here. Who is able to get that final hit? And it is Lucario.
Popping the Aura Cannon, and now they're looking for another fight here. Forcing out the Garchomp Unite is huge. OG's so low, they might have to back as the rest of Luminosity's pivoting to the middle. They've got good HP bars. Flareon's is down. Blizzard Avalanche is not there to pick up on these engagements. 1 second left. Flareon's is here, coming back to play. How are they going to engage? We're going straight forward. A block back. Kyrios is going to have to dive out of the way. They're putting damage on top of Zugrug. Overlord wants the action. Straight into the back line. They're going to see if they can find another opportunity. They know where Kratos is. They're on the chase. They want a 1v1 versus Kratos. That's going to absolutely be heroic moments. Block back. Slash separated from the rest of the team. They're able to jump back over the way. They know exactly where OG is, and they put some damage on him. Heavy Slam's a little shy. Here comes Overlord again. He's speeding through. Power Nap, Pop Unite move. Blitz assistance right on top of Overlord. They're actually forced to scramble away, though. Block back the other way. They're trying to take the fight. The Juicers are going forward. Overlord is so low. Kyrios is buying all the space in the world. Heavy Slam to prevent the reset is too late. Rayquaza is getting ripped. OG's right in the middle. Trainer moves in. They have to go for the secure. We're lining it up. We're going forward. Slash. Juicers again. It's the Juicers again.
Leafeon somehow takes that secure in the face of multiple members of Luminosity and even in the face of their own team. I thought Alolan Ninetales for sure had that. As soon as Overlord needed to go back to base, it looked like it was over. He rode that pumpkin home, and he's going to have to ride it to a L here in game number 1 against the Juicers. 323, 185. 2 members of Luminosity are down. They need to make some big-time plays with only 45 seconds on the clock. Slash is now running to support Overlord here in this bottom path, but with 5 Juicers up, this is going to be very, very difficult for Luminosity.
35 seconds left, and it feels all for naught here. Spraggles and Luminosity needs to figure out what the heck just happened to their invincibility armor that they walked into this tournament with, that they walked into this grand finals with. Orange Juicers have figured it out. They saw the little notch in the armor that they could exploit, and man, have they just been pulling that thing apart.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from the Juicers. I mean, you have to give it up to those incredible Snorlax plays that really kept the team in it. You saw after the catch Luminosity had in that bottom path, that they could flip onto this Rayquaza. But you had some really amazing positioning from Zugrug, really incredible stuff. Roland keeping the team healthy. Even that Garchomp Unite that it looked like they baited out was really used to make sure that Luminosity had to deal with them a little longer so that Alolan Ninetales could get back into the fight. Now, Juicers up 1 game against Luminosity in our bracket reset.
This is wild, wild times out here. Luminosity seems to be playing well for 8 straight minutes, and these final Rayquazas, playing them straight up, has not been treating them well. I'm taking a look here, and I mean, we haven't seen any big-time secures out of Luminosity since we started these grand finals all over again.
Yeah, you really haven't. And, you know, LG, I feel like they're looking good through a lot of this game here. But one of the things they may have done is really crack the code on Otter. Because I do think Otter is a lot more useful when he is playing Mew. He might not be as familiar yet with things like Blissey and Hoopa, or at least to the level that he is with Mew, right? And it feels like the support is not as impactful as it would be otherwise.
Yeah, this is a wild ride here. Orange Juicers have adjusted once, and they're sticking with the same plan ad nauseum, right? They're really testing Luminosity. How are you going to stop us? We're doing the same thing over and over and over again. Luminosity needs to find out what the problems are. It certainly wasn't the Umbreon, and it's certainly not the Snorlax. To me, it's Flareon's on this A9 and this Leafeon that continually stresses them out all game long.
Yeah, I mean, they're just making so many good plays. We see the secures here. Luminosity taking 2 Reggie Steels. We have the Orange Juicers taking 1 Reggie Rock. But, of course, that huge secure going over to the side of the Juicers. You know, I get some shades of Team YT a little bit with what the Juicers are throwing out here. You know, that Alolan Ninetales, the mean look Umbreon, the Snorlax. This feels a little bit like what we saw from YT at LAIC. It's a lot of single letters.
Yeah, we did it. We got there. I agree with you, though. The difference is that Orange Juicers are taking out the Mew, which seems to be a key cornerstone of this strategy. And we mentioned, if it's not the Mew, it kind of has to be the Hoopa. And Luminosity has only gone to that well once. And who cares which game it was? It was fine. Like, it might just need to come back.
Yeah, and here we have a little slow motion this top. Oh, yeah, we saw this moment right here. It's pretty dang scary from OG, but they were able to push it out there with that avalanche. It was one of those moments where I thought, are they trying to push this in for some reason to bait a fight at this tier 2? I don't know why they would. There's that beautiful secure from Lucario. We have the Unite move from Garchomp so it does not go down. And now we have the Juicers wasting enough time to bring Alolan Ninetales back. And with that hit on the Unite move, Overlord was so low that they decided they needed to reset.
Yeah, here you really need Curios to come in, but look, that block is right there. Curios can't close the gap. They go for the Unite. It doesn't quite reach. It's a little early, and that's what's going to allow Orange Juicers to take it. Listen, Orange Juicers are playing great Pokemon Unite right now, but Luminosity is not playing their best version of themselves, not what we've been watching. I mean, you've got to be able to expect that block coming through. Just like the first game, you've got to be able to expect what is going on around you, and the only reason they're in this position now is because they got their hides saved in game 2. That's like the only game that you can give them credit for kind of bucking the trend. They're playing 8 great minutes, Spraggles, but they have not figured out this last 2 minutes against the Juicers.
Well, you know, they're also playing a lot of things that really want to fight close up against the Juicers, and the Juicers are positioning incredibly well. It does feel like every time they try to move into Alolan Ninetales, they either, as a team, sort of rally around it, or they counterpunch them really hard and put them in a bad position, right? So the Juicers able to waste enough time for A9 to get back right there. As soon as Alolan Ninetales is there, again, Overlord's caught. They're in a lot of trouble. It's questionable as to whether or not staying would have been the better call, but of course, they weren't able to get that secure here as we head into game number 2 of our bracket reset. Orange Juicers 1 game away from possibly punching their ticket to the Aeos Cup in London, and now we have a targeted ban from Luminosity with Leafeon.
Yeah, Mimikyu is now open, but they wanted it because the Juicers get first pick, so they took that right away, right? Essentially, the Juicers saying, you can't cut me off of everything. Slashcan grabbing Umbreon quickly, which is a lot of versatility to lead your draft here.
Yeah, and here we go. They have Umbreon. They have this Hoopa being hovered. With the Mimikyu taken away, I do wonder what we're going to see from the side of Luminosity here, but they have a lot of different carries that they could play. Flareons, I don't know if they think someone on LG is going to pick up Alolan Ninetales, but it would be crazy to stop playing it now. It really does feel like
I agree. And as soon as Caster Curse is back, baby!
Honestly, if Luminosity takes it right now, I quit. I mean, this is just how it goes, isn't it? Man.
OG grabbing Zacian is a decent look. You know, Luminosity's been leaning into it, but maybe that in and of itself is a trap. We'll see where Luminosity goes here, because quite frankly, they feel a little lost, and the way they're scrolling through these characters, they might be a little lost as well.
I mean, come on. How does it always happen? How does it always happen? I say there's no way they're going to get rid of that Alolan Ninetales now. Well, maybe someone on Luminosity could pick it up. What is this? What is this job we have? Am I just like a fortune teller who's always wrong? Come on.
It's wild out here. There's no winning for us. There's
really
just
isn't.
no winning for us. Now, how are they going to get on top of Flareons? That's a gap they need to close, and they need to be able to do it really well. We are hovering a Scyther. Okay.
I mean,
all right.
Look,
throw it all out the window.
The thing with Scyther here, right? Which I assume is what we're going to see. I can't imagine we see Scissor. I mean, I guess it could brawl all right into Mimikyu, into Snorlax and Zacian. But the thing about Scyther and the thing that you have with Overlord is they both have great ways to get to Flareons. Like, huge ways to close those gaps where they can't really be shut down too hard, right? You can dash at an extreme distance with Scyther right into a Unite move that picks up a big time KO. And then with Overlord, you are literally invulnerable as you move across the map.
I want Trainer to have a great Scyther game. That's what I hope. I shout out to Zoinks, who's probably watching this and just coming unglued as Scyther is being selected yet again. I hope it works for him. I really do.
I don't even know if Zoinks likes Scyther. I just think he likes Scyther because we don't like Scyther. I really do think that's what's happening here. But we're seeing a top carry player pick a Pokemon that you can carry with super hard. So it's not that this thing can't win games. It absolutely can. And in fact, in a meta without Slowbro around all the time, it's pretty dang powerful. So we'll have to see what they're going to be able to do with it here. We've got a really interesting draft from both of these teams. Very different than what we've seen in these past few games.
Yeah, they're pinning their hopes and dreams on a Scyther and a Gary, so let's get into it.
Here we go. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Luminosity, your orange team. Luminosity, coming from the winner's side, now down in a bracket reset in our grand finals. We'll have to see, is Gyarados the answer? Is stealing the Alolan Ninetales going to be a big enough deal? How about shutting down Kratos' Leafeon? Well, we'll see what it looks like here in game number 2.
Overlord quickly flopping in as Zacian puts a lot of pressure on them. They want this Bunnelby in a big way. Are they able to secure it? I'm not sure. But I do know that Overlord is just level 3.
And here we go. Slash just being super annoying with Umbreon in the face of the Juicers here. Overlord looking to increase not only that effort gauge, but also try to get some of these secures here, get some levels. If he is able to pick up an assist, or even better, a KO, Gary is online very fast. On the side of Luminosity, we do see the Dazzling Gleam for the side of Ninetales, which is going to be interesting. This is a different look here. It's not Blizzard Avalanche. This is Aurora Veil Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, and of course, we saw Trainer rotate downstairs, which I'm a bit surprised. Typically, you have the over-rotation to where your Magikarp is to try and help it move itself along to Gyarados. Maybe just trying to do a bait switch. No, it's a delayed rotation. They're coming straight up, right and straight for him. OG is low. That could be a KO by Overlord. Somebody needs to get that KO. Is it going to be anybody on the side of Luminosity? That's the actual question here. Credit to Hoopa, but none to Overlord.
None to Overlord, but he's right there. He's ready to go. Shouldn't be a problem for him to hit Gyarados in just 1 second. However, if they get it just a moment earlier, that would be massive. Trainer now taking it to Flareons, who is walking through the central area here of Luminosity. Kyrios almost level 6, so they will have their second move very soon.
Slash still stacking in the face of Zugrug here. Level 5 and some change in front of their tank counterpart. We'll see how Luminosity adjusts. This game has been very close so far.
Yeah, this has been a really interesting game, and of course, a very different look from these two teams. Luminosity, it feels like, yeah, maybe it is time to really throw a different strategy at them, right? And it feels like draft-wise, they are countering Orange Juicers pretty hard for at least what they want to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna reset Trainer here and maybe look to make a move downstairs. As Slash is putting good pressure on Flareons, who hasn't evolved quite yet. Tons of points going in. They're going to go straight for that closure. I believe that's a 3 over in the bottom path. And look at Overlord just kind of getting the break speed off him upstairs in the face of 3 players, excuse me.
And here we go. 3 members of Luminosity make it to the top path. 4, make it to this top path. I don't know if the Juicers know how many are there. Coming in with a big-time Sacred Sword. Curios getting caught right there by Slash and going down.
Amazing set by Slash right there to get the KO by Curios on the Mimikyu. And that's exactly what they're looking, Slash, to facilitate. Nice Scyther Unite. Can they actually convert any KOs on it? No. They're going to just ruin a Bunnelby's career with that Unite move, as we have a heavy slam by Zugrug, forcing Slash to just kind of snarl their way in the front. Nice snipe shot, and long range by Inteleon to force a reset.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. Regieleki walks into the top path. Really amazing positioning here from Luminosity in the fight. I loved how Slash was positioning for the snipe shot. You knew exactly where it was coming, and then moving back and forth like that, you can catch some of those snipe shots that kind of half move past you there.
Oh,
I mean, that is the world champ difference.
Look at this. Their Overlord, quick rotation with the Hoopa is going to be able to get 21 over top. 189 to 27, but don't count your eggs before they've hatched. We've seen this before, multiple times before in this grand finals already between these two teams, and Orange Juicers are the ones that are up ahead in the grand finals.
I mean, so far, it's looking like the Orange Juicers have had their draft absolutely exposed here in game number 2, which is what Luminosity needed. They are just raining more points in, 27 to 233. The Juicers trying to make something happen here for this fight, but they're going to have to back out.
Slash having their Unite move there and using it is a great expenditure of that resource. I mean, having it at 8 minutes is one thing. 6 minutes is one thing, but they're going to get multiple ticks of that. Make sure you're getting out of dodge so you can support your squad.
Wow, Slash able to get that steal, still shutting this Zacian down from being able to hit their level 9 here. Finally, we have Unite moves on 4 members of the Juicer, only 2 members of Luminosity. Next fight could go very well for them, but Luminosity does have some time to get some things online right here. Slash in a little bit of trouble here, but able to pull out with an X speed and foul play. Snarl right into their hyperspace hole. Full HP.
Well timed there by Otter. And look, Overlord's just hanging out, waiting till they can get vision on all the players of the Juicers to make sure it's safe to score. But OG has to level up. I mean, they've been having problems getting to their right levels, and now they're 2 levels behind. Good engage into the backline on Roland, who's forced to pivot back. We're going straight for them, though. We're going right after that action. Popping the Gyarados Unite. We're going to try and swirl up the Zacian. Actually caught Kratos. Bounce right on top of Kratos. Kratos is gone.
Kratos gone. Multiple members of Juicers. Just feels like they're kind of scattered, not knowing exactly how they want to play this. Running to the bottom path as points rain in. Top path, we have Regieleki moving. 27-256. Luminosity in complete control of this match. Unite move from Otter peels more members of Luminosity into the central area. They pick up a KO on Kratos. Looking for another KO possibly on OG. They grab it with a Scyther Unite move, and now they're crashing this tier 2.
Bliss Assistance onto the Inteleon here. We'll see what Flareons can do with that added benefit. The eggs are surrounding them. They're going to eat another egg here, and Luminosity might just have to peel back. 2 of them are going to rip through that portal. But while all of that has been going down, Spraggles, Orange Juicers have taken this fight, but Luminosity was scoring downstairs and getting Overlord their stacks. Is that going to be enough to make a difference? That's the question.
We are going to find out here very soon, as we have about a minute 50 before Rayquaza. Reg Ice getting very low here, and no one from the Juicers around. It's going to be an easy secure here for Luminosity. They're up on the scoreboard, but it's getting closer. 128-266. Some nice scores in that top path, and a nice fight in that top path as well for the Juicers. However, it does feel like this match is just looking pretty grim for them. Everything is coming up Luminosity so far.
Yeah, I mean, they got what they needed into that exchange, right? They were able to catch Luminosity before they could get out. They got some quality knockouts, and now they're looking to babysit. Slashing going straight for them, and Trainer actually getting chipped up is actually going to stop the entire push, Spraggles.
Yeah, and here we have Overlord just kind of babysitting this top path right here, making sure that if any birds end up spawning in the top path, which they do, of course, at 3 minutes there, they're able to take that from the side of the Juicers as they get ready for a possible fight here at Regieleki. 5 members of the Juicers are mobilizing, but I don't know if this is actually going to turn into a full all-out brawl or not.
Well, Luminosity has been taking these fights. Heavy Slam right there. Bullied out of the portal is Kyrios. Now running back through and taking a bunch of damage is the folks off of OG's antics here, as Slash is going to have to give up the KO on behalf of the rest of the squad, but all of that attention gave them a Regieleki marching towards a tier 2 for free.
That's right, it's marching towards that tier 2, but it looks like LG is not going to try to do anything with it right here. We have Trainer throwing that double hit, seeing if they can make something happen. 189-286, with only 100 points separating these two teams. Orange Juicers are effectively fully back in this game. Level-wise, they're looking pretty good, but that is a level 14 Scyther on the other side. They're going to need to shut it down, possibly with a Unite move from the Mimikyu, but hopefully not inside an Aurora Veil that gives it a massive amount of damage reduction.
Almost caught is Overlord. They're able to charge their bounce. They don't get moved around by the block here. Low on HP, and all of a sudden, Kyrios is gone. I don't even know where they caught him from, but upstairs, that's a huge problem. 15 seconds, they're going for the engagement. Juicers want to win. Heavy Slam back in the middle. Bliss Assistance as well. Can anything Luminosity can do? Oh, A9 is down. We're moving to the backside. They are able to take care of Flareons. Luminosity's now pivoting back to the middle, but Rayquaza is getting ripped again. This is an opportunity for the Juicers to take this thing and go for the win. We're sitting on top of the middle. Charged up and taken by Trainer, and now they just need to go get those burgers in, and we're gonna go to a game 3 in our grand finals bracket reset, Spraggles. This has been an absolute slobber knocker.
What an insane series between these two titans here in North America, Doob Snacks. The points reign in 430, 530. Let's make it 606 to 189. Juicers looking to make a play at Rayquaza, but as I said earlier, possibly fully exposed on the draft screen. For some reason, not grabbing the Alolan Ninetales that has been working out so well for them, not getting the Leafeon, that getting taken away from them, and then a new look here from Luminosity. They were able to play with the Aurora Veil. They were able to play with a Gyarados. They brought Scyther in here that was able to just dive in and take down Inteleon, which you saw in that Rayquaza fight. And there you have it. We're going to game 3 in our bracket reset.
Okay. We'll see where they put themselves on the draft, because Luminosity has lost and taken second. And the Juicers, I'm pretty sure if they lose, they put themselves as first. So everybody might be playing heads up with the options they want here. So it's going to come down to draft and execution.
In the chat, I see Zoinks writing the word Scyther, but he probably should be writing Alolan Ninetales, because I actually think that might be what happened there. But he's not wrong. 2 incredible dive Pokemon just gobbling up Inteleon, and it really feels like that Inteleon was not able to get much done for the Juicers. It's a comfort pick for Flareons, but it didn't seem to have that much impact here in game number 2.
No, they were stressing the map very, very well. This was more of the non-canned Unite strategy that we've been seeing out of Luminosity all the way up until the final grand map final set, where they've been playing like traditional like heads up Unite. They were just putting so much pressure on Flareons. I mean, it took them like 4 minutes to get to level 7, right? That's a problem, as the kids say. That's a problem.
Take a look at this Scyther, by the way. I know Zoinks doesn't think this Pokemon is any good, but look at this, Zoinks. 98,000 damage. I think you might have to rethink what's going on there, buddy. I mean, this thing is just a shutdown machine putting in work for the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, about 40k of that was in the last, 12 seconds in garbage time. But it is what it is. No, I'm just kidding. Trainer making the right read on Scyther. The mobility it needed to get on top of Inteleon, great. And to think, that all started off with a huge catch on Kyrios, right? I mean, They weren't even on screen and they were gone. And all of a sudden it felt like, okay, everything's falling apart at the seams. Everything's getting blown apart. But you get Trainer making a sick play to the back line, taking care of Flareons when there's no support, when things are going a little crazy.
I really wonder what the Juicers are going to do here. I do think Luminosity absolutely beat the brakes off them in the draft. As we head back into a replay of some of the big moments from that game, this is the Zacian just taking him on the longest stroll possible right here, trying to get outside of the range of that Magikarp. And now we have the members of Luminosity crashing that goal zone on the tier 1, running up here to the tier 2. Once Trainer hits level 9, that Scyther is just able to rip through the enemy team here, picking up massive KOs. And Overlord finally on this Gyarados. I know Overlord has a mean Gary, and I've been waiting to see it here on broadcast. It looked pretty incredible here in game number 2.
Yeah, it did. Another thing I want to note is probably Otter's strongest Hoopa game that we've seen on stream as well. With some really unique, again, unconventional uses of that Rings Unbound. For example, this one was literally in the middle of OJ's central area, right? Pulling everybody through. They're able to dive on top of some of these players, get some points in, and now fade back.
And now here we have a good fight for them. Overlord in some trouble right here. The Bliss assistants moving in. They actually get the reset through that portal here. Alolan Ninetales is down. They jump in for this fight, and they're looking for the secure. We have the big-time move there from Zacian. There is... Wow, it was just Scyther in that last moment there. I think flying in through its Unite move to actually pick up that secure was looking pretty good for the Juicers. Almost an Egg Bomb got it.
Yeah, I mean, whether it was that, the dual wing beat, doesn't matter. That's what these games have been about so far, Cowboy. It's just been razor-thin margins on those Ray secures. And honestly, these fights have been so good leading up to those moments. So good because some moments of them have been so bad. Does that make sense? So, like, if the Juicers don't get the Curios catch there, I don't know if they break apart on their offense and allow Trainer to go get Flareons in the back line, because that's how they lost sight of Trainer, right? They were pursuing this catch that they had, which allowed the flank to happen, and then all of a sudden, a great play kind of turns into and feeds into a great play the other way, and we end up back at parity, and it's really been the story of each one of these Ray fights, in my opinion.
Yeah, and there's no question, I mean, an attacker goes down on both sides, and then for the Juicers, I think this play towards Rayquaza is definitely a strong choice. Not only because when you're the team that's got the aggression, you can call for your secure, you have a higher chance of getting it right with that coordination, but also because they were already one game up on Luminosity. They have a game to give, but if they take a weighted flip right here, catch Rayquaza right now, it could be lights out for LG, and there isn't a lot they can do about it in that moment. They got lucky with that Scyther secure, it appeared.
They got something. We've had lucky secures cutting both ways here, so I don't want to make that the story of this particular amazing Grand Finals. I think there's been some phenomenal plays out of both teams, but what's the most exciting thing is when they're going to go review these games, they're going to be like, oh, we can do that better, that better, that better, that better, and then these teams are going to start leveling up. We are at the start of the season, Spraggles, and these teams have so much runway to figure out what it needs to be, what they need to do to become world champions, and they are going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and now we're heading to Game 3. Game 3 of our bracket reset. This one is much like Hercules, going the distance right now. And the question is, can Orange Juicers actually shut this thing down? It feels like Luminosity really caught them in that draft. I don't think the Juicers had a strong strategy moving into game number 2 here, and it showed. They gave up some Pokemon that they would have really liked to have. They picked up some things that didn't work out too well for them. The Mimikyu really didn't seem to set the world on fire for them at all. They're just trying to take that away from LG, as the Orange Juicers, having lost that game, got to decide which side they will be on, and that is going to be the purple side.
Yeah, exactly where Luminosity wants to be, exactly where the Juicers want to be. Mew, Mimikyu, Leafeon, Psyduck, Miraidon is now on the table, my friend.
Yeah, here we go. First pick over to the Juicers. It's possible that they could grab Darkrai. We have not seen it do super well on broadcast here today, as they're hovering it now. And they do take the Miraidon.
I think that's a great choice. I mean, the Pokemon is so incredibly strong. It hasn't been allowed into any of these games so far, so why not? Lock it down for the squad and do the work from there.
And now we have Slash on that Umbreon. This is not only one of his best Pokemon, but a Pokemon you really want to steal away from Roland. Otter with the Blissey. Next 2 picks over to the Juicers. They've decided not to take A9 right away, so Luminosity might not be trying to steal that at all as we move through the rest of our picks here. Kratos, Hovering Dragonite. We're going to have to see what they pick. Zugrug locking in the Snorlax, not surprised. And then Roland on Eldegoss, which did look pretty amazing.
Yeah, they're really probably not worried about the A9 because Flareon's might be the player that on their team that plays Miraidon. So they're trying to essentially hedge with that information and draft around it, locking up the Inteleon and Trainer going back to the Scyther.
So the interesting thing here with this Scyther is it's a really great Pokemon for shutting down some of these long-range attackers. With Miraidon, you do have more HP than you do with some of the other attackers, but it's still as susceptible to something jumping into the back line and picking up a big KO. Curios picking up the Inteleon. We've seen Curios on Inteleon win Worlds, so I'm not surprised to see something like that. Final pick over here to Overlord, and we're going to have to see what they want to bring here to this final game. It could be the Lucario, which has had an up and down day for Overlord so far.
Yeah, up and down day for sure, just like Mimikyu, right? It depends whose hands it's in and what we're doing with it. Overlord going to take Lucario. I'm going to pin their hopes and dreams of going to London on the back or on the paycheck of Pokemon on a Lucario.
Yeah, and here we go. One of these 2 teams will punch their ticket to the Aeos Cup. Now, I personally wouldn't be surprised if we see both of these teams at the Aeos Cup regardless. These are 2 of the top teams in the world, and I know that they are going to want to fight over that guaranteed spot to Worlds if you win the Aeos Cup. The question is, who is going on Pokemon's dime here? And we're going to find out in just a moment. Luminosity, the heavy favorite to win this entire tournament, somehow getting tripped up by the Orange Juicers. Last year, the best team probably in North America heading into Worlds. Will the Dodrio be an answer here for the Juicers? We're going to find out. Pretty good into that Inteleon.
Very solid into the Inteleon. I mean, the Orange Juicers have been doing it time and time again. They're trying to prove that last year was no fluke, and right now they've been the only team to be able to expose LG. And for me, it started in the draft screen the first time they played against LG, where I was like, that's the best draft we've seen against LG so far. Now, did they win that game? No, but they learned and adapted from it. They stuck with that strategy knowing, hey, we're on to something here, and have been able to expound that into a bracket reset game 3. Let's get it.
Yeah, this is for all the marbles here, everybody. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Luminosity, your orange team. The grand finals, a bracket reset. One of these teams heading to the Aeos Cup in London. The other is going to have to pay their own way if they're looking to make it here. The undefeatable Luminosity is somehow neck and neck with the Orange Juicers right now as this match starts.
Yeah, Luminosity hasn't lost a game until this grand finals, and now they've lost 3 on the path to the game we're in right now. Slash Cannon on the chase here, or getting chased, and they're going to be able to close the door on him pretty sufficiently as Flareon's is there getting a knockout.
Flareon's picks up the KO, which is where you want that KO to go, right? You want to give all your experience over to your carry Pokemon if you can. Lucario looking pretty good as we have Trainer in this bottom path, already level 5, but getting pushed back here.
Yeah, rarely actually we have low level on Slash. Typically they're evolving pretty quickly. Kratos knows exactly where Trainer is. They are caught out quickly and knocked out, and the Juicers are playing a game.
Big plays there from the Juicers. Lucario in the top path hitting their level 5, grabbing their E-Speed, looking to see if they can make something work. But with 4 members of the Juicers here, they're going to need to be careful. Flareon's possibly looking to score, peeling away from this goal zone. We do have the Electro Drift Miraidon. We will not be seeing a Charge Beam in this match. We've got the Electro Drift Parabolic Charge for the side of the Juicers.
Okay, we'll see how that plays out. Charge Beam has been some teams' favorite. Other teams favor the Electro Drift. It really cuts both ways. But the Electro Drift will allow them to get in the back line on top of Curios, and that might be the thought there.
The Electro Drift also makes the dive from Scyther much less advantageous, right? They're able to dash away from it. They can hit with Parabolic Charge and heal themselves. They're kind of canceling out the, difficulty Charge Beam Miraidon would have into this Scyther, as Lucario is KO'd a little bit off screen right there. We were getting ready for the fight at the Birds, and the Orange Juicer says, we're taking the fight right here.
Slash coming up with the big time save, keeping a bunch of points from going in, and that might be more critical than we think, as we saw level 7 Inteleon tick downstairs, and now Slash is just baiting, waiting and seeing what they can suss out with their vision. This is a game, my friend.
Yeah, this is a really exciting game. Slash helping for a huge catch right here. Lucario moving in with that E-speed. The eject button from Garchomp peeling back to the goal zone. Dragon Claw pushing them towards the goal, but Overlord says that's fine with me. I'm looking to score here. 5 members of Luminosity in this top path, and they are now taking all of this experience between the 2 goal zones before they are looking to break. Huge overcap by Kyrios.
Yeah, that's a good look. Up on the scoreboard, unsurprising. But again, that's not the tale that is being told this weekend. Slash trying to save the scores from going in. Is able to reposition Kratos a little bit. Going to push them right towards the berries. His trainer gets heavy slammed, almost telegraphing where they were walking into.
And here we go. We see, I was wondering if Kyrios was going to do this. It's really good into Dodrio. We have a liquidation Inteleon. So frustrating to deal with if you are Dodrio. That sure hit on liquidation, as we have multiple members of the Juicers and Luminosity fighting over this Regice. Trainer moving in with the Unite move. Not able to catch them, but they get caught by the Dragon Claw combo. Regice getting ripped apart here by OJ.
I mean, just the Electro Drift Shedinjidal is maybe the only time Shedinjidal really looked strong, and you can tell why. You just saw it right there. Big time setup engage on Flareon's, able to get out of dodge off the back of that Shedinjidal, and ends up completely swinging the fight the other way.
Now, Inteleon's going to be doing some pretty good damage here with Liquidation, but it really comes online when it can get Liquidation Plus. It does an absurd amount of damage, so it's going to take a little while for them to have their full power here, as this Miraidon is just ripping through Luminosity, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, no real chance. They eviscerate Kyrios very quickly. No get-out-of-jail-free card for Kyrios there. And honestly, the Juicers down on the scoreboard, but I'm really liking what they're doing right now.
I mean, both of these teams are just so phenomenal. It's a privilege to get to cast 2 of the best in NA and possibly 2 of the best in the world here right at the start of the season. And they're having an absolute war here in these grand finals. Otter in a little bit of trouble right now. A lot of bit of trouble as they go down to the Dodrio. Regieleki now walking towards this top path, as it looks like everyone from Luminosity is converging on the Tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, if they can take care of Flareons with a little bit of a surprise, they're going to be in good shape. They're going to lean on Slash to get this engagement going. Can't quite get Zug, but they're going to get their 9 points in. They want to engage on Flareons. Can they catch them? Barry taken up by Luminosity, which means that's not a free opportunity for retreat. Electro Drift comes back through. Nice collapse on top of Trainer, going straight forward with the Dodrio Unite, but they can't quite get them down. Kratos is actually the one that falls.
And now we have the Juicers trying to push forward here. Trainer doesn't go down, but to be fair, Trainer not able to pick up the KO on the Miraidon either. And this is the unfortunate situation that they are in here. We can see in the top path, actually, Blissey just dropping a couple of points in that goal zone. They are stacking up there as Dodrio is heading up to see if they can pick up the KO while Blissey tries to get more stacks.
Overlord in an absolute trap trying to E-speed through. Electro Drift is there. They're going to actually get sorted out by Roland. The Eldegoss Otter getting a lot of attention from Kratos here, and a free KO given. Regice is getting ripped on, and these teams are fighting, my friend. Slashcan is way out there as moving in his Kyrios with their Unite move. Can they deal enough damage? They're taking everything under the sun. Secured by Flareons, peeling back his Kyrios as the rest of the Juicers are looking to push. Electro Drift is there. Can't quite get the KO yet, but is the follow-up going to ring true? Yes, it is.
Look at that huge Dragon combo. Another double KO. Overlord in some trouble right here. Trying to defend on this goal zone. Big time Unite move. They could use the E-speed to their advantage in this fight. Getting pushed back here by Zugrug. And we have OG now at full HP fighting back with the Electro Drift Parabolic Charge combination. Scyther Unite move picking up a KO. Dragon combo picking up the Scyther. I mean, what a back and forth.
Absolutely. It kind of feels one way. The Juicers are humming right now, and OG's waking up. They're coming alive. This Garchomp really been the key to their success. Are they going to make it a penta? Yes, they are. That is a penta for OG, the original gangster of the Thea Sky Ruins, getting it done on the Chomp.
That's right, we have a Garchomp Penta KO in our grand finals. Level 14 right now, finding Slash a little early on the snarl right there, but pushing them back. What a play here for the Juicers. They are in control points-wise, finally, against LG, and they seem to be winning every single fight thrown at them.
They really, really are. They are up. They are looking good. They are humming level 14 Garchomp, level 14 Dodrio, and we are just under the 3-minute mark. This is a problem. How will Luminosity respond? I tell you what, if they want to wear the crown, it is heavy, and you got to have a strong neck to support it. What are they going to do now?
Yeah, this is the question. How do the Juicers want to deal with this Regieleki, and how do they want to deal with this fight? A misstep right here could be horrible for them. There are going to be 5 members of Luminosity at this fight, and it looks like with Miraidon coming down to the bottom path and letting that Regieleki walk, there will be 5 members of the Juicers. We could have our Rayquaza fight a little early here at the 2-minute 20-second mark, as both of these teams are looking for their engage.
Looking for some liquidation damage, possibly, as Registeel is cleanly getting ripped by OG. It's kind of free for them, right? Forcing the rest of the team, and Slash goes in. They're going for the save here. Flareon's got an opportunity for the Electro Drift. Okay, it's taken by Luminosity. They're going for a fight here. Can they leverage this? All the Unite moves are popped. Garchomp's on the chase. We're on the backside. Slash is still standing in the middle of 3, but Kyrios is already down. Overlord is low on HP. They get Dragon Rush towards the other side, but the Bone Rush saves them. Otter's there with the pickup. They get pinned back, and now they're stuck between everyone. Are they going to use their Unite move? They are. Bliss Assistance back in. Otter's looking for a way out. Trainer's looking for an opportunity, but it's OG taking over the game. Trader's taking too much damage. They're forced to run away. The chase is on. Roland gets them with the Cotton Spore and the Pollen Puff A-Press follow-up. And now Rayquaza's getting absolutely eviscerated. It's only the Juicers around it. Slash can't find their way in. Neither can Kyrios. Rayquaza's on a sliver of HP, and OG is looking to take this. And holy smokes, you want to talk about serving up hundo burgers. Orange Juicers just served LG a bowl of alphabet soup, all L's edition, because Orange Juicers are gonna win this match.
Orange Juicers somehow pull out an amazing victory against the undefeated Luminosity, resetting here in our grand finals, taking them to task here in game number 3 and looking in control of every single big fight. The question is, could Orange Juicers even take a single game off of Luminosity? Well, it looks like they took all of them here as they head to a bracket reset, and they are the team from North America winning that spot to the Aeos Cup in London. An unbelievable series. Zoinks is once again wrong about Scyther. What a day.
What a day indeed. And I love that the Orange Juicers finished on this game. It was the most convincing win they've had. It was the most dominant win that they've had, and they did it against Luminosity Gaming. And now we can officially say that Orange Juicers, Luminosity, are carrying the torch for this region, and man, does NA look good.
NA looks amazing here. The Juicers are on top. Luminosity look like the world champs, but they're running into last year's best team in North America. Maybe the Juicers really are the team to watch. What an amazing fight for the Juicers, looking like a well-oiled machine and taking down the best of the best.
They are the best of the best now, Spraggles. That's how that works. You Spartan kick them into the pit. You are now king and Orange Juicers. Man, they're probably wishing they would have made the trip down to LAIC now, because they just showed that they've got it in spades. What a match. What a match. Look at OG with another pop-off. Final stretch on Lucario. Pop-off. Win. Final game here. Pop-off. Win. 119K on that Garchomp. Holy dude.
I mean, what a match for the Juicers. What a run for them, coming from that lower bracket, right? Losing to Luminosity earlier, needing to adjust, needing to find a way. Well, they did find a way. They were able to take down Luminosity in an amazing series. And both of these teams played some phenomenal Pokemon Unite here today. But the Orange Juicers just seemed like they had Luminosity's number.
They really did, and the whole team really played phenomenal. I mean, the amount of times that the Zugrug block pin to isolate a key member of Luminosity, I mean, on repeat. The number of times Roland got in there with the save, whether it was a mean look or we saw the Cotton Spore, Pollen Puff, A-Press, secure KO on Trainer right there. And then OG coming alive in the moment where they needed him most to help win that game with an amazing Penta. I mean, the Orange Juicers had it all.
Yeah, they really did. And I feel like the Miraidon pick, it was something they've been looking for all day, right? But it just keeps getting taken away from them. They bring it into this match, and I think the Scyther is a really strong play into Charge Beam, but not so much into Electro Drift. It basically has multiple built-in counters to that build. You see one of them right there with that Shedinja doll. You've got Parabolic Charge. Huge plays on the side of the Juicers here. I mean, they just looked phenomenal in Game 3, and it looked like at this fight they couldn't be beat.
No, it really, really looked that way. You know, if I'm Luminosity, I'm looking at this Blissey pick, and I'm thinking, man, you would have been real nice, probably a Hoopa somewhere in here, something that really allows Otter to flex their muscles. I mean, I think they ended up with, I don't know, like 56k healed as a Blissey. The way they're playing isn't really conducive to a lot of egg healing anyways. And look, this is where we're going to see Zugrug get the pin here. At least, excuse me, it was right before that. But you are going to see Roland get the chase down with the Cotton Sport.
Zug's play here when he zoned out Kyrios was amazing. You know, jumping over the wall with that heavy slam and just zoning Inteleon out of that completely, because Inteleon, just a basic attack from Inteleon, definitely has an opportunity to take that Rayquaza, but they were not able to do it. The Juicers spin to win right there on that home goal zone. What a run for them.
They absolutely earned it every single step of the way. An amazing set to kick off this Aeos Cup Play-Ons, the Play-Ins, whatever you end up calling them, play-on play-as. They got it done today, man. That was awesome. That was a great set. That is a legendary set.
I mean, what a great set. I love that we got to cast at Dupe Snacks. We have got an interview ready to go here with Zugrug. We're going to bring him in. Zugrug, congratulations, my friend. What a run for the Juicers. How you feeling?
I mean, feeling good. I mean, I started the tourney, you know, going back down to the lower bracket. Everyone was like, you know, we could have won, but, you know, we just messed up. You know, we talked about what to fix during, you know, the time we had during break, and, you know, no more Greedent. You know, Flareon's just, you're not good at melee characters. Just stick on the range, guys.
Well, I must ask you, Zug, obviously you guys cracked the code. You had the best drafts against LG we've seen not only today, but in LEIC as well. It really felt like you had your finger on the pulse. All that aside, how does it feel to be back on Snorlax and making those legendary Season 1 plays again?
I mean, anytime I can play Lax, I'm super happy to play Snorlax. I've been playing it quite a bit, but these guys seem to have been having like a lot of success with Snorlax, so it wasn't just a pick for me because of comfort, it was also to deny what seemed to be one of their comfort picks in the tournament, and anytime that works out in a way that I get to play Lax, I'm like, oh, you know what, this is a good draft for us, I'm down.
I'm curious, we had that game, not game 3 here, but game 2 in that bracket reset. It really felt like LG just kind of had your number draft-wise. What was the conversation behind the scenes as you were trying to draft into losing Alolan Ninetales, losing Leafeon?
Yeah, I mean, our draft, that was like one draft that was much different than the other ones we were winning with, but we were like, you know, Zacian's strong, it's up, they've been picking it a lot, maybe take it away from them, but I don't know, in this set, the Zacian didn't feel super impactful on either side, right? Like the Ninetales was just a huge pick versus the Zacian, so like so it was like weird for us to have picked it and then be counter-picking ourselves in a way, right? So it wasn't the best decision, and then we're like, you know what, let's just go back to what was working, and that's basically what we did for the final game.
Listen, Zug, I mean, obviously the entire team stepped up. You guys looked great, played great. You know, best team in NA. When you win the event, you dethrone the LAIC champions like that, you get the title. Let me ask you, Zug, everybody in chat seems to be big Juicers fans. Why don't you send a word out to all the folks that have been following you and supporting you all day? Because I'll tell you what, I haven't seen a second roll by where there hasn't been oranges throwing into the chat right now.
I mean, shout out to all our fans. Like every time, I know what you're saying. Every time I look at the Twitch chat, you watch the VOD replay after, and it's just like everyone's going for Juicers, let's go OJ, the oranges in the chat. So it's like super nice always seeing the great fan support that we have.
Amazing. Well, Zug, thank you so much for hopping on and doing this interview. Congratulations. You are going to be heading to the Aeos Cup on Pokemon's dime. It's going to be really exciting to watch you all perform there. Zugrug, everybody, from the Juicers. He's over there. He's through the wall. He's gone. And we're bringing back Zoinks and Wonder Chef. What a day we have had, gentlemen. I mean, we saw Scyther do well in one game, an obvious fluke, and then, of course, lose. So, Zoinks, how are you feeling about those grand finals, man?
Only Wonder Chef was at the call, and the second time they picked it, I was like, oh, I don't like Scyther here. So let the record show, or maybe it won't, who knows. But either way, that Grand Finals was amazing. It was really cool to see Orange Juicers bounce back, especially from that Winners Finals performance, to be able to find just a brand new level of play, and a lot of players stepped up. I think we were laughing off broadcast. It felt like the buddy barrier from Zugrug was just a potion on cooldown for Garchomp the entire game. It was any time that OG was under half HP, it was just immediately Unite Move Buddy Barrier that guy back up, and results are results. It's really cool to see a new champ here in NA.
Yeah, and of course, Chef, what did you think getting to see that reset go down? You know, a team that a lot of people maybe expected weren't going to drop a single game. All of a sudden, we're heading to a bracket reset.
I mean, just even the bracket reset alone was really cool because it really showed that, like, the top, the giants could bleed. But honestly, now we're in such a big question mark spot at the end of this tournament. Like, I kind of thought that there was a good chance at the end of this tournament it was going to be like, all right, well, we know the LG is looking unstoppable, but everybody's really stepped their game up, and, like, who's going to be the one to take them down? But now all of a sudden it's like, I don't even know what to think because it's been so close between so many teams, so many new teams. The new teams that we've never seen before were close to Orange Juicers, who now won and defeated LG. So it's just like, where is everybody in these power rankings? And I wish I hadn't used that word.
Yeah, no, nobody wants to hear about power rankings except for Zoinks here. I mean, he's got a whiteboard ready to go. Snacks, let's take a look at our final bracket right here and see how this day kind of played out in North America.
Of course. So Orange Juicers really kind of had a road here, 2-0 against Haha Brew, 2-1 standing on business. Then they get 2-0'd by Luminosity. So they're in the losers bracket here. A pretty great set against Nebula, 2-0 there. Back against Luminosity here. They win the first set 2-1. They win the second set 2-1, making us play the full 6 games. And I'll tell you what, this is one for the history books. If you think of UCS classic matches, this is definitely one for me.
We're going to take a look at our final championship points from this event, where we're at placement-wise. Zoinks, why don't you break it down?
Sure. I get to talk about a power ranking? Awesome. I'll take it. Yeah, we got the
what did I do?
We got 1 through 13 listed out here in optimal left-to-right fashion, I will add, for Draku's benefit. Orange Juicers sitting at the top, obviously, with this tournament win. This championship awards them 300 championship points, of course. And then you can see there at the bottom text that these championship points will advance them to the group stage of regional finals. Well, that's a long way off. Obviously, this is going to be a great way to kind of track the power level, some would say, of these teams in the region and see where they face up against each other. So many good teams in North America. Like, we're looking at the 13th ranked teams. Pocket Rockets, Don't Sleep, CT, and Ignorance are all teams we could easily see in a top 8 of any one of these monthly finals coming up very soon. So, and then, of course, it gets even more so with the 9 and so on and so forth. So this is a very interesting region to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a day we have had here in North America. I want to get some final thoughts from everybody before we close this thing out. Snacks, hit me with it, brother.
Well, I'll tell you what, we all learned a little something. That NA combative experience, that just absolute parity that it seems to bring remains true. Now, I can't wait to see what happens here in 2 weeks because we've got the December Cup just right around the corner. How are these teams going to adjust, and how is it going to look when we run it back and do it all over again?
Chef, hit me with it.
I mean, I basically already gave my thoughts. I'm really glad that we have such a strong scene this year. I think it was pretty clear. A lot of people, myself especially, were a little bit disappointed with NA last year. There was a lot of turbulence, I think, and so far it's already 100% different, 1,000% different, and I feel like NA is going to be a super huge force this year.
Zoink, some final thoughts and what's going up on that whiteboard soon, buddy?
Oh, I don't know. I already drew a children's mapper. I think someone called it a Candyland board of what we saw. So, I mean, we're really trying out some fresh ideas with the large white rectangle behind me. Make sure to watch this space.
Amazing stuff. I want to thank you all for watching. Thank you for listening. It's always a treat and a privilege to get to cast these games alongside these three fine gentlemen. These have been the Aeos Cup Play-Ins, not the Play-Ons, in the North America region. And man, what a series we had. Huge congratulations to the Orange Juicers taking down the former world champs Luminosity in a bracket reset. Everybody, we will see you all very, very soon. 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.